Yo, what's up, guys? I like my new patch. Mm. It's been a rough day. I'm just empty and sad.
And to save a relationship, but trying to get somebody to heal themselves hardly ever works. And even trying to get them to heal their trauma or their mental health stuff has a funny way of making you feel crazier than you did before you started. So here's a letter I got from a dear man named, I'll call him Andy, all right? And he writes, "Hi, Anna. I have been in a 1.5 year relationship with someone I believe is CPTSD. So much of what I have read and heard from you resonates with episodes that happened between us. However, like you suggest many times, I feel like I'm more invested in knowing about CPTSD than he is. And naturally, that creates some unhealthy dynamics for both of us." Yeah. While he was a child who suffered sexual and emotional abuse and today has practically no contact with his family, so much of that pain seems unprocessed and surfaces in episodes of micro-conflict. After one of these episodes, we broke up. Actually, he decided to do it when I asked for some days for me to process things. This has happened a few months ago, yet we remained in contact and saw each other. It was then I introduced him to your channel, hoping that maybe it would make a spark and kick off a healing journey for him. Though we remained in contact, we didn't get back together. His resentment was still there. Self-doubt, self-sabotage were all topics we talked about. I suggested we seek professional help to get through this together, but he didn't like the idea. I told him that unless we can create tools to manage our dynamic, it's likely it will happen again, as it has from time to time, with more or less intensity. I believe our love has kept us from distancing from each other, yet it also didn't allow us the distance, perspective, and self-awareness that we needed. Recently, we finally decided to stop contacting each other. It came from me, says Andy, after a simple episode of scheduling a time to talk got chaotic, dysfunctional, and defensive. I've been struggling a lot because I love him, but I don't know when it is the trauma speaking and he does not mean what he says, or if it's true, nuclear, and definite. Could you speak about this? I remember in one of your videos you said that sometimes you need to disregard what he says and just be like, whatever, I'm sticking with you. But how do you know when a relationship like this is over? I want him to know that I'm here like I have been. I want to make this journey with him even if we're not talking for some time. But I'm afraid contacting him will make me look crazy after telling him we should stop doing it. On the other hand, I feel like if I don't tell him, he'll believe I'm gone. I love him a lot. I've tried to be the best person I can be, but his behavior, even if I know where it comes from, is still his behavior and it affects me. And in some situations, when I didn't know better, also triggered me. I'm afraid this can be traumatizing and unhealthy to me since it has already so many times made me second guess my actions and pierced my self-confidence and my ways of loving. And I corresponded a little bit with Andy saying I was going to answer this in a video, and Andy added, I should add that he continued to contact me after the episode that I told you about, after another big burst. I didn't reply, but he continued to reach out. I finally replied, but it's hard to know what to do. Now he tells me that he's probably better off not having close romantic relationships and instead just having kind of no strings attached relationships, plural, that do not trigger him. He said he's sorry and that he sees that most of what happened has been triggered by his hypersensibility and his past. I think that means hypersensitivity. It does not seem to me that avoiding closeness and intimacy is the way he should go in terms of personal growth, but maybe it's time for me to try and let go, even though it breaks my heart. Okay, Andy, I just love you. I'm so sorry this is happening. I'm so sorry this is happening because I can feel the strength of your love here, and I believe it's real love. And I also think that you are trauma bonded with somebody. I don't think he did it on purpose. I think you're accurately describing him as he has trauma and he's not really interested in doing anything about it right now. And that's really unfortunate. I see too, I see what you're seeing, you know, like this could get better, this could get better. And that just having no strings attached relationships that don't trigger him, that is definitely a coping mechanism that people with CPTS do. Not everybody does it that way, but like avoids relationships that trigger. People do it through total isolation, through being with unavailable people, or through having, you know, these like romantic relationships with another person who wants and expects and hopes for love very realistically, but not being able to give it. So, Andy, what is sad about this is the way that it's damaging you. That's the thing. Like, some people could get away with having these kind of relationships. He can, right? He can just keep blocking his feelings. But I don't want you to become somebody who gets so good at just putting up with crap that you become the perfect boyfriend to somebody like this. Don't do that. Be a great boyfriend for somebody who totally appreciates it and is going to try as hard as you do to make the relationship good, who reads books about like stuff that's hard for you because they hope for you to heal. Like, wouldn't that be awesome? And the thing is, like, when you talk about yourself, you haven't told me, and I'm going to assume like you would have told me if you had a lot of trauma in the past. You know, I bet you've had some. Everybody's had some. But I'm going to guess that you're capable of having a full 100% relationship, and being that you want that, this is what I always recommend to people. Stop having the relationship that you don't want, and don't be fooled by all the strong feelings that come from a no strings attached relationship. It's so easy to be mesmerized and hooked in and attached, you know, to somebody who's having that kind of relationship with you. And then you know what happens? Nothing out here. Nobody else gets interested. And you start to, and you say you worry it's crazy making for you, and it does. It kind of gives you that trauma bond energy. And a lot, so many people can't help it. They fall into trauma bonding. It's actually, when somebody goes nuclear and blows up the relationship and then keeps calling, and then you finally call them back and they go, well, I was only calling to say I shouldn't have a relationship. It's like, talk about confusing. And, to be honest, that's emotional abuse. That's just, yanking somebody's chain, and it's a chain that's around their neck. If you stay in a trauma bond relationship, it starts to erode your mental health, erode your boundaries, erode your confidence in yourself, and that's what you said. And I would just say, whatever is going on in a relationship, a red flag is how you feel in the relationship. And if you feel like you're becoming less than your lovely self, if you feel like the relationship is just taking you down, 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 and you find yourself trying to convince yourself that you can teach yourself to put up with this, red flag, time to go, time to go. And it hurts. It's really painful, but it's not as painful as you think. When you actually are dealing like in the same couple of days as when he does this like destructive act on you, then you see it and you're like, I'm getting out of here. But then the calls begin and you come back. What that's doing to your self-esteem is like not worth it. This is not a physically abusive relationship, but it's emotionally abusive. And that's the trouble, is that the longer you stay in an emotionally abusive relationship, the longer, the harder it is to come back to your old self, to come back to your senses. It just gets harder. It just gets harder to show up for true love that might lie in your future. So you're gonna feel so good about yourself. Your integrity, the part of you that knows you're worthy and lovable, can deal with being single for a little while, can deal with not meeting the one yet. You can do this. It will hurt at first. But I tell you, it's my experience, like it only hurts for a little while. You think it's going to be a lot worse than it is. You're going to love having your integrity back. And I promise you, new men will come along. New men will come along. You might want to check out my dating course and get in there for the first exercise, which is to write down what you really want in a relationship. So when you've written down what you really want, I bet you're not going to write down that what you want is somebody who jerks you around and, keeps calling and coming back and then blows you off and tells you they don't want anything. They want other relationships and it can't trigger them. I'm sure you aren't going to write that down. You can write down what you do want. You can write down what you do want and be brave, be bold. Really write down what you actually want, even though we all know we don't always get what we want, but go ahead and name it. Be specific. Be specific about how loving, how beautiful, how long-lasting it is that you really want. And let that start to resonate in your life and in your intentions and in your heart, and let it guide you in decisions. When you get a text from this guy or you meet somebody new, and you'll start to just have this inner sense of like, you know what, this fits what I want. This fits what I want. I'm going to check it out with a first date. And then you get to use dating. Remember, if you want serious love, use dating as your trial period to see, is this somebody you want to get together with? Don't be like I used to be, getting together with people based on attraction and then hoping that somehow it'll work out, and then, waking up much later going, what have I done? What have I done? I've done it again. I don't like this. But having too much abandonment trauma to be able to like swiftly exit those things. I wish I could have all the time back that I spent there. So now's your chance, Andy. Now's your chance to clear the slate and reset along the lines of what you really want in love, and show up for that. Show up for that and make your choices accordingly. And I hope that helps you. Now, if any of you watching this relate to Andy and you would like some more guidance around how to know when you're seeing a red flag that means get out of there, I've got a video lined up for you. This one was a big favorite for everybody, and I will see you very soon.
I know that there's a lot of noise about what games you should play, what games you shouldn't every week. Sometimes I even hyperfixate on weird games that you shouldn't play, but today I wanted to cut through the noise and give you 15 games that you should play. These are games that I have played on my own that I do think are underrated, some of them criminally underrated, but these are just my personal opinions. My opinions and your opinions might not always line up, but either way, I got 15 underappreciated games that I think you deserve to check out. So, without further ado, let's get started. Let's start off with Quantum Break. Now, this is a no-brainer, and anybody that has been here for any amount of time is going to say they knew that I was going to talk about this game. It's from Remedy, one of my favorite developers, the people behind the original Max Payne games, Alan Wake, and of course Control, which everyone loves. And look, I'm going to tell you right now, Quantum Break walks so Control could run, and also Quantum Break is just as good, but significantly different. Quantum Break had a weird approach to live-action cutscenes mixed with gameplay, but to be honest, weird, quirky, mixed media stuff is like a gaming tradition at this point. The good thing here is that it was actually live-action, overlapping in some very impressive and interesting-looking ways. There are characters in the game played by actual actors. You got Aidan Gillen from Game of Thrones, you got Lance Reddick, you got both of the Ashmore twins. No, one of them's not Jesse Williams. I still think Jesse Williams looks like an Ashmore twin. I'm getting sidetracked here. This is essentially, of course, a time game, time travel, the manipulation of time, messing with time, how time affects everything, and the drama and tension and stuff that goes along with it with some interesting, weird science. None of it is particularly original, but it's the Remedy treatment with a side of cool, stylized, slow-motion superpower shooting. You're essentially a guy in a jacket doing cool slow-mo tricks, the graphics for the time still look incredible, and it's just an all-around exciting, engaging, and geeky concept game that I don't think it gets enough credit. It was kind of lambasted for its live-action stuff, but I think it's worth playing. Next, at number 14, speaking of Xbox exclusives, in some ways Sunset Overdrive could be seen as the ultimate Xbox One exclusive. For a lot of people, it's like the post.
And then, when your shadow comes in, accepting, allowing, and
That resonated with me. Everything made so much sense.
why do you think that
child for it, mostly because of all the Microsoft games that came out during the console's launch, and the ones that came after all got ported to other systems eventually, but not Sunset Overdrive. Technically, it is its own IP, separate from Microsoft, and eventually they did find a way to get the game's rights over to Insomniac. So in 2018, a port of the game did eventually come out to PC. Still, in terms of staying power, because it's not on a PlayStation platform, it's still exclusive, or it still feels exclusive, because now Insomniac is exclusive to the Sony side of things. So we doubt we'll ever see Sunset Overdrive switch sides anytime soon. Or who knows, in our dreams, maybe Sony will give Insomniac a chance for a second whack at this game. I don't know. Only then I think we'll really get the recognition this game actually deserves. It is no joke, it is a great game. It's one of the most fun and unique open-world games out there, let alone the fact that it's an Xbox game that can run on the Steam Deck. It's chaotic punk rock, it's jet set radio on crack, but the game itself is still presented in somewhat of a family-friendly way. You can be a little devious here, but for the most part, it's just colorful. It's crazy. It's also worth mentioning that without Sunset Overdrive, Insomniac might not have ever been able to make the fundamentals of traversal in the Spider-Man games. This game excelled at free-flowing, getting around, and essentially grinding around rails and running along walls and double jumping, all at breakneck speeds. It felt great. It's got a great soundtrack, it's got a great game world, a cartoony, freaky, open-world adventure that just has a lot of weapons. It is essentially Tony Hawk with guns and mutants, and we want more people to play it. Coming in next is Returnal. So in some circles, this might not be considered underrated, but it definitely wasn't as popular as some of the bigger Sony first-party games. But all those games are very different to this housemarque third-person roguelike. Yes, I hear you rogue purists out there. You see, it's not applying exactly the legacy term of rogue to exactly what these... It doesn't matter. Is Returnal awesome? Yes, it is awesome. It's a dense game, it has a mysterious narrative, and a white-knuckle sense of combat with creative weapons and tight controls. But let's be real, those aren't the reasons why most people probably didn't play through this one when it first launched. It's hard. It's really freaking hard. It's really, really hard, and that combined with its unique structure, repetition, and going through again and more repetition, has you learning the etched runes of this foreign planet more than some people would care to. But eventually, for those that push through it, it really sings. The gameplay loop is so finely tuned here, you just want to keep diving back into new runs and fighting what the game can throw at you next in these procedurally generated sections, with brutal enemy encounters with just some of the best, most unique enemies we've seen in games. You know, it's a pretty game, it's got a good story, and on top of that, they also injected good co-op into the game post-launch, and a lot of other really good
It reminds you of practice and stuff.
Which allows you, like that, you take, memorize. Build is how to work of knowledge. If you don't know how to take a diaphragmatic breath, I highly encourage you to go
reasons to replay it. They've been supporting it, and they had developer commentary, which is always really great to see. So Returnal to me covers all the bases and is easily one of the most underrated PS5 exclusives.
Runners see the city in a different way. You see the flow. Rooftops become pathways and conduits.
Next up, we have Mirror's Edge kicking it old school with 2008, and to be honest, probably a game that we've covered in some of these games you should play videos before. Look, I didn't know how, when, or where to place any of the games in this video because there's really a lot of old games, or sequel, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Games are around now, but Mirror's Edge is an awesome shorter indie but AAA-esque first-person parkour game. The main character is named Faith. She's like, I don't know, a cool cyberpunky anti-corporate messenger, that's really it. But the excuse to hop in here is to actually hop in here. It's jumping over things, doing flips, and the game really often puts you in first person, like really in there, to the point where your hands, feet, and whole world movements really look and sound awesome. It was so cool at the time because this was still like the experimental HD gaming era. They were bold enough to make a military shooting game with not that much shooting. It's also futuristic, really good looking, cinematic. It's just fun. It's weird for me to even just straight up call it underrated because it feels almost like it should be grandfathered into a video like this. It should be obvious, but I know times change, so it's still worth making. There was a sequel, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, but like a reboot thing that I don't think was that good. And the first game is still playable these days, so make sure to give it a shot.
Spotted chassis number BT7274. Thank you, fire. Down. Well done, pilot.
Next, over at number 11, Titanfall 2. I still think awesome. It was so cool at the time because this was still like the experimental HD gaming era. They were bold enough to make a military shooting game with not that much shooting. It's also futuristic, really good looking, cinematic. It's just fun. It's weird for me to even just straight up call it underrated because it feels almost like it should be grandfathered into a video like this. It should be obvious, but I know times change, so it's still worth making. There was a sequel, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, but like a reboot thing that I don't think was that good. And the first game is still playable these days, so make sure to give it a shot.
Spotted chassis number BT7274. Thank you, fire. Down. Well done, pilot.
Next, over at number 11, Titanfall 2. I still think everybody keeps talking about Titanfall 2 being underrated so much to the point that eventually it's just going to be known as just a good game because, like, duh, everybody loved it. But for now, I'm still considering it underrated because if I'm still encountering people that haven't tried Titanfall 2 or don't know why it's so good, then that means I'm still going to have to talk about it here. So, this one is the follow-up to the original Titanfall. Respawn Entertainment, the developers, made the first game, but it really was like a fun concept and almost like proof of concept experiment about pilots, first-person shooter pilots running around on the ground in a battlefield. But then also your pilots, so you can take out a big mech, and then you pilot that. I'm saying pilot too many times. It was a great idea, the multiplayer was so great, and then for the sequel they doubled down on that with the multiplayer, but gave us a full-fledged single-player campaign that worked over time to be as creative, as interesting, as unique, and as memorable as it could possibly be. This is a game that you play and you just instantly get hooked. It's not only really good feeling shooting and of course the fun dynamic between running around on foot and then getting out your big mech suit with different loadouts and really unique abilities to them, but they just throw so many different things at you in gameplay-wise, shooting game-wise, that just make for a memorable campaign that plenty of other shooters in the last decade have not given us. Like seriously, there's one easy, probably 45-minute level here that completely resets the game in a way that I never expected, and it's probably one of my favorite things I've ever done in a first-person shooter. So yeah, if you haven't played this one yet, you better check it out now.
Maximum weapon power.
Now, down at number 10, I have another game from Housemarque. I talked about Returnal, the PS5 exclusive, but then they also made games like Dead Nation, Alien Nation, Super Stardust HD, an old PS3 game of theirs that I absolutely loved. These guys have earned their chops, but they released a game, Nex Machina, I don't even know what year it was, but Nex Machina is really fun. Essentially, it's like if they were making a twin-stick shooter that was doing a little bit of what they do best, making these arcadey, addictive games, but also almost like, what if they were doing Robotron or Smash TV? If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm just saying nerdy old gaming stuff. Nex Machina is a super old-school feeling type of game. You're running around like in a shooter, you have like a little human dude, and then you're just trying to shoot everything. There are these levels where a bunch of enemies swarm you from all over the place, and you're trying to save human beings by teleporting around the map, picking up different power-ups, doing wave after wave, and just getting absolutely swarmed by enemies where you live by your wits. You gotta really be light on your feet, use that dash ability to jump around, zip around, use special abilities like swords, charge-up shots, all kinds of things to make it out of these puzzles alive, really. I think that's the best way to describe the game, and I'm saying that while like waving my arms around like a maniac, but it's because Nex Machina is just so fun. Eventually, like it is another arcadey type game that leans on story just a little bit, but there is a really cool, fun boss battle towards the end that is both like a bullet hell shooter and a twin-stick shooter that I think is really special. I think this is just a great-ass game here, so also check this one out, and it's available on PC and PlayStation.
Hannah, you're supposed to be off today.
I had some free time, so I thought...
Next on the list, we have 2017's Prey. Man, what a stacked year for video games. Prey is another one from Arcane, the developers of Dishonored, and this one is essentially BioShock in space. If you haven't figured it out by now, it's one of my favorite genres of things ever. This is a game that wears its System Shock influence on its sleeve, and with that comes good things and bad things. Some people, the unwashed masses, think Prey is boring. Right now, if you could see me narrating this video, I'm pacing, I'm thrusting my fists, I'm just absolutely being a sweaty nerd, getting exasperated by my lungs trying to explain to people why Prey is so good. But at the end of the day, I'll let them think what they want. For the rest of us, Prey is incredible. It has an addictive world to explore, just an awesome-looking concept space station with aliens that have kind of unique tricks and habits, interesting weapons and approaches, a lot of deciding what you want to do, how you want to progress, similar to something like BioShock, and one of the coolest guns ever, the glue gun, where you shoot out these gel blobs to kind of form different things to use them as stairs or whatever. That's something that I still think about to this day. Prey is slow, maybe it takes a little bit to ramp up, it's janky in some spots, but the fact that some people bounce off of it and think it's boring shows me that we still have more work to do to preach the good word about Prey. Up next is Sleeping Dogs. You probably know by now that I'm going to mention this one because I would say most of the gaming community, a lot of you guys watching this video, are really savvy. Maybe I'm preaching to the choir here. Maybe you all know that Sleeping Dogs is incredible, in which case I'm sorry, but still, at the very least, it's 5 guys at a cocktail party. I've always said with every game like this, you gotta reach 5 people. If I can reach 5 people right now who haven't played Sleeping Dogs, then mission accomplished. It's something really a rare, unique, open-world adventure game that we just don't see, and we should see more of. This is Grand Theft Auto, but it's set in Hong Kong with actually great crime narrative, as well as its martial arts combat. That's what Sleeping Dogs gives us, controlling main character Wei Shen and going through the world and really doing a pretty different approach to a badass action game like this because it's a lot of hand-to-hand combat, that's kind of your go-to, and the combat mechanics stem from stuff like the Batman Arkham games, those types of brawlers, but this cranks it up by a million, by making it really, really fun to play, giving you lots of environments to just mess people up in. You can smash dudes through windows, throwing them into different objects, and then unlocking and learning new sweet kung fu moves to do it all. This is one of those games that's just really hard to mess up. It's just oozing swag, great characters, great missions.
And hey, if you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and hit that like button.
That was
Also, let me know your
excellent,
thoughts on what I
dude.
just shared.
Really.
Not too short, not too long, just a great, totally complete package. There's no know by now that I'm going to mention this one because I would say most of the gaming community, a lot of you guys watching this video, are really savvy. Maybe I'm preaching to the choir here. Maybe you all know that Sleeping Dogs is incredible, in which case I'm sorry, but still, at the very least, it's 5 guys at a cocktail party. I've always said with every game like this, you gotta reach 5 people. If I can reach 5 people right now who haven't played Sleeping Dogs, then mission accomplished. It's something really a rare, unique, open-world adventure game that we just don't see, and we should see more of. This is Grand Theft Auto, but it's set in Hong Kong with actually great crime narrative, as well as its martial arts combat. That's what Sleeping Dogs gives us, controlling main character Wei Shen and going through the world and really doing a pretty different approach to a badass action game like this because it's a lot of hand-to-hand combat, that's kind of your go-to, and the combat mechanics stem from stuff like the Batman Arkham games, those types of brawlers, but this cranks it up by a million, by making it really, really fun to play, giving you lots of environments to just mess people up in. You can smash dudes through windows, throwing them into different objects, and then unlocking and learning new sweet kung fu moves to do it all. This is one of those games that's just really hard to mess up. It's just oozing swag, great characters, great missions, not too short, not too long, just a great, totally complete package. There's no weird caveats or anything with this one, you just got to try it out.
Miller, chopper's been grounded. Repeat.
Jensen! You're welcome.
Coming in next is Deus Ex Mankind Divided. This is the follow-up from Square Enix to the good old Deus Ex Human Revolution, and it's essentially that game, but like just a little bit better. This is an action RPG set in a very interesting cyberpunk future, and it's not just the mile-wide, incredibly deep premise that we like. Also, Adam Jensen as a main character is interesting, and we just loved him from the previous game, but also just the way these games are mechanically done, the way the worlds are built, and how you can approach things and deal with problems is so fun and thoughtful. There's a lot of time to stop, think about what type of machine human you're building, how you're upgrading yourself to be more physical or better talking yourself out of situations or better hacking things, and man, does it really, really deliver here. It's very rare that I play these types of games and not only play them, but once I was done with Mankind Divided, I immediately started a new game just to play it a different way because that's how thoughtful, meaningful, and different some of the progression could feel here, where you dump your upgrades into and how it changes the game around you. It's awesome. It's a shame they never really kind of concluded this saga here. Really, the pacing, the progression here builds really, really good, and then it just kind of stops, and it's a little bit of a bummer to see. It seems like the game was kept open-ended for a sequel, but that's never going to happen. It's a shame because a lot of people talked about or played Human Revolution, but a lot of people skewed away from Mankind Divided, and I think either way, no matter what, both games are worth experiencing. Up next, we have Mad Max. Now, this is a game that took a lot of people by surprise. This released many, many years after we heard that they were making a Mad Max game that was supposed to be a tie-in with the awesome Mad Max Fury Road movie. And the thing about this game is that it doesn't necessarily feel really tied to those. It's hard to really place the setting here, but it is Max, and it is the Wasteland, and it is car stuff, and it's awesome that they took the good old Batman formula or the Arkham formula and applied it to open-world Wasteland, kind of driving around and smashing into things. Just for that alone, I think the game is worth checking out, but I think what keeps it underrated is that, like, yeah, there's only a certain amount of people that love the Mad Max movies, and then also 2015 was a really, really stacked time for video games, and this one dropped right around the time that The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt did, and that's a hard game to go up against. Even if they're on opposite sides of the map in terms of what type of games they are, people's attention, their wallets, they only have room for so much. But really, this one is worth trying. Like I said, if you grew up loving the Batman games or the Arkham Asylum games, going around punching things, fighting large groups of enemies in the open world, and then of course there's your Batmobile stuff. But here, a lot of time is dedicated to driving around and ramming into stuff, and it works, it's satisfying, it's fun, and it's in a cool, weird world that I liked experiencing. It's not the most amazing thing, it's not the best game you've ever played. Some people might see it and skip it and think that, oh, it looks like just like a regular degular movie tie-in game. But if you try this one, I think you'll like it.
Empty that bus! On it!
Coming in next, I have to tell you about Spec Ops: The Line. This might be a little
In
basic here, but I
2003,
recommend going
Simon
out if you
Cohen
can, grabbing a
psychologist at the
PS3 or an
university.
Xbox 360 and a cheap copy of this game because, yeah, unfortunately, as far as I can tell, you can no longer purchase it on digital storefronts. It's very, very sad to see, and I think there should be protests in the street over this one. But yes, I want more people to talk about this game because it can be very superficially viewed as another military soldier romp, and it does start that way, but very quickly, it escalates and gets very dark. I remember when this one first released, plenty of media-focused minded people talked about this game because of the themes, and like I said, just how dark and twisted it ends up getting, but the general public might have missed out on it. I think there are plenty of lists and retrospectives across YouTube, people praising and preaching why this thing is worth it, and I just wanted to throw up the signal booster, bigger exclamation mark, because good God, the turn this game takes is so haunting and so incredibly memorable, I'm never going to forget it. It's also just a pretty solid, somewhat average military shooter, but man, that narrative, that progression, and ultimately where it ends, I haven't been able to stop thinking about for years now. I don't want to overhype it, I don't want to spoil anything, I don't want to give any details, but it is still a game that's worth playing, it's worth seeing to the end. If you're allergic to playing old games, just watch YouTube footage of the ending or something, anything, because it's really unique, it's really original, and for me, it's a reminder of how distinctly, amazingly original a video game can be.
How long was I out for?
15,338 ticks.
That's very specific.
Coming in next, a personal favorite of mine. I've been talking about this game since it released in 2021, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. So on the surface, this is just easy to dismiss as a Marvel gaming cash grab. At that point, there had been a good amount of those, but no, Guardians of the Galaxy is actually a video game by video game people for video game people that happens to have the Guardians of the Galaxy slapped into it. I say that as someone who loved Guardians of the Galaxy here. I'm a comic book nerd, I love the James Gunn movies, but this totally works whether or not you're familiar with them. I just think if you like video games, you're going to like this. It's an action-adventure third-person romp with some light RPG elements traveling through a pretty unique and interesting, colorful space adventure world, and it's really fun to play as Star-Lord. At first, he looks like a little bit of a wiener, but he totally grew on me. But also, the game really builds to some crazy cool plot lines for people like Rocket, or for Gamora. It really feels like everything is here. The developers here really understood the assignment of what makes Guardians of the Galaxy great, good excuse, sci-fi, technobabble, and beats here and there, but also really lovable, engaging, fun characters, an incredible soundtrack, a feel-good atmosphere, and just a game that's really fun to play. Up next, we have Singularity from 2010. Now this one, Raven Software's last game that they kind of made before just being thrown in to support the rest of Call of Duty games, it was compared to BioShock a lot. A first-person adventure where you're going through an alternative Soviet sci-fi type place, jumping back and forth between timelines where the place was up and running, a shipyard or an experimental base, and then going to the destroyed crazy version of it, fighting both human and mutated weird otherworldly creatures. Sure, sounds a little too much like BioShock, but for its time, it was considerably even more gimmicky. Here, not only with certain tools and weapons that allow you to jump between dimensions for some interesting, fun, janky shootouts, but also because you get a time manipulation device where you can mess around and do some fun stuff. I just think at the end of the day, Singularity is a solid A-type adventure action game with a story that has some really awesome surprises, boats if I may, and it's just yet again another underappreciated gem from Raven Software who made a bunch of other incredible games. If they were still making games this day and age, I would probably have some of their other games on their list, but it's a different time, so now all we have is Singularity, but I like it. Down at number 2, we have Days Gone. Now, Days Gone doesn't necessarily on the surface look like anything special. It's another open-world, post-apocalyptic zombie game, this time on motorcycles in the mountains of Oregon, but don't let that put you off. I know some people either hated this game, or if you Google the game, all you see is just like review stuff talking about how the game underperformed or how everyone made fun of it. It was called like a 6 out of 10 game, and while I don't necessarily give scores to video games anymore, because I think scores are for people that don't like vegetables, I think Days Gone is actually a good game. Now granted, it launched pretty buggy, but they quickly fixed those bugs a couple of months later, but some squandered the game. Some people didn't like having to refuel their motorcycle as they're exploring a pretty beautiful open world. I think Oregon and these mountains and mountainside roads and stuff were actually a really unique open world setting. It takes a little bit to get going, and the main character, Deacon John, is pretty unlikable. He freaking talks to himself like a weirdo for most of the game, muttering to himself like a PS1 Metal Gear Solid guard. But you know what? He still grew on me. The story still grew on me, and some of the crazy fights and some of the encounters in the world, not just with a bunch of the different types of freakers, but human encounters and stuff, everything just got really, really cool in a game that I felt like I was living in. Yes, it is still maybe a little too long, but I was living in this open world and I still really enjoyed it. I thought climbing to different sniper towers and stuff like that to scout out and see what was upcoming was really fun, and the giant horde zombie stuff in the late game was also just a really great experience. For me, Days Gone might not be the best thing ever. Again, what is a 6 out of 10 really? But this is a game I think that got way more hate than it deserves. And finally, we have Prince of Persia Warrior Within. Yes, I'm talking about the middle child. I've talked about it in so many other videos before, like why usually people don't play the second in every one of these lists type of things. This game is the middle chapter sandwiched between the awesome original Prince of Persia Sands of Time, and then kind of bungled ending Prince of Persia The Two Thrones. Warrior Within has a completely different tone and atmosphere to it. It's much darker, it's much grittier. Dare I say it's more 2000. Yes, this is a case of I say it all the time. It's not necessarily cooler, it's cringier, but for me it makes something that is just that much more fun. A feather in its cap, or an Under Armour over your bicep, whatever those things were, that guys wear to the gym that only go over one arm like the prince does in this one, where he's super gritty and edgy and he uses 2 swords and he shreds people up, but he's fleeing an island that's like falling apart and the Dahaka, this time-traveling beast, is like slowly chasing after him, and he has to figure out how he can once again rip apart time and figure out his future by really just going through a lot of hell. There's a lava island, there's sexy people in bikinis and blades, there's like war stuff happening, there's a heavy metal soundtrack. It also has one of my favorite gameplay sequences of all time, a time rewind puzzle involving a drawn-out battle against essentially a sub-boss Titan-type character, and to this day, it's just got a special place in my heart. If you played your share of the Prince of Persia games, but for some reason, never made it too far into Warrior Within or overlooked it because the tone is different, don't sleep on it, man. This game is incredible still. Those are 15 underrated games I got for you today. We tried to go more 2000. Yes, this is a Warrior Within. Yes, I'm talking about the middle child. I've talked about it in so many other videos before, like why usually people don't play the second in every one of these lists type of things. This game is the middle chapter sandwiched between the awesome original Prince of Persia Sands of Time, and then kind of bungled ending Prince of Persia The Two Thrones. Warrior Within has a completely different tone and atmosphere to it. It's much darker, it's much grittier. Dare I say it's more 2000. Yes, this is a case of I say it all the time. It's not necessarily cooler, it's cringier, but for me it makes something that is just that much more fun. A feather in its cap, or an Under Armour over your bicep, whatever those things were, that guys wear to the gym that only go over one arm like the prince does in this one, where he's super gritty and edgy and he uses 2 swords and he shreds people up, but he's fleeing an island that's like falling apart and the Dahaka, this time-traveling beast, is like slowly chasing after him, and he has to figure out how he can once again rip apart time and figure out his future by really just going through a lot of hell. There's a lava island, there's sexy people in bikinis and blades, there's like war stuff happening, there's a heavy metal soundtrack. It also has one of my favorite gameplay sequences of all time, a time rewind puzzle involving a drawn-out battle against essentially a sub-boss Titan-type character, and to this day, it's just got a special place in my heart. If you played your share of the Prince of Persia games, but for some reason, never made it too far into Warrior Within or overlooked it because the tone is different, don't sleep on it, man. This game is incredible still. Those are 15 underrated games I got for you today. We tried to go a little across the board, but I've been playing games my whole life, so it's hard to sum up all my thoughts in one video, so I want to hear yours down in the comments. What are some great games that you think just don't get the love or don't get enough love? And as always, thanks for watching and see you in the next one.
We tend to be generous towards people who can't get over someone. It sounds romantic, if a little sad. The love affair happened a year ago, but still, the ex's thoughts remain loyal to every detail of the story. Maybe they've moved to another country. Perhaps they've married someone else. Maybe they're dead. None of it matters. The most famous fictional love affair of the 18th century, Goethe's Sorrows of Young Werther, is a hugely sympathetic study of this kind of romantic fixation. The hero, Werther, an ardent young student, falls passionately in love with a charming and beautiful woman named Charlotte. She likes him but doesn't love him back, in part because she's married to someone else. There are plenty of other nice women who are single, attractive and interested in Werther, but he has no time for them. The only one he cares for is Charlotte, the one who doesn't care for him. Eventually, unable to have Charlotte's love, Werther decides to kill himself. The novel proved hugely charming to its original audiences, who praised it for its deep and pure understanding of love. This sort of unrequited passion, so often celebrated in literature and society more generally, may sound generous and in that sense loving, but a devotion to an unrequited situation is in truth a clever way of ensuring that we won't end up in a relationship at all, that we won't ever need to suffer the realities of love. Fixation on an absent other allows us to be publicly committed to love while privately sheltered from any of its more arduous demands. The fear of love may be motivated by a range of factors: a squeamishness around hope, a self-hatred which makes someone else's love feel eerie, or a fear of self-revelation which breeds a reluctance to let anyone into the secret parts of ourselves. The fears are serious and deserve sympathy, but they are generally not the issues that the romantically fixated person ever wants to discuss. They prefer to keep the spotlight on the unresponsive ex rather than on their motives for continuing to dwell on them. The way to unfixate is not to tell ourselves that we never liked a person. It's to get very serious and specific about what the attraction was based on, and then to come to see that the qualities we admired in the ex must necessarily exist in other people who don't have the set of problems that made the original relationship impossible. The careful investigation of the character of one person, paradoxically but very liberatingly, shows that we could in fact also love someone else. This is not an exercise in getting us to give up on what we really want. The liberating move is to see that what we want has to exist in places beyond the pain-inducing character we originally identified it in. We should gently recognize that being disappointed and abandoned has its curious satisfactions. It is, in an emotional sense, a very safe position to be in indeed. Yet true love isn't to be equated with pining for an absent figure. It means daring to engage with a truly frightening prospect, a person who is available and thinks, despite our strong background suppositions to the contrary, that we're really rather nice. That is perhaps the only sort of challenge that properly deserves the lyrical and grand word romantic.
To get out of the darkness, out of the misery, and live a much better life.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Mush back at it with another video, and we are back to once again look at some great Steam Spring Sale deals. And this video is not going to be for the faint of heart. This video is not going to be for those of you that want to save money, for those of you that want to, be smart with your money. Nah, because we're looking at games that are, well, they're over $10, but under $20, So, yeah, I didn't mean to hype it up too much, but yes, these games are a little bit more on the pricier side, but still, they're great games at pretty good prices. Do remember that at this price threshold, if you're going to be buying any games within this category, I would say have the idea that you're going to play them in the relatively near future, because when you get into the $11 games, $15 games, $20 games. You're talking about games that still have room to go even lower in price. So if you buy any of these, you wait 6 months, a year before playing them, they might be cheaper. And you'll just look like a sucker for buying them. Which, speaking of suckers, I've probably done that so many times I've lost count. But nonetheless, I want you guys to not be suckers. So with that being said, let's get right into it. And let's kick things off with Judgment, which is 70% off for $11.99. This quite possibly is the best game to get into the Ryuga Gotoku Studio titles. Of course, these are the guys that do the Yakuza games and so on and so forth. Judgment is its own story that is really well done. Still has that great action beat-em-up style of gameplay. And that's pretty well done. And the story in Judgment is one of my favorites out out of an RGG game. It probably goes, like, I think most people, I don't know, I don't want to speak for everyone, but Yakuza Like a Dragon, Yakuza 0, and Judgment. Those are the three for me that I think are absolutely tremendous. Judgment is really good as well, and it's a great game if you've never played any of the other games. A new main character, great story, visuals are solid, English voice acting that's really well done as well, and, you know, I know some people think it's blasphemy to play these games with English voice acting, but some people don't want to read subtitles, and I totally get that. I'm kind of at that point as well, and I just beat Pirate Yakuza entirely with the English dub, and I thought the English dub was great, so... With that being said, Judgment for this price point, great deal there. And next up, we got Hogwarts Legacy, $14.99 for Hogwarts Legacy. Phenomenal deal for Hogwarts Legacy. A great game, and I don't even care about Harry Potter. Like, I get it, that the Wizarding World and all this stuff, that's great for you guys that are into it, but I just played this as an open-world action RPG, and man, I thought it did so many things right. First of all, for me, the open-world RPGs that I enjoy are a little bit more contained. They don't have endless content that it's going to be 100 hours long. No, Hogwarts Legacy, you get in, it has a good amount of content, but you can be done with it and you can move on with your life. Great. Wasn't crazy about the narrative. I'm not big into Harry Potter and the Wizarding World, so maybe for you guys that are super into it, you'll enjoy it more, but thought the gameplay was really good, and again, I thought it was a digestible open-world action RPG for $14.99. Excellent deal. Strongly recommend that for sure. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, $14.99 on this. You can get the deluxe edition for $19.54, the legendary edition with season... The narrative, I'm not big into Harry Potter and the Wizarding World, so maybe for you guys that are super into it, you'll enjoy it more, but thought the gameplay was really good, and again, I thought it was a digestible open-world action RPG for $14.99. Excellent deal. Strongly recommend that for sure. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, $14.99 on this. You can get the deluxe edition for $19.54. The legendary edition with Season Pass 1 and 2 is $29.99. Bear in mind that this game is going to get even more DLC with the Daima DLC. Honestly, if you've yet to pick up Dragon Ball Z Kakarot at this point, I would probably say your best bet is to like wait 3 years and wait for the Super Ultra Mega Edition with everything baked into it and wait for that to go on sale for like $20 and you'd be making out like a bandit at that point, but you know, that's probably 3 years from now and who wants to wait that long? DBZ Kakarot is a great game, a great retelling of the Dragon Ball Z story. There's some things that are cut out that are a little bit jarring, like for some reason, Super Trunks, you know, juiced up Trunks versus Cell is just completely cut out of this game. I don't know why. I feel like that was a pretty important fight within the context of Dragon Ball Z, but no, yeah, you just don't, that's just completely cut out, but I guess maybe they didn't want to put Trunks hulking up for like 2 hours in the video game, but whatever. Kakarot's still a great game, $14.99, great combat, and pretty solid overall. A good retelling of DBZ again, outside of the few cutout elements to it, but a solid game for sure. Kenna Bridge of Spirits, 65% off for $13.99. Solid game, solid action-adventure title. Can be a little challenging, but at the same time has a great visual style, and it isn't super lengthy. This is a game that you can get in and complete fairly quickly, like 10 hours and you're kind of done with it, but sometimes we need something exactly like that, and for $13.99, I think Kenna Bridge of Spirits is a great deal. A couple of Final Fantasy games here. Final Fantasy 15 is 60% off for $13.99. This is a game that I was incredibly disappointed by because my expectations out of Final Fantasy 15 were at the level of what most people had thought like Cyberpunk 2077 was going to be. I thought FF15 was going to be like the second coming of JRPGs, and it absolutely was not that. Was it a good game? Yeah, you know what? There's a good game here for sure. It's just not fleshed out, but the Windows Edition does give you most of the DLC. You're just missing Episode Arden, which you can get like super cheap. Actually, Episode Arden is probably on sale right now. Yeah, it's $1.99, so literally for $2 more, you'll get all the content, and that'll be $16 still under the $20 price threshold. But you do get the Episode Prompto, Ignis, and Gladius all included in there, the Royal Edition extension, and there's a great soundtrack here, enjoyable gameplay, very much on the easy side, and the story, while there are high moments to the story, it just comes across incredibly disjointed, which is unfortunate because there's certainly something really good here that just wasn't fleshed out. But nonetheless, $13.99, I still think that's a pretty good buy. Then we have Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age, $19.99 on this. I love Final Fantasy XII. I loved it when a lot of other people weren't crazy about it back in October of 2006, and I remember playing this on my PS2 and having a great time with it, and then, you know...
I don't know. Was it 12 that I played that I didn't like at all? The gameplay was like really bad. Maybe it was 11. I'm not
Then we have
sure.
Final Fantasy
But did they say 15 you can get for $15?
extension, and there's a great soundtrack here, enjoyable gameplay, very much on the easy side, and the story, while there are high moments in the story, it just comes across incredibly disjointed, which is unfortunate because there's certainly something really good here that just wasn't fleshed out. But nonetheless, $13.99, I still think that's a pretty good buy. Then we have...
Yeah. I think every game that is currently above $10, I'm just gonna wait half a year and play everything else that is $5 right now. It's like, we're not missing out on anything, and these other games are excellent on $5 right now. Probably gonna play all of the Final Fantasies at some point, but yeah, don't need to rush. It's okay.
Final Fantasy 12, The Zodiac Age, $19.99 on this. I love Final Fantasy 12. I loved it when a lot of other people weren't crazy about it back in October of 2006. And I remember playing this on my PS2 and having a great time with it. And then, you eventually figured out that, a lot of people weren't crazy about the gameplay shift. It played more like what an MMO played like. But I thought it worked well. I liked the little board aspect to it as well. And thought the quickenings were cool. And the story, I thought was pretty good. Even though, like, Vaughn is one of the least compelling main characters out of a Final Fantasy game. You've got characters like Ash in there and Balthier that, like, carry really hard. And, yeah, really enjoyed this game. $19.99 is kind of pricey for what is a PS2 game, but the Zodiac Age obviously was upgraded and updated, so it is what it is. I would still heavily recommend that, and a lot of content for your dollar for sure. Sonic Frontiers, 70% off for $17.99, man. Sonic is at a very high point right now. I think Sonic Movie 3, somebody told me this, so my apologies if this isn't correct, but Sonic Movie 3, I was told, just got added to Paramount Plus, so if you want to go watch that, you can watch that now. But yeah, Sonic Frontiers is awesome. Again, Sonic is just firing on almost all cylinders. Like, we had Sonic Superstars and that was kind of mid, but Sonic Frontiers was awesome, and you just had Sonic X Shadow Generation, which was fantastic. Sonic Frontiers, a great game, really set the foundation for what Sonic could evolve into for a new generation of gaming, and I think if they do a sequel and develop upon the gameplay, it could be an absolute home run. There's still a great game here. The soundtrack is awesome. Gameplay is solid. Platforming is really well done. The combat, again, add a little bit of depth to that, and I think we could really be cooking something special with a follow-up title. But Frontiers for $17.99 still a fantastic, fantastic deal. Definitely recommend that. Next up, quite possibly when it came out, the worst PC port of all time, but still a phenomenal game. Star Wars Jedi Survivor is $17.49. I beat this game when it came out. I actually got sent a pre-release copy from EA, and it was just an abomination of a PC version. I'm kind of surprised that EA was comfortable enough to send out pre-release copies of this game with the state that it was in. I'm not kidding you. When this game came out, I was playing a pre-release, but around that time, I legitimately, with an RTX 3080, was dipping into 15 frames per second. That is not hyperbole. That was happening. Ultimately, it has gotten better, but is it a fully polished, refined PC experience? From my experience, still no. It has been a couple of months since I last booted it up, but Jedi Survivor is still a tremendous game. Obviously, play Jedi Fallen Order first, but Jedi Survivor is so good, and in my opinion, a significantly better game than Fallen Order. You've got bigger levels, you've got the map fixed, you've got great combat, a good story that I think the second half of this story is so well done, and I'm so looking forward to where they go with the third game. And, it's going to be sad to see Cal's story wrapped up, but man, has Respawn done a killer job with Star Wars Jedi, and hopefully we'll get Jedi 3. Maybe 2028, it'll probably be a PlayStation 6, next Xbox, and PC title, but what can you do? Dead Space Remake is 75% off for $14.99. A solid remake of Dead Space. I wasn't, like, crazy about Dead Space like I was with Resident Evil 4, and we'll get to that, and I bring those two up because they came out pretty close to one another. Dead Space Remake was still solid, and Dead Space is a great game. Atmosphere is great, and from a story standpoint, it's pretty well done, and for $15, I think this is a great pickup. Definitely would recommend that. Next up, we got Red Dead Redemption 2, 75% off for $14.99. Look, I've played a lot of games in my damn near 25 years of gaming at this point. Red Dead Redemption 2 is legitimately, without a doubt, in my top 3. It's hard to break down, like, how I would order my top 3, but Red Dead Redemption 2 absolutely is in the top 3. This game is tremendous. I can't even go into how good this game is because it's just too good. This game might be too good because it just makes a lot of other games, even 7 years later, look at such a lesser level, and you cannot compare other games to Red Dead 2. Red Dead 2 is just at such a high level. Arthur as a main character, the supporting cast, the atmosphere, the ambiance, the sound direction, the side content. Red Dead 2 is one of the greatest video games of all time, and for $15, playing it on a PC at 60 frames per second, which, by the way, it's not available at 60 FPS on consoles. Please, Rockstar, for those guys that want to play this game on console, get an upgrade out there. But, yeah, Red Dead 2 is absolutely brilliant, and a game that, for the rest of my life, literally for as long as I remain alive, I'm not going to say every year, but every couple of years, I will go back and do another playthrough of Red Dead 2. That's how much this game resonated with me, and it's phenomenal. I recommend it. I'm always going to be more of a Red Dead guy over a GTA guy. Wild West hits home with me a little bit more, and I love the more serious tone than what GTA has. But yeah, Red Dead 2 is phenomenal. Play Red Dead 1 as well, but that's $40, and you guys ain't trying to drop $40 on a game that came out in 2010. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, 50% off for $19.99. I know that you guys don't want to give Ubisoft any of your money, but they're trying to change their ways. They're trying. And Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, while it had one of the worst video game debut trailers of all time, legitimately it is up there with the worst. It did turn out to be a great Metroidvania action game that Ubisoft just decided to cook right out the gate. Like, my goodness. Whoever, greenlights the promotional aspects of Ubisoft games, I'm not calling for anybody's job, but, yeah, they need to be looked at, and, I'm sure there's a team involved with this, but, what is going on? But This game turned out to be good. Well done action Metroidvania title. Not super lengthy, but that's fine. Pretty cool puzzles in this game as well, I thought. Can be fairly challenging, and for $19.99, not a great price, but a good price, and probably around the price point it should have come out at. $50 was just a little too steep. Death Stranding Director's Cut is $19.99. A lot of buzz around Death Stranding right now with the impending release of Death Stranding 2. Unfortunately, that is going to be on PlayStation 5 only. Probably for a year. I imagine in 2026 we'll get that on PC, but man, that game looks phenomenal. And Death Stranding 1 was great. Definitely a different bit of, a little bit of a different gameplay style, but man, from an aesthetic standpoint, atmosphere, visuals, it's phenomenal. And the gameplay is super unique, and what I've always said about Death Stranding going back to the initial release in 2019 is that this is the kind of game that really pushes gaming as a medium forward because it tries so many different things, and it's so unique and compelling in its own way. And like Kojima, it's a Hideo Kojima title, like that should be expected, but man, he did a killer job with this game, and I'm super excited for Death Stranding 2 on the beach, and can't wait for that. And also, like, Norman Reedus is my guy. I'm a huge Walking Dead fan, or was a huge Walking Dead fan, and just like everybody else, Daryl was my favorite character, so obviously, the game is going to click with me on that front as well. But yeah, great pickup there. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, $19.99 on this. I could go on a lengthy rant about how it's nonsensical that the Uncharted trilogy is not available on PC. I'm sure at some point Sony is just going to be like, oh, hey, the Uncharted trilogy is coming out on PC, and it's literally going to have like no fanfare, and they're going to be like, oh, it's out next week, guys. That's what they do. You know that's what Sony's going to do, and yo, that'll be great, but they really should have gotten that out first before this. I get it, those games can be viewed a little dated, but Uncharted 4 literally is a direct sequel to Uncharted 3, and it has callbacks and everything like that, it's just unfortunate, but Uncharted 4 is awesome. It's kind of unfortunate how Uncharted has been dropped as a PlayStation IP. Like, what are we doing? This franchise was pivotal to PlayStation really turning it around in the PS3 era. Like, I remember growing up and having a PS3 and Xbox 360 was just so much more popular, but PlayStation just got all of these killer exclusives and first party was crushing it. What was the IP that helped turn things around? It was Uncharted. The perception of PlayStation as a first party behemoth, a lot of that got established because of Uncharted. Yeah, Last of Us had something to do with that in 2013, but you're talking 3 Uncharted games in the span of 4 years, and all 3 games were great, and then into Uncharted 4, which turned out to be a great game as well, albeit, you know, a couple of weird story decisions, don't get me wrong, but yeah, the games are great. You get Lost Legacy in here as well. Uncharted 4 is really solid, a little bit lengthier than the other Uncharted games on top of that, but a good game all around. Live Alive is down to $19.99. Not the best JRPG in the world, but very unique in how it does its story with all of these different characters all intertwining by the end. Fairly unique in that regard. Different styles to each campaign, each story that you go through with each of the individual characters in different eras. It's a cool game, $19.99, a solid pickup with a great HD 2D look. And then Resident Evil 4, the remake, it's $19.99. Leon is a badass. This game is awesome. It's one of the best games of all time, remade, and guess what? It's one of the best games of all time again. Yeah, it's fantastic, and Leon most likely going to be the main character in Resident Evil 9. I am so excited about that, but yeah, if you want to see how much of a badass he is, go play RE4. He's fantastic, and this game is great, so no-brainer there. You might want to pick up the Gold Edition so you get the Separate Ways DLC as well, but that's going to do it for me. Again, a lot of great deals available right now. Links to all of these in the description box below, but that'll do it for me. Let me know all of your thoughts in the comment section down below, and I will catch you guys in the next
Hi, my name is Goldbeer, and let's start with Watch Cats 2. Well, I mean Watch Dogs. 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 Okay. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Watch Dogs 2. The hero plays a brilliant young hacker living in the San Francisco Bay Area. You will team up with a notorious group of hackers to execute the biggest hack in history, take down an invasive operating system being used by criminal masterminds to monitor and manipulate citizens on a massive scale. So you are a good guy after all, not like baddies who hack potato salad recipes and add pineapple to them.
A pinch of salt, 1 spoon of mayonnaise, 2 chopped potatoes, 7 unpeeled pineapples.
That is horrible. Anyway, you can explore the dynamic open world full of possibilities. Hack into into every connected device and take control of the city infrastructure. You will develop different skills to suit your playstyle and also upgrade your hacker tools, RC cars, quadcopter drone, 3D printed weapons, and much more. People on Steam are saying that here you can actually watch dogs. Also, people are recommending to buy a bit more expensive gold edition instead of a base game to get all the goodies and DLCs. Severed Steel. Here you will play as a woman named Steel. You have a prosthetic arm and you use it to navigate the levels, which adds an interesting and unique element to the gameplay. And although Steel has no arm, she's not armless, if you know what I mean. Honestly, here you'll find a huge arsenal of arms, just not arms. The game's physics engine can be a little bit wild at times, which makes for some hilarious moments when enemies get flung around like ragdolls. And with a killer soundtrack that perfectly matches the game's pace, Severed Steel is really fun to play. Whether you are a hardcore FPS fan or just looking for a casual game, I think it's worth your time. It has more than 90% of positive reviews on Steam, and that is always a proof of a good game. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. This is an awesome game. Well, 3 remastered games in one remade with shiny new graphics and details. Although I must admit that the graphics of the first part are still morally old. So the more you play, the more beautiful the game gets. So don't expect miracles. These are all the games with not so fancy overhaul as Crysis franchise. First Mass Effect was released in 2007, so really long time ago. Anyway, if you like science fiction space operas, Mass Effect is one of the best there is. It has a great plot, many twisted turns of events, mysteries on every corner, giant robots, giant spaceships, and giant space stations. Everything is giant here. It's also full of great characters as well, and it has about 90% of positive reviews on Steam. By buying Legendary Edition, you will get all 3 remastered Mass Effect games with all the DLCs and other stuff included and remade in one huge game. The Last Campfire. This is an adventure, a story of a lost ember trapped in a puzzling place, searching for meaning and a way home. You'll travel deep into the lands beyond the dark forest and overcome the adversities before you. Discover beautiful wilderness filled with lost inhabitants, strange creatures, and mysterious ruins. 97% of all people who bought this game are recommending it to you. People on Steam are talking that this is a beautiful story-driven game filled with great art and even greater music. The puzzles game throws at you ranges from fairly easy to a medium. Nothing will bend your brains inside out in this game. If you fail here somehow, it's a pure problem of your IQ. I'm sorry. If you are in doubt, you can try the demo version on Steam for free. Iratus, Lord of the Dead. This is a turn-based tactical roguelite RPG set in a dark fantasy universe. You'll have to lead an army of undead to reach the surface world and bring death to the mortal realms. You know, they lack death on the surface, so you are ready to supply the demand. So you will control an obedient army of the living dead. You know, all the classic monsters. Skeletons, zombies, banshees, other unliving warriors, I swear, I know more. And you will create your soldiers the only way a necromancer knows how, from the body parts of your slain enemies. Iratus definitely has a high replayability due to different minion composition in your team. Also, there are multiple different pathways to take when it comes to finishing the game. The main story will take up to 12 hours of your boring life. Sniper Elite 4. Here you'll discover a sniping freedom, experience tactical third-person combat, gameplay choice, and epic long shots across huge levels as you liberate war. Good game. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. This is an awesome game. Well, 3 remastered games in one remade with shiny new graphics and details. Although I must admit that the graphics of the first part are still morally old. So the more you play, the more beautiful the game gets. So don't expect miracles. These are all the games with not so fancy overhaul as Crysis franchise. First Mass Effect was released in 2007, so really long time ago. Anyway, if you like science fiction space operas, Mass Effect is one of the best there is. It has a great plot, many twisted turns of events, mysteries on every corner, giant robots, giant spaceships, and giant space stations. Everything is giant here. It's also full of great characters as well, and it has about 90% of positive reviews on Steam. By buying Legendary Edition, you will get all 3 remastered Mass Effect games with all the DLCs and other stuff included and remade in one huge game. The Last Campfire. This is an adventure, a story of a lost ember trapped in a puzzling place, searching for meaning and a way home. You'll travel deeper into the lands beyond the dark forest and overcome the adversities before you. Discover beautiful wilderness filled with lost inhabitants, strange creatures, and mysterious ruins. 97% of all people who bought this game are recommending it to you. People on Steam are talking that this is a beautiful story-driven game filled with great art and even greater music. The puzzles game throws at you ranges from fairly easy to a medium. Nothing will bend your brains inside out in this game. If you fail here somehow, it's a pure problem of your IQ. I'm sorry. If you are in doubt, you can try the demo version on Steam for free. Iratus, Lord of the Dead. This is a turn-based tactical roguelite RPG set in a dark fantasy universe. You'll have to lead an army of undead to reach the surface world and bring death to the mortal realms. You know, they lack death on the surface, so you are ready to supply the demand. So you will control an obedient army of the living dead. You know, all the classic monsters. Skeletons, zombies, banshees, other unliving warriors, I swear, I know more. And you will create your soldiers the only way a necromancer knows how, from the body parts of your slain enemies. Iratus definitely has a high replayability due to different minion composition in your team. Also, there are multiple different pathways to take when it comes to finishing the game. The main story will take up to 12 hours of your boring life. Sniper Elite 4. Here you'll discover a sniping freedom, experience tactical third-person combat, gameplay choice, and epic long shots across huge levels as you liberate wartime Italy from the grip of fascism. Against those universe, you'll have to lead an army of undead to reach the surface world and bring death to the mortal realms. You know, they lack death on the surface, so you are ready to supply the demand. So you will control an obedient army of the living dead. You know, all the classic monsters. Skeletons, zombies, banshees, other unliving warriors, I swear, I know more. And you will create your soldiers the only way a necromancer knows how, from the body parts of your slain enemies. Iratus definitely has a high replayability due to different minion composition in your team. Also, there are multiple different pathways to take when it comes to finishing the game. The main story will take up to 12 hours of your boring life. Sniper Elite 4. Here you'll discover a sniping freedom, experience tactical third-person combat, gameplay choice, and epic long shots across huge levels as you liberate wartime Italy from the grip of fascism. I guess those fascists you sent to the eternal gardens of Mussolinium are not so keen to be liberated and would want to crack your skull instead, so it won't be an easy jog in a park, rather a fun, intense sniping party. The plot is set across the beautiful Italian peninsula, from sun-drenched Mediterranean coastal towns to ancient forests, mountain valleys, and colossal Nazi megastructures. People are saying that the game is extremely satisfying and you can even shoot another sniper through his scope. A legendary shot, and have no doubt that you will get an achievement for this. Overall, you will find 85 achievements here, and collecting them in this game is very fun. Killing Floor 2. Here you'll descend into continental Europe, where the outbreak caused by a failed experiment has quickly spread and gained unstoppable momentum, essentially paralyzing the European Union. Well, that sucks, I live here. The monster clones are everywhere and civilization is in disarray. Communications have failed, governments have collapsed, and military forces have been systematically eradicated. The people of Europe know survival and self-preservation too well, and lucky survivors have gone into hiding. Well, all except you and your friends. You kill the monster scum and make Europe great again. You'll find a bunch of playable characters in online co-op mode, or solo mode if you are willing to brave the horrific mutants alone. Also, the game has cool versus survival game mode, a 12-player PvP match where two teams take turns playing humans versus monsters. The game has around 90% of positive reviews, so it's probably the shooting we're looking for. XCOM 2. What can I say? This is a legendary turn-based game, a franchise to which all similar games are compared. So here, 20 years have passed since world leaders offered an unconditional surrender to alien forces. XCOM, the planet's last line of defense, was left decimated and scattered. Now the aliens rule Earth, building breathtaking cities that promise a brilliant future with lots of potato salad for humanity, but at the same time concealing a sinister agenda of putting pineapples in every food you like and eliminating all who dissent from their new order. All you have to do is to regain control of the Earth. It may sound easy, and it is, because you are awesome. And aliens suck balls. Show them who's the boss. Just keep in mind that the game is addictive. I've seen guys with 4,000 hours of gameplay on record. That's half a year of gameplay. And if you include sleep and bathroom breaks, you get a whole year. That is crazy. Be careful. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. This is one of my favorite games I have ever played. Yeah, I am a fan of Star Wars, and my whole childhood I dreamed of becoming a Sith, so I could teach people I don't like a lesson of. From all Souls-like games, Fallen Order had the most satisfying combat I've seen since the times of the third Witcher, and I probably liked it so much because it reminded me of those sword dances I did as a Geralt. The game started slow, but the more I played, the more powerful I got. You know, skills like running on walls or throwing spinning lightsaber into a bunch of puny enemies are not given to you all at once. At the beginning you suck as a Jedi, even some random rat can kill you if you are not careful enough. So I died a lot. But later I became a real combat god because I discovered a story mode difficulty. Yeah, this is a Souls-like game even noobs like me can enjoy. Thief Simulator. If you always wanted to become a thief, good for you. Dive into the life of crime, don't hesitate. You got this. Or you can play this game where you can train and become a thief before becoming a real thief. I'm kidding, of course.
Or am I?
You'll steal in a free-roam sandbox neighborhoods. You'll have to observe your target and gather information that will help you with the burglary. Gather your courage, take the challenge, and rob the best secured houses. Buy some high-tech burglar equipment and learn new thief tricks. You can also sell stolen goods and do anything that a real thief does. Injustice 2 Legendary Edition. So this is basically the same as Mortal Kombat, just with different characters and no gore. You can't pull out the backbone through the mouth of your adversary, and if you want to do that, you are looking at the wrong game. So you can actually play this one with your 5-year-old niece and be embarrassed when she tears another asshole in your body with her awesome fighting skills. Nah, I'm kidding, kids are not good at games, and because it's forbidden to beat them in real life, you can at least do that in this game. Don't hold back, show them who's the boss. So in this version you will get 10 additional characters, including Teenage Mutant Ninja Snakes. Or lizards, can't remember. Anyway, here you can become Batman as well, and beat everyone on easy difficulty. You got this. Borderlands 3. You blast through weird worlds and enemies as one of 4 World Hunters, the ultimate treasure-seeking badasses of the Borderlands, each with deep skill trees, abilities, and customization. So in this looter-shooter RPG, you will play solo or join the battle with friends to take on an epic enemies, score loads of loot, and save your home from the most ruthless cult leaders in the galaxy. With bazillions of guns and gadgets, every fight is an opportunity to score new gear, and that gear is more than crazy. Firearms with self-propelling bullet shields? Check. Rifles that spawn fire-spewing volcanoes? Obviously. Guns that grow legs and chase down enemies while cursing? Yeah, got that too. On Steam, Borderlands 3 is an owner of very positive reviews, so it's a no-brainer if you like shoot and loot. Just grab the game and be happy. Make your enemies unhappy by making them die. Tower of Time. This is a story-rich dungeon crawler with innovative real-time combat that lets you pause or slow time, and here you have to turn on your brain if you want to succeed. And I mean it, every battle is specially designed to be a tactical puzzle, so it might be a bit challenging, or impossible, depends on your IQ I guess. Well, you can always adjust the difficulty, but that is an instant insult to your brain power, isn't it? Also because of that, the game is really suitable for fans of the genre and not so friendly for new players. Tower of Time will burn about 50 hours of your boring lifetime as you enjoy handcrafted levels and interesting story. You'll also find thousands of pieces of loot and equipment. In Sound Mind. This is a survival horror where you will experience a series of haunting memories. You will take on a journey through a progression of unsettling stories, each with unique puzzles, mechanics, weapons, and boss fights. Basically, here you play as a town therapist and dive into the strange worlds of your patients. The game is a bit scary and plays as a psychological thriller. All the levels are unique and all of them hold a certain ominous atmosphere, so it will definitely grow some hair on your mental balls. People on Steam are saying that almost nobody expected the game to be this good for this price, and I totally recommend it for you as well. Phantom Doctrine. I think most of you have never heard about this title. You'll get more than 40 hours of single-player campaign, featuring a rich plot with numerous historical events and characters to bring the terrifying reality of the Cold War to life. So basically this is an XCOM game, but instead of aliens you have spies. Mostly positive review rating is because of the flaws in the mechanics, and for various glitches. For example, when hidden bodies miraculously disappear, just like your money on every Steam sale. But people who liked the game liked it very much. I found several reviews with about 200 hours of game time, and that is impressive, meaning that this may be a hidden gem for any turn-based game lover, and today the price is just right. Shadow Tactics: Blades of the Shogun. This is a hardcore tactical stealth game set in medieval Japan around the Edo period. You will take control of a team of deadly specialists and sneak into the shadows between dozens of enemies. Choose your approach when infiltrating mighty castles, snowy mountain monasteries, and hidden forest camps. Set traps, poison your opponents, or completely avoid enemy contact. Game has an overwhelmingly positive review score, meaning that for this price it is a masterpiece. Although keep in mind that the game sometimes may prove to be insanely difficult and some missions are beyond hard to crack. So be sure that you have not forgotten how to use that tiny, not very important organ between your ears, because you will need it more than ever. People on Steam are talking that if you like Classic Commandos or Desperados 3 for example, this game for sure is your spoon of potato salad. Warhammer 40k Gladiator Relics of War. That's a long-ass name, I give them that. The game has a very positive review score and 90% discount. That is great, but of course there is a catch. If you like the game, keep in mind that there are about 13 DLCs available. So yeah, that's a trap for your wallet, but it may be a pleasant one. Maybe you like to suffer, I don't judge. Anyway, Warhammer 40,000 Gladiator Relics of War brings you a world of terror and violence with a turn-based 4X strategy game. You'll face a challenging AI and cooperate or compete with friends and strangers across the globe. Play as one of 4 iconic Warhammer factions, each with their own unique playstyle and technology tree. Explore a randomly generated world filled with special features and threatening wildlife that can crush your troops' morale. People on Steam are talking that this is a great strategy game, but as I've mentioned before, many say that without DLCs it feels incomplete. Well, this price is a joke, so you can risk it anyway. The Beast Inside. Here you'll play as a CIA employee, Adam, who leaves a huge city and moves to the countryside with his wife. All you need is to work in peace and silence on some secret military code that could change the outcome of the Cold War. So the countryside looks like a perfect choice. And as it turns out, absolutely unexpectedly, this area is quite opposite of a peaceful place. The game is basically a walking simulator, but in most dangerous situations you will be able to use your gun and shoot your way out. That is the worst part psychologically. You know, when you are in an ominous environment and suddenly the game gives you a gun, you don't feel safer somehow, quite the opposite. The price is great, so if you like spooky walking sims, it's a must-get, I think. Far Cry 5. Here you will spill rivers of blood and your victims will drown in their own liquids because you are awesome and they suck. Your task is to stand up to cult leader Joseph Seed and his siblings to spark the fires of resistance and liberate the besieged community. In other words, you will have to get rid of fanatics without any political correctness. You can play alone or in 2-player co-op in this vast open world. Use a huge arsenal of weapons from rocket launchers to shovels and take control of iconic muscle cars, ATVs, planes, and more to engage the cult forces in epic fights. The bad isn't one. Maybe you like to suffer, I don't judge. Any military code that could change the outcome of the Cold War, so the countryside looks like a Far Cry 5. You will spill rivers of blood and your victims will drown in their own liquids because you are awesome and they suck. Your task is to stand up to cult leader Joseph Seed and his siblings, to spark the fires of resistance and liberate the besieged community. In other words, you will have to get rid of fanatics without any political correctness. You can play alone or in two-player co-op in this vast open world. Use a huge arsenal of weapons from rocket launchers to shovels and take control of iconic muscle cars, ATVs, planes and more to engage the cult forces in epic fights. The bad thing is, as always, Ubisoft launcher with all the DRM problems, so it seems like the company treats you like a thief in advance. And paradoxically, you know where you could find the game without DRM? On various pirate sites. They removed it. So what is the point of punishing us, paying customers, when pirates can enjoy the game without any stuff like that? You suck, Ubisoft. Hitman Absolution. Betrayed by the agency and hunted by the police, you find yourself pursuing redemption in a corrupt and twisted world. Players around the globe are saying that this is one of the best, or maybe even the best Hitman game. It has a kinda predictable story, but it doesn't really matter. The gameplay and your approach to missions makes all the difference. Will you disguise yourself as a policeman, crazy convict, butcher, or a doctor of ding-dongs? You never know until you play. This game kinda teaches us that other people will always judge you by your clothes, and if you're not agreeing with me, come on, dress like a clown for your next job interview, or, you know, like a priest and try to get a job in the kindergarten.
I accept that challenge.
Anyway, this is a great game, and I think that if you have never played anything from the Hitman franchise, this is a great game to start.
And now, thank you for watching. Have a nice day, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
I am Ray.
Welcome back, Tribe. This one is for all
Some food ready. What if we watch cosplays?
Oh, hi. My name is Cole.
Okay, I'm gonna make some food. I'll just upload like 10 something videos. And tomorrow I have another 10. So many. We can go as Inosuke. play repair shop. That is so cool. So smart. Lol. Like how they show the after party every time. Yo, my YouTube channel is getting more and more subscribers. Very nice. $3.75. I think I got 1 sub every day for the last 2 weeks at least. Oh my god, this is sick. Wow, what the fuck? Wow. The Genshin people crazy. I'm not gonna watch this anymore. I'm just gonna let it run for you guys. But we're gonna have a proper watch and react at some point. So I can see them for the first time, you know? Let's see, my food is almost ready. What? Sick. Man, the makeup they do sometimes is so good. That's crazy. Yo. I ate way too much, dude.
Cold beer, and let's start with No Man's Sky.
This is an alive project. Updates are constant, the game is getting better and better every year. And by saying constant updates, I'm not kidding. I have noticed that they update the game every month, or even more often. Here, every star is the light of an actual distant sun, each orbited by planets filled with life, and you can go to any of them. The game is actually enormous. Of course, that size is only available because of procedural generation. So the real question is your mama procedurally generated?
Oh, come on, how dare you?
I'm sorry, no I'm not. So here you fly from deep space to planetary surfaces without loading screens. In this infinite universe you will discover places and creatures that no other players have seen before, and perhaps never will again. So it is tailored for those who want to go where no human boldly went before, or for those who want to find the best place in the galaxy, which is called Biristan. Everyone knows that. Also keep in mind that every other player lives in the same galaxy and you can choose to share your discoveries with them on a map. That is cool. No rest for the wicked. The game is still in early access, so it is kinda rough on the edges, but it is made by developers of Ori and the Blind Forest, so not by some rookies. So here the year is 841, and as word of the king's death echoes throughout the kingdom, the crown passes to his arrogant yet untested son. So there are some rebels wanting to cut his head off. The land is on the brink of civil war. That sucks, but it can always suck even more. So an unholy plague not seen for 1,000 years has returned as well. What a coincidence, right? So the plague sweeps across the land, corrupting everything and everyone it touches. In all this turmoil, you embark on an adventure. Well, on a task to be fair, because you are sworn to defeat the plague at any cost. Well, it's always better to be a warrior than a civilian in a war, so kudos for you. You got this. Or not. Knowing you, probably not. No offense. Manolords. I remember when I saw the Manolords gameplay trailer for the first time and I learned the fact that it was developed by one man, I was really skeptical. You know, how can an indie game created by one dude look better than Age of Empires 4? It seemed absolutely impossible and reeked of scam. But I was obviously wrong. Also, I'm sure that he got some help after he coined a publisher, which is Hooded Horse, one of the coolest publishers around. So Manolords is a wonderful city builder with elements of war. The visuals of the game are great, especially when you zoom in and see all that beautiful grass, all that beautiful graphic cards melting grass. Yeah, my PC froze a few times while I was playing a demo on Ultra Graphics. Also, I was recording a video in 4K at the same time, so it may have something to do with that as well. The goal of the game is to build a fully functioning medieval city. You start by building a hunting lodge, wood-cutting structures, peasant huts, all that necessary trifle, and you end up with a huge prosperous city of called Biristan. I especially like that you can build lots and fields in almost any shape you want, and then your builders and algorithm will do the rest. Also, a cool feature is that you can regrow your forest. You have a special forester building where you can assign your workers and they start reforestation. Anyway, this is a wonderful RTS game. I can recommend it without a doubt. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. In this third-person action-adventure game, you will play as Star-Lord, and thanks to your bold yet questionable leadership, you have persuaded an oddball crew of unlikely heroes to join you. Some jerk, surely not you, has set off a chain of catastrophic events, and only you can hold the unpredictable Guardians together long enough to fight off total interplanetary meltdown. For this, you will have to use element blasters, tag team beatdowns, jet boot powered dropkicks, even put pineapple into potato salad. Nothing is off limits. Well, I'm kidding. The last thing surely is. That is a jail time guaranteed. And if you think it's all going to plan, you will be in for a world of surprises, with the consequences of your actions guaranteed to keep the Guardians on their toes. The game is one of the most beloved Marvel Universe games, with positive reviews hovering way above 90%. Elden Ring. The game is balanced for those who like Souls-like games, but it is possible to play for people without masochism. the time, although this time it's an open world and you can go wherever you want, and the game doesn't hold your hand or penis, so you are free to go and explore various places. The very well-known Solaris. In general, I think that The Invincible should have been a movie, but I will take a game as well. So the plot of the book, I will try to tell you without spoilers, is revolving around an expedition who has landed on a distant desert planet, much like a Mars, but an itsy-bitsy teeny-weeny more alive one, and then bad things start to happen. Duh. All I can say that this plot is not the usual one where you land on some creepy rock and then some monsters start snatching your crew one by one. It's not like that. If you remember Solaris, you can realize that Stanislav Lem tried to avoid cliches and think of something more intriguing. So I can promise you that The Invincible is not a cliche story. It is really good, less psychological if you compare it to Solaris and more action-oriented. Also, if you played Firewatch, you will see where they took the inspiration from. The Thaumaturge. This is an isometric, story-rich, turn-based combat RPG. The year is 1905. The city of Warsaw lives under the rule of imperial hands. Its inhabitants constitute a diverse group of different ancestries, views, and beliefs with often conflicting interests. Soldiers, merchants, simple townspeople, and more. Despite the circumstances, the city is a buzzing metropolis where you can attend a breathtaking party with the high society and later get robbed in one of the dark alleys. Well, sounds like any city today, but there is a catch. You are some kind of a warlock, a Thaumaturge as they are called here, because you inherited the power to tame magical entities. You will utilize their mystical abilities to discover secrets hidden within the human soul and speak to the darkness itself. People are saying that the game has a great story, has complex but easy to learn combat, and is set in a relatively open world. The only flaw here, in my eyes, is that the game is set in Poland and not in Cold Beeristan, but no one is perfect. Wolferis. Your metal detector should be beeping like hell right now because Wolferis is an amazing platformer game with a true metal soul. The reviews are very positive, so no catch here. You can buy this game even without a discount and you will be satisfied with what you get. And you get metal and a game 2-in-1, you know, like shampoo and conditioner or you and your virginity. If you like Wolferis, you can check out the game named Slain as well, made by the same developers. It also has a metal soul but slightly worse review score. People on Steam are talking that Wolferis is what they expected the new modern Contra game to be. Pure sci-fi power fantasy with an incredibly good soundtrack and game atmosphere. God of War. Here you play as Kratos, a man who now lives in the realm of Norse gods and monsters. It is in this harsh, unforgiving world you must fight to survive, and teach your son to do the same. So to say short, he will slay the whole pantheon of pre-Viking gods and creatures, because why not? You are awesome and they suck. This version has some nice upgrades compared to the PlayStation version. For example, here you'll enjoy true 4K resolution with unlocked frame rates. I can already smell your computer's fear because you may smell him burning. You will also get higher resolution shadows, improved screen space reflections, ultra-wide screen support, and so on. Game also supports DualShock controllers. Stardew Valley. This is probably the most famous life and farming sim on Steam, although it wasn't the original idea that propelled the game into the stars. The makers of Stardew Valley were inspired to recreate the look and feel of a game called Harvest Moon. So here you can create your own character, build the farm of your dreams, become a master rancher, socialize with other characters, and explore the world around you. You can have a husband or wife and kids, also a cat or a dog, and a lot of vegetables you can harvest and sell. Almost all the reviews are positive. I had to scroll down for 5 minutes to find the first negative one, and it was some kind of gibberish anyway. If you like farming and life sims, Stardew Valley is a must-play for you. Deathloop. It is a first-person shooter where two rival assassins are trapped in a mysterious time loop on a remote island, doomed to repeat the same day for eternity. Your only chance for escape is to end the cycle by assassinating 8 main targets before the day resets. Every new loop is your opportunity to change everything. You will use the knowledge you gain from each attempt to change your playstyle, so it is fair to say that it is a roguelite game and may not be appealing to everyone. Here you can choose to stealthily sneak through levels or jump into the fight. You know, guns blazing, shouting war cries, and profanities. In each loop you'll discover new secrets, gather intel on your targets, as well as on the island, and expand your arsenal. You will be armed with a host of otherworldly abilities and incredible weaponry, although I must warn you that the game's biggest strength is also its biggest weakness. People on Steam are saying that the game is repetitive.
Yeah, who could have thought?
The Talos Principle. You find yourself in a strange, contradictory world of ancient ruins and advanced technology. Tasked by your creator with solving a series of increasingly complex puzzles, you must decide whether to have faith or to ask the difficult questions. Who are you? What is your purpose? And what is the best recipe of the potato salad? You'll have to solve more than 120 immersive puzzles, divert drones, manipulate laser beams, and even replicate time to prove yourself and find a way out. If you think that you have a great intellect, this game will humble you down, I promise. Star Wars Battlefront 2. Almost 90% of positive reviews left by tens of thousands of players is definitely proof that the game is done right, and I can confirm that. I played the game for several hours and I had a lot of fun, although I had to stop playing because I got the game on my PlayStation and shooting with the gamepad was a real pain for me. I died way too often for my comfort zone, you know. Anyway, now I'm thinking of getting it on PC. The price is really nice, all I need is time. So this edition sold on Steam is called Celebration Edition, and along with the base game it includes all past and future updates and many other cosmetic things you don't really care to hear about if you never play the game. So here up to 40 players fight in massive battles, pilot huge array of vehicles, and can even participate in space combat. Also, one thing that is really uncommon for any game released by Electronic Arts is the ability to train offline. You can do that, and only with your new knowledge you can start, you know, dying in real-time multiplayer battles. Yeah, dude, don't expect to be thrown into combat with noobs like you. Everyone will have more experience than you do, but you have to collect your strength and show them who's the boss.
Probably not you.
Undertale. In this RPG, you control a human who falls underground in the world of monsters. Now you must find your way out or stay trapped forever. Killing is unnecessary. You can negotiate out of danger using a unique battle system, although usually your answers just angers the monsters and you'll have to fight them anyway. You'll also find original art and soundtrack brimming with personality, and character-rich story with emphasis on humor, although that humor can be a bit annoying, because it's pretentiously naive and you feel that the author is mocking you all the time. Well, honestly, you deserve that mocking. Yeah, I know what that reminds you. Shut up. The game itself is really original, and if you avoided it somehow, now it's the time to correct this mistake of your life, because in Undertale you can become friends with all the bosses, date a skeleton, and be friends with many dogs. 9-bit armies, a bit too far. Most of us know the 8-bit RTS series, and this is the latest game in the franchise. In 9-bit armies, you will rally your military forces across a variety of battlefields and act out your strategy over Batman Arkham Knight Premium Edition. Here, obviously, you will become Batman. The game comes with the introduction of the Batmobile and enhancements to signature features, such as free-flow combat, stealth, forensics, and navigation. The main feature, the Batmobile, is brought to life with an original design featuring a distinct visual appearance and a full range of high-tech gadgetry. It is designed to be fully drivable throughout the game world and capable of transformation from high-speed pursuit mode to military-grade battle mode. The vehicle sits at the heart of the game's design and allows you to race the streets at high speeds and catch most dangerous villains. Batmobile also augments your abilities in every sail into the ocean. That may look like the whole point and story of this game, but your mission is to survive an ocean adventure across dangerous waters, and that won't be easy. You're trapped on a small raft with nothing but a hook made of hold.
So many games like right now, but like I want to play now, but I'm just not in the mood. My mood is just look at the wall and die.
Plastic, you awake on a vast blue ocean, totally alone and with no land in sight. With a dry throat and an empty stomach, you will have to gather debris to survive, expand your raft, and be wary of the dangers of the ocean. You may play the game alone, which is perfectly fine, or with your friends if you have any. Also with creepy strangers as well. That would add to immersion, don't you think? Imagine, you are on the Titanic, it sinks, and you have to share the boat with a dude who obviously thinks of extreme danger and limitless adventure. When giant mammoths and saber-toothed tigers ruled the earth and humanity was at the bottom of the food chain. Well, not the very bottom, raccoons were still below us, but a fat, juicy human with Heroes Planet. Arriving with little more than your wits and some survival equipment, you set out to investigate what
because it's too hard.
A massive handcrafted area is packed with secrets, puzzles, and perils to encounter. Also, the game is looter-shooter, so every enemy you slay will give you something nice. Here you are, a clone. Open world games, you can only freely move around in your yard of several square meters. The trick is that the game follows the best traditions of famous movie
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
And here you are literally shrunk to the size of an ant. Be a good game. Dead Space. Of course, I'm speaking about the recent remaster of the game, which is a fantastic game just like the original Dead Space, but I can almost assure you that if you played it a long time ago, you won't spot any difference. I completed the first game more than 10 years ago, and when I watched someone play the remastered version, honestly, I couldn't see anything new. Yeah, the graphics now are shiny and beautiful, but it is exactly how I remember the original version. So the remake is a great game on two occasions. First, if you want to replay the game, and not because there is a remaster available, but because of the game itself. And second, if you never played it. In that case, I can assure you, this is one of the best horror shooter games I ever played. Well, it's more like a thriller with a bunch of jump scares, but the atmosphere is amazing. The surroundings of the space station are outside the sandbox part, where you cut the trees, build cute houses, lay traps, and free roam this beautiful world. There is this cannibal part of the game. You have to defend yourself against a clan of genetic mutant enemies that have beliefs, families, morals, and appear almost human, except that they want to kill and eat you. Well, come on, let's admit, you are looking like a snack, you gorgeous. So here you are sent to find a missing billionaire on a remote island, and you find yourself, as I mentioned before, in a cannibal-infested hellscape. Craft, build, and struggle to survive, alone or with friends. Also, as you probably know, you can have a mutant waifu here, with more legs and more hands than you are used to. So I guess with more than one butt crack as well, and interesting. Anyway, the game has a very positive review score left by hundreds of thousands of people, and the price is really nice. I imagine that they could just make the base price of it 60 euros and ride the wave of popularity, but the price of the game is just half of that, and with a discount, even less. Noita. This is the game which will allow you to dive straight into adventure without sinking many hours preparing for battle. Noita is a magical action roguelite game set in a world where every pixel is physically simulated. Here you'll fight, explore, melt, burn, freeze, and evaporate your way through the procedurally generated world using spells you created by yourself. So,
Titus Delitus
and
Vodkus
King Arthur, Knight's Tale. This is a cool hybrid between turn-based games like XCOM and traditional character-centric CRPGs. Book of Demons. It is a surprisingly good game ignored by many just because of how it looks. It has great lighting effects, but those paper figures are which embraces the best qualities that the genre has to offer. It includes loads of enemies, great weapon variety, a challenging campaign, and a beautifully realized cyberpunk setting. You know, this game is quite cool. If you like shooters, you will probably like this game as well. It's as simple as that. People visit ancient temples, engage in exhilarating zero-G combat, and venture beyond our waking reality. Explore epic locations such as sprawling space stations and strange planes of existence beyond our own. Engage in dogfights from... This is an infiltration game with RPG elements, taking place in a dark fantasy universe where you sneak, steal, and assassinate your way through as Styx, 200-year-old goblin. Here you will be completing various missions and at the same time avoiding detection. Sneak in the shadows, assassinate your targets in close combat, or, you know, orchestrate accidents. RPG mechanics let you unlock new powerful skills, impressive special moves, and optimize equipment that will grant you spectacular powers such as invisibility, which is not meant for any creepy activities you just had in mind. You can also buy second part of the game. It is discounted as well, just be careful, don't acquire the collection bundle that includes a DLC. You see, that DLC is just a weapon and an outfit, nothing more. Also, it's steep. You'll ride a massive open world across the mountains of cocaine. Well, or snow. I don't think there was an official explanation of what exactly this white stuff is made of. Anyway, imagine what you want. So here you'll land in the Alps, or the wilderness of Alaska, and conquer the world's most epic mountains on underworld, lured back into the thug life. Your mission is against impossible odds. You will have to fight your way across the city before sunrise and prevent a citywide criminal takeover. You will engage find in general. It was named Game of the Year by Giant Bomb, Polygon, Eurogamer, and The Guardian, so that alone should grab your attention. If it grabs something else, call the police, or just like in the first part, but a bit more beautiful, fancier, and a bit better. You know that number at the end of the game's name has to mean something, and it means more species of dinosaurs as well, like at least 2. So at first, it devastated lands across Japan during the Sengoku period. Much like the previous title, which gained a lot of praise from fans and critics alike, Neo 2 contains an original story and a lot of action. This edition includes all the content from Neo 2 along with all 3 DLC expansions, The Tengu's Disciple, Darkness in the Capital, and The First Samurai. Titanfall 2 Ultimate Edition. If you don't know what Titanfall is, you may think that this is only a multiplayer battle royale of some sort, but it is not. The game actually features a very nice, although really short single-player campaign packed with action and inventive twists. Here you play as militia rifleman stranded behind enemy lines who encounters a veteran Titan. You must work together to uphold a mission you were never meant to carry out. And of course, in Titanfall 2 there is a multiplayer portion of the game with fast-paced first and kick some adversary ass. Here you are an angry lady with a whip, so this task for you will be a piece of cake. Well, actually no, the game is quite difficult, but immensely fun. Here you will explore an open-ended living game world, in which you will move back and forth between environments to uncover secrets while advancing the story. People on Steam are saying that the gameplay mechanics, artistic style, and story is great and engaging, but there is no map and fights can feel unfair and lack variety.
Tomorrow we're gonna buy a bunch of games. We have time for up until 20th. I'm gonna spend like 50-60 bucks maybe. Maybe more. And then yeah, it should be good. You actually have to spend all your money like now for spring sale, because the next sale is gonna be winter.
What's going on, guys? Mush back at it with another video, here to go over yet another free Steam game. This one only gonna be available for 24 hours, so you want to jump on that as soon as possible. And I say available for 24 hours, but once you add it to your library, yours to own forever. And we gotta go over some great spring Steam sale game deals from our friends at Green Man Gaming. They've got some good stuff, so we'll talk that at the end of this video. But right off the bat, Party Club, which just officially released today, is available free for 24 hours. It'll be $15.99 normally, but it is available free right now. Seat customers, serve drinks, and manage chaos with up to 4 players. Keep the peace by considering customer types while seating them. Survive disasters, handle quirky customers, and design the perfect venue to keep the party going. Now, as far as the announcement, they just note, join us from day one and take advantage of these unique offers. Limited time offer for the first 24 hours. Party Club is completely free to claim. Don't miss your chance to grab it. And on top of that, you have an exclusive launch cosmetic set. So pretty cool stuff there, just giving the game away for free. Given that this game is multiplayer focused, giving it away for free I think makes a lot, I mean, I can't say it makes sense in the sense of making a financial return on your investment, but you know, to have interest in the game, I mean, they're gonna get a lot of promotion based on this. I mean, I'm doing a video on it, not to say that me doing a video is gonna make a world of difference for the studio and the developers of this game, but I don't know, this video will get some views, and I'm sure a lot of people will end up checking it out. Play with friends, play solo, or with up to 4 friends in couch mode or online co-op mode, and turn your venue into the hottest spot in the region. Seat and serve, greet customers at the door, choose their seats, and manage their satisfaction. If someone's too much to handle, you can always give them the boot, literally, and be aware of customer types. Your customer are animals with unique personalities and seating preferences. Be careful, seating a panda next to a tiger might not end well. Really just interesting style of game in terms of the idea. Like, sometimes, when these games get so creative, I really wonder how these people come up with it, but more credit to them. Like, I say that a lot. I'm gonna say that a lot about Split Fiction as well, where it's like, playing that game, I'm just like, how do people even come up with this stuff like this? But it's so creative. Nonetheless, you better watch out for special customers. While some may involuntarily release a gas and knock you out, others may try to knock you out with other methods as well. With old methods, organize your venue, set up tables, juice machines, and even toilets, whatever you like. Make purchases at the end of each day and strategize your layout to handle the flow of customers and challenges.
But how do I get
yourself
it?
To master mixologists, experience the challenges of different regions, and prove yourself to the master mixologists of those lands as well. But most importantly, don't forget to have fun. So there you go with that. That is available right now. Very positive reception so far. 125 reviews and a positive reception as well. So check it out. It's available for free, and it will be available free for 24 hours for you to own forever. So jump on that again. But moving on from that, do want to cover some Steam game deals as a part of Greenman Gaming's spring sale. Right off the bat, BlazBlue Entropy Effect for XP members, 34% off for $13.25. Now, this game isn't really tied to the BlazBlue narrative. It's an action roguelike that is using the BlazBlue characters. That, to me, perfectly fine, because the BlazBlue characters are awesome. You kidding me? An action roguelike with, like, Ragna and Jin? I'm all aboard on that, and love this game. Thought it was so stylish, was so surprised at how much I liked it. 91 Active Development Studio sent me a copy of this game, and I was like, okay, let me go check this out. Like, I've been a BlazBlue fan all my life. I played Calamity Trigger when it came out in 2009, so obviously, just from an IP standpoint, we got the Outlast Trials. Red Barrels invites you to experience mind-numbing terror, this time with friends. Whether you go through the trials alone or in teams, if you survive long enough and complete the therapy, Murkoff will happily let you leave. But will you be the same? 66% off for $13.60.
Oh my God.
Multiplayer horror title. This is definitely a solid one to check out. PC Building Simulator, 75% off for $5. Look, are you guys trying to spend like all that money on an RTX 5080 right now? You trying to spend all that money on a 5070? No, you aren't. But why not simulate building your own PC with PC Building Simulator, because the prices are so egregious right now. 75% off for $5 on this. There's some DLC available that's on sale as well, but check out PC Building Simulator. You know, for the memes, I feel like it's a good time to, you know, not buy a PC, but simulate building one. I mean, you could have some fun with that for sure. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Game of the Year Edition, $4.25. Now, making mention of this, obviously with the remake apparently on the horizon. This has been long rumored, and it's the rumbling is it's going to be revealed next month and potentially released next month as well. It looks to be an Oblivion remake ground up in Unreal Engine 5 with a lot of quality of life updates and improvements. With that being said, it'll probably also be $60-70. I imagine it'll definitely be in Game Pass day one. But, you know, a lot of you guys don't like Game Pass. A lot of you guys would prefer the original. I imagine some people are going to look at the quality of life updates and maybe that'll annoy them from the sense that they prefer the style of the original. That's usually what happens a lot of the times, but, man, I'm excited for an Oblivion remake. Like, I tried to get into Oblivion. I get it. I'm a casual. Like, Skyrim is my favorite, and Oblivion, Morrowind, really couldn't get into those games, but, you know, you got the Game of the Year edition, the deluxe, here for $4.25. Pretty good deal there. And then lastly, Nier Replicant is $19.68. We'll mention the other Nier title in a second, but Nier Replicant is a really, really solid upgraded version of the original Nier that came out, I want to say, back in 2010. And Nier was one of those games that didn't gain a lot of traction back in 2010, but this Replicant version came out after Automata, and Automata just made the franchise kind of explode. But Replicant was really solid. Not as good from a gameplay standpoint, but the narrative is still incredibly compelling, and soundtrack is phenomenal. Absolutely outstanding soundtrack in Nier Replicant, but that goes without saying. These games just have excellent soundtrack.
But I'm gonna wait until winter. It's gonna be much cheaper, I believe.
And then Nier Automata, 67% off for $13.12. Kind of interesting that Automata is cheaper. I guess it did come out well before Replicant, but Replicant is an upgraded release of an older game, you get it, but Automata is a tremendous game. Action JRPG with great gameplay done by Platinum Games, a stylish game. Got to play through it a couple times to get through the entirety of the story, but a really well done game and a very enjoyable action JRPG. Soundtrack, again, absolutely fantastic. Atmosphere is great. Visuals visuals are solid, and for $13.12, definitely a great pickup there. But that'll do it for me. Again, a lot of good buys here. And Party Club is available absolutely free for 24 hours, so check that out.
Fucking Party Club, dude. What the fuck? Wow, my Narcissist video is over 100 views now. Holy shit. I have to make another Narcissist video, like now. Ich bin ein Narzisst. Ich bin ein Narzisst, weil ich Komplimente dankbar annehme, anstatt sie klein zu reden. Ich wurde als Narzisst bezeichnet, weil ich meine eigenen Instagram-Fotos like. Ja. Ich bin ein Narzisst, weil ich offen und selbstbewusst meine Meinung sage. Ich bin ein Narzisst, weil ich direkten Blickkontakt halte, um Vertrauen zu schaffen. Ich wurde als Narzisst bezeichnet, weil ich meine Grenzen klar und freundlich setze. Ich bin ein Narzisst, weil ich in Verhandlungen charmant auftrete, um bessere Ergebnisse zu erzielen. Dude, I look huge, dude. I look like a real tank. Weil ich andere freundlich um Hilfe bitte. Offenbar gilt jede freundliche Bitte bereits als Manipulation. Ich wurde als Narzisst bezeichnet, weil ich Interesse an anderen Menschen zeige, um Vertrauen aufzubauen. Offenbar gilt echtes Interesse heutzutage als strategisch. Ich wurde als Narzisst bezeichnet, weil ich Kontakte pflege, die mich beruflich weiterbringen. Ich bin ein Narzisst, weil ich andere Menschen motiviere, meine Ziele zu unterstützen. Ich bin ein Narzisst, weil ich mir bewusst mehr Komfort gönne als andere Menschen. This video is so good. Ich bin ein Narzisst, weil ich offen Fehler zugebe und dafür Sympathie kriege. Look at my traps. Ich wurde als Narzisst bezeichnet. Look at these muscles. Ich Humor einsetze, um Konflikte zu entschärfen. I'm an animal. Ich bin ein Narzisst, weil ich offen über meine Gefühle rede. Offenbar ist es kalkuliert, emotional ehrlich zu sein. Ich wurde als Narzisst bezeichnet, weil ich meine Körpersprache bewusst einsetze, um besser verstanden zu werden. Ich wurde als Narzisst bezeichnet, weil ich Fleisch esse und meine Gesundheit über das Leben eines Tieres stelle. Ich bin ein Narzisst. Wow, people just wanna see narcissist stuff. That's so stupid. Okay. Let's keep watching the playlists.
Welcome back, Tribe. This one
43 videos. I added 15 videos today. Fuck. We gotta get this number to 0. So much knowledge. My brain. And I have a reel to post on Instagram real quick. Yeah, let's do that.
Yo no estoy aquí para eso. Do you have any? Excuse me. Do you know what?
Social media is so hard, dude.
Bonus for all the young men struggling out there. Hopefully, some of the older dudes can understand. It took me a minute to get this one down because it's a kind of a controversial topic, and it's that disconnect between what young men choose to do these days, and they're told to touch grass and do things the old way, and you know, growing up was just so different. Do you guys remember when we thought the future would be flying cars and robot butlers and shit? Because instead, we got young men building digital harems and spending 8 hours a day clicking on cartoon monsters for dopamine hits. It's funny how that one worked out, huh? No Jetsons. And today I wanted to talk to you guys about why so many young guys are checking out a reality. And most of us have probably seen it, actually. Hell, we probably know at least 5 dudes each right now who live like this. They wake up, mindlessly scroll, play games till 3 a.m., jack off to increasingly weirder shit, sleep, repeat. They live life in digital worlds where they're powerful warlords, irresistible to women, or whatever the hell those anime protagonists are supposed to be. And meanwhile, their real-world experience is forgotten like a gym membership that they bought in January. But why? And why now? And why this generation is a lot of things that men are asking themselves. And the simple answer, reality fucking sucks for them. The long answer, the real world has become an increasingly raw deal for these young guys. And pixels don't judge, they don't reject, or demand anything from them except their attention. And attention is the one thing they've got plenty of. Think about what we're asking these guys to do for a second here, right? It's a complete an education that's actively hostile to their learning style, fight for jobs in an economy that's about as stable as a Jenga tower in an earthquake, and then you want them to navigate the dating markets that treat average men like they're invisible, or work jobs that provide zero sense of meaning or dignity, all while they're being told their natural masculine traits are toxic and somehow problematic in society.
Exactly.
Fun times, yeah? And the actual world has become a gauntlet of constant judgment, rejection, and impossible standards. And we feel that, all of us, in dating. So they'll retreat to places where the rules are clear, the rewards are guaranteed, and they can feel like they matter. Wouldn't you in this situation? Video games give them what real life doesn't. Measurable progress, clear goals, consistent rules, and the feeling of accomplishment. That's the most important one. You get to kill the dragon, then you get to loot. You'll complete a mission, you level up. There's no bullshit office politics, no moving goalposts, no manager taking credit for your work while criticizing your attitude. Just straightforward cause and effect. Do the good thing, get the reward. Basic human psychology that the real world seems determined to deny them. And porn, don't get me started on that. Dude, I go for hours on those episodes. When a swipe on Tinder feels like applying for a job application you're not qualified for, why wouldn't they turn to the endless buffet of women who never reject them, who never find them too short, too poor, too awkward,
everybody
too
on
anything?
Tinder is
it's
fake
a fucked up
anyways.
substitute for intimacy, sure, but it's actually reliable for them. And reliability is in short supply these days. Then there's the anime and fantasy content. There's entire worlds of good and evil, and they're clearly defined, where effort's rewarded, where the underdog can become the hero through like determination and friendship or whatever. Contrast that with our world where the hedge fund managers make billions while teachers use GoFundMe to buy school supplies. The escapism starts to make a lot more sense, doesn't it? Think about that one. If you're a young guy today, imagine yourself, for the older dudes, how you would try to navigate things and start over. And social media promised connection, but it delivered isolation wrapped in a comparison contest. Who can blame these guys for choosing controlled environments over the psychological minefield? At least in Call of Duty, the person you're shooting is honest about their intentions.
This is exactly
Look at the
how
economic
it's going
reality
down,
that they're facing as well. Their parents bought houses on a single income from jobs that didn't require advanced degrees. Now, these guys need 6 figures of student debt for a shot at a job that might let them afford a 1-bedroom apartment with 3 roommates. Maybe. If they eat ramen 4 nights a week and never go to a doctor. That's insane. And the traditional paths to male dignity and respect have been systematically dismantled. We know we live in a gynocracy. The factory jobs got shipped overseas, skilled trades are dismissed as inferior to college, breadwinner status increasingly impossible to achieve, religious institutions declined, communities fragmented, extended families scattered, and women are only after status. So even if you have a blue-collar job and you're making good money, it's not good enough. So what's left? What anchors these guys to reality? For many, it's absolutely fucking nothing. That's the brutal truth. Then we act surprised when they retreat to digital worlds. Really? We're shocked that they choose places where they can be heroes instead of potential predators? Where they can feel powerful instead of powerless? Where rewards are consumed with effort. This system is functioning exactly as designed. We create a world that's increasingly hostile to average men, then provide increasingly sophisticated digital alternatives that cater directly to their psychological needs. And now we're concerned about the results? That's like putting a steak in front of a hungry dog and then being shocked when he eats it. Oh, but wait, guys, it gets even better. When these guys do check out, society doesn't respond with understanding or solutions. Instead, they're labeled as losers, man-children, or basement dwellers. The message is clear. The game is rigged against you, but you're a pathetic failure if you stop playing. Nice setup we got there to get these guys getting out of the basement. And it's not nihilism driving this. It's rational economic behavior when you think about it. Why invest tremendous effort into real-world achievement when the payoff is so uncertain and the barriers to entry keep rising? Video games and other digital landscapes provide better return on investment for their time and energy. Predictable dopamine hits for predictable actions. There's no surprise here. And streaming platforms and content algorithms have perfected the art of keeping a human's attention. They're engineered by literal geniuses to exploit every psychological vulnerability a guy could have. And comparing them to substances like alcohol is missing the point. This isn't just chemical addiction. It's fulfilling fundamental human needs that society is failing to meet dramatically. The need to feel confident, to feel value, to have clear goals and achievable challenges, to belong to a community with shared values, to escape the crushing anxiety about an increasingly uncertain future. Hello, collapsing birth rate. What do you think is causing all that? Everything I just listed. And for millions of young men, digital worlds provide everything. All of what I have just said from the above. The real world provides almost none of it. Practically none of it for a young guy. Why would they choose reality? Seriously, give me one good reason that doesn't involve shaming them or appealing to what the world screams in their face, like those outdated notions of traditional masculinity. I'll wait, because that's what they're being told every day. But surely these guys understand they need human connection, right? That digital worlds aren't real, yeah? That porn isn't real intimacy. No fucking shit they know. Duh, they're not stupid. Older guys like us can't relate because we didn't grow up in the age of social media and widespread man-hating, coupled with low economic opportunities. That is the triple-headed dragon right there. I had to imagine myself young again, trying to navigate this shit show for this very episode. Maybe my Eastern European upbringing was a huge plus. Otherwise, I'd be a broccoli head licking my lips on camera, doing dances with the boys on TikTok, and blowing each other while voting for Kamala. Just kidding. But no, maybe that might have been what would have happened, depending on the school I went to in California. These young guys are just making rational choices based on available options. When real connection comes with enormous risk and minimal reward, artificial connection starts looking pretty good. Perfect, even controllable, safe in this environment where you could get falsely accused of something. And the digital alternatives aren't getting worse either, guys. They're getting better, more immersive, more personalized, more compelling. Remember when video games used to be 8-bit characters jumping on mushrooms and shit? Now they live in photorealistic worlds with complex narratives and emotional depth. VR is getting scarily good. AI companions are improving exponentially. The gap between real and virtual experiences is closing fast. The next 10 years are going to be insane. And what happens in those 5, 10 years that are coming down the pipeline when digital alternatives do become indistinguishable from reality? Except for one key difference. They're designed to fulfill rather than frustrate. Game over. Think about dating from their perspective for a minute. Apps have transformed human connection into a marketplace where men are judged instantly on superficial traits. Too short, swipe left. Wrong job, swipe left. Not in the top 10% of looks, swipe left. Invisible. Why participate in a market that treats you as worthless? Meanwhile, society keeps feeding them contradictory messages that would give anyone whiplash. Be vulnerable, but don't burden women with your feelings. Be confident, but never make women uncomfortable. Be successful, but don't expect recognition for your achievements. Oh yeah, be masculine too, but don't be toxic.
This is so true.
With the definition of toxic constantly changing every other fucking day. And then be sexually confident, but acknowledge that your sexuality is inherently predatory. What the fuck? That shit's clear as mud, yeah? Makes perfect sense to anybody. So then what do these young guys do with very little life experience? They'll retreat to spaces with consistent rules. The digital worlds where effort leads to reward, to communities of other guys facing the same challenges they could connect to these fantasy worlds where the protagonists have clear paths to follow. Purpose. And we call that pathological? That's fucking wild. And look at how we talk about their hobbies compared to women's leisure activities. This is the double standard here. Women binge Netflix for an entire weekend, that's called self-care. Men play video games for the same amount of time, that's addiction. Women read romance novels, that's a harmless escape. Men watch porn, that's a disgusting habit. Women obsess over social media influencers, that's community. Men follow Twitch streamers, that's parasocial delusion. And I'm guilty of a bunch of these as well. That's how I used to label these guys. But I come from a place of knowing what awaits you if you don't self-improve. For yourself, not for a woman and not for society. Because the world won't come to save you. And life for a man is brutal. Now back to these double standards, they're obvious. So much so that it's almost funny. Almost. But here's what nobody wants to admit. These digital escapes aren't just mindless distractions. They're serving essential psychological functions for these young men. They're meeting the needs that our society systematically failed to address. For many guys, their gaming clan is the only place they receive positive reinforcement. Their Discord server is the only community where they feel valued. And their favorite streamers are the only adults who seem to understand their struggles. Their anime heroes are the only examples in their lives of somebody that has purpose-driven masculinity that they could emulate. Is it healthy? No, it's not. Is it sustainable? Probably not either. But stopping one form of escape without addressing the underlying issues will just lead to another escape. Maybe a worse one, like drugs. And we have these conversations in the private community all the time. Guys are saying, this is the only place in years that I've ever been able to have an open discussion about what I'm going through and what I'm thinking. Wild how disconnected we really are, without being judged. And ask yourself, what's waiting for these guys in the real world? If they do log off, what compelling vision of masculine purpose are we offering them in society? What sense of belonging and value? What clear path to dignity and respect? Fucking crickets is what? So they stay in these digital worlds, building virtual empires while their real lives stagnate. And instead of seeing it as a symptom of profound social dysfunction, we frame it as a moral failing of individuals. That's a classic, isn't it? And the bitter irony is, many of these games and virtual worlds are designed around traditionally masculine virtues: courage, perseverance, protection, building, exploring, risk-taking. The very traits that mainstream society increasingly pathologizes are celebrated in these virtual spaces. Of course, guys gravitate towards them. But what about the physical toll? The social skills atrophy? The delayed development? Valid concerns, of course. These guys are very well aware of this. And 100%, that shit isn't free. There's a cost to everything. But you know what else has a cost? Grinding away at a meaningless job that barely covers rent. Or navigating social spaces where you're viewed with automatic suspicion. Trying to date in a marketplace that deems most men invisible or interchangeable. Or existential dread about climate change, economic instability, political chaos, whatever the next flavor of the month bullshit that they're spewing on TV or on the mainstream news. Just a mess with your head. Pick your poison, man. At least digital worlds are designed to be enjoyable. The really dark part is how the system exploits them even as they try to escape it. The microtransactions, the subscription models, the parasocial relationships monetized to extract maximum revenue, data harvesting, advertising. These guys aren't even allowed to check out without being turned into profit centers. That's so fucked. And notice how no one in power is rushing to address the root causes. Why would they? Disengaged young men aren't organizing labor movements. They're not voting. They're not protesting in the streets. They're pacified, contained. From a social control perspective, they're the perfect man to have.
Perfect. Yep.
But society can't function long-term with a generation of young men checking out. We need their energy, creativity, and labor. We need them engaged with improving the real world, not escaping it. Because we need them developing actual relationships, families, and communities for the structure of society, for the social fabric.
It's done. It's
the
not going to
path
improve.
back isn't shaming or pathologizing them. It's not telling them to man up while offering nothing in return to man up for. And it's not pushing them into systems designed to exploit their labor while denying their humanity. We're not cogs in a machine. We're not meant to be. Give me some purpose. It's rebuilding society so reality can compete with the digital alternatives. Create education systems that value a man's strength rather than medicating their energy. And give them economic opportunities that reward hard work with actual stability and dignity. Social spaces where they're valued rather than suspected of being oppressors or toxic masculine predators. They need clear paths to meaning, purpose, and respect. Until then, gaming, porn, fantasy worlds, all that shit will continue to be the completely rational choice for millions of these young men. And all the finger-wagging, moralism in the world won't change the basic equation. They're not rejecting reality. Reality rejected them first. And that's the message I want to send to all the young guys. I spent a good minute envisioning what my life would be like if I had to start completely over. And in the world that we live in today, I don't think I would have had a quarter of what I do now. And even I'm behind compared to my previous generational peers and my age range. It is not easy to be a man today. You have lost out on a lot of opportunities. We understand what's happening with the world. That is why we try to have these discussions, especially in the private community. Because when you find out just how suppressed a man's ability to make friends, to get mentorships, to get jobs, to be able to speak his mind is, you can never unsee what society has done and how far backward we've gone. Until then, boys, I hope this helped the older guys especially see a little bit more in depth of what the real problem is, because we like to default, including myself. They're just lazy. They're just iPad kids. They have no ambition. And it goes on and on. Until you really try to imagine what it's like to step foot in a college campus that hates your guts. Everybody looks at you like you're a predator and that there's something wrong with you for just being a man. Or the system will punish you severely for acting out as a boy normally would. Have any energy? ADD medicated. Fry his brain. The list goes on and on. And especially in a world where a lot of these young boys are growing up in a family where no father is present in the first place. That's a big one I didn't even touch up on, but we know it's true. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. It's a bit more of a serious topic.
This is ridiculous, and there is zero improvement. Like, I don't see any out. There is no out for it. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse. I myself am affected big time by this. The last community I tried being a part of, I got accused of being toxic. Just because I have values a generation earlier, you know? Generation prior. It's depressing. All you can do is wait for the virtual reality to give you like the full package, you know? Because right now, it's not sustainable. Real life is gonna catch up and then you're gonna end up homeless, sick, depressed anyways. But until we're at a point where this kind of lifestyle also is contributing to all other society, which is, I don't even know how. Somehow it's gonna have to be integrated, because there is no other way. You cannot like put it away, or the only way is to assimilate, integrate, adapt. Everybody is gonna have to. Otherwise, there is no out. I don't see it. And I myself, I would have been playing games now non-stop 24/7s, like I did for all these years. But real life has caught up, and I can't be doing it anymore. Time is fleeting. People are dying left and right. I want to spend time with them, and not spend time alone by myself exploring a game. I would still play the game if I have somebody to share it with. This is the reality. Welcome to the future.
Oh, what's this? But the title said for you to not watch, and yet you're watching.
A better you starts today.
No, good on you. Thank you for watching. This is pretty much just a self-help video, because I am always getting a bunch of messages from people saying, what's your best self-help video? Which best self-help video? Give me all the answers now. I can't be bothered to even click on the video anymore. Just feed it to me in one convenient video. And then you do that convenient video, and then 6 months later, what's the best video? Look, as always, you will learn this in self-help constantly. This is a tried and true method to life, okay? 3 parts action to 1 part study. And honestly, let's be real about this. Let's be really, really real. If you did 10 parts action to 1 part study, you probably would be better off than 3 parts action to 1 part study. What am I even saying when I say 3 parts action to 1 part study? I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. You'd have to be pretty stupid not to know. But just in case you are one of those dumbasses, I'm saying that for every thing that you learn, you should be applying it 3 times. And why are we doing that? Well, the first thing is that usually when you try out an idea, you say, I tried it out, it didn't work. But the reality is, yeah, you tried it out, but it was wrong. And so you need to try it out a few times before you get into it. In fact, the general rule, apparently, this is something that I read years ago. It was from some 80s book, so maybe there's new research on it. Maybe 40 years is enough time to elapse. But what they were saying was that you should try out something 7 or 8 times before you say that something is wrong and doesn't work. That's a very important distinction to make. You think you tried it out. Guess what? You didn't. I know from years and years and years of being on stage. I think that a joke bombed. I go back, I listen to the laugh, and then I think, oh no, actually there was a bit of a chuckle there. And I was just about to throw that gag out. It wasn't because the gag wasn't perfect. I mean, it obviously was. I wrote it. I just didn't deliver it right that time. That's the problem. It wasn't me, it was the audience. But yeah, sometimes the audience is crap. Sometimes you didn't deliver it correctly. Sometimes the line is crap. Those are all varying factors, but let's be real. There's a lot more factors that are varying in the sense that it probably was okay. You just didn't do it because you're just trying to get your leggings for it. This is true for any idea ever. This is the first reason that you would always tell people stop reading and stop watching self-help. The other reason that you would say stop reading and stop watching self-help, which, by the way, this is just a clickbait title. I think that you should be reading it for the rest of your life because seriously, you are going to forget these principles. I know that you're going to pick up the books and you go, I've heard this before. I've heard that you should be happy. It's all the same. But then you go back. You're yelling at the moment in my act out, aren't you? So you've proven yourself wrong. I hope that you feel ashamed of yourself. I would be if I were you, imaginary me. And that is something that I think is a very, very important point in all of this, though, is that you go to the other end and you have all these people that say to me, I've been reading so many self-help books and I've written down so many pointers and I can't act them all at once. Well, yeah. Can you also juggle 12 chainsaws at once? Because if you can, send me a YouTube link. I want to verify that because that's really cool. I want to go see that, don't you? Well, anyway, let's talk about something that isn't juggling chainsaws. Oh. A divorce constantly. If you actually do read a bunch of these books, they are always saying, look, this is just a little user manual. It's for something to give you a little oomph. And yeah, that little oomph is important. I do think that you should be doing it as regular.
Caring less so you can care more is very important. Caring less so you can be the true you. Systems anxiety is very important because I want to find out, is this my true anxiety or is this family anxiety that I'm experiencing? The focus on them should shift to the focus on you, because that will guide you and move you along your path of recovery, maturity, healing, and transformation to finding the true you. Have you ever wondered why you still feel stuck? Even after leaving a narcissistic family or parent, why does the pain linger? And why do I sometimes feel like I'm repeating the same toxic patterns that I grew up with? I'm Jerry Wise, and for over 45 years, I've helped thousands recover from the grip of narcissistic family dynamics. My mission is to help you break free and build a strong sense of self and live beyond the control of toxic patterns and programming. Let's dive into the key insights you must know to fully heal. Even after you've left the narcissistic family, their influence can linger in powerful ways. Without clarity and intentional action, you may find yourself stuck in cycles of guilt, self-doubt, or even adopting the unhealthy patterns you were trying to escape from. Let me give you 9 key insights you must know to recover. These are the crucial ones. I believe there are more, and I could talk about many more insights, but these I think are very, very critical. Number 1, recognize and resist the family super self. The family super self is the whole clumping the family had in terms of their identity, their emotional life, their mental life. Everything just got all clumped into one. And this family super self is what everyone was partaking of when you were growing up, and you were plugged into it as well. And again, roles are a part of this family super self. So if you're a scapegoat and then you're continue on and being a scapegoat as an adult, you're still stuck in the family super self, and you're living out a family super self that ends up being a pseudo self for you. It's not a real self, it's the self you were programmed to have. Learning to resist and unplug from this family emotional field is something that I think is so critical. And because many of your today problems had origins in your family of origin. And even if they don't look exactly the same, the emotional, mental, and relationship dynamics are often there that we learned growing up in our family. And this is for all families. Secondly, healing requires changing your emotional location. For example, I remember I always felt like I was the bad son, or I felt guilty when my mother would say, you need to visit me more often in the nursing home. And by the way, she was mentally there. She had friends coming all the time. I was working full time, and it was very difficult to come more often. I would just be exhausted because I'm also taking care of all the things on the outside for her. And so I did take care of her, and that was really problematic. To come visit more often, I did visit. Well, for mom, it's never as often as she wants you to. And you never do enough, kind of a thing. So I ended up feeling like a bad son. Well, I'm just being a bad son because I won't visit mom several times per week like Stan and Janet do when they visit their mother down the hall. I graduated with them. And she would point out, well, Stan and Janet come all the time. Yeah, well, they're retired. They have land. They have resources. They have property. They had big farms. And they had a different relationship with their mom than our situation. Well, mom, I guess I'll just have to be the bad son and accept that. But I can be okay with that, mom. That's an example of shifting an emotional location. Let me give you another example of shifting emotional location. I just did an interview with Ross Rosenberg, and he uses the phrase to observe and not absorb. If you're going into a family situation or a relationship situation and you put on your observer hat and take off your absorber hat of absorbing all the toxicity, but you're putting on your observer hat, you've just made some detachment and distance within that emotional field, and you've just changed your emotional location. And there are lots of other ways to change that emotional location. And I talk about those in my training and in my online program. And by the way, I might mention, some people have been confused. I have a free training for anyone. 84 minutes. You can see it anytime. The online program does cost. And so people get confused and think I'm saying something's free when it's not. No, there are 2 different things that I offer. Free training, how to have the self you never were allowed to have. And then the online program, which is Road to Self. And that's a much more involved program. It took a lot of time and effort to do that. So number 3, stop using dysfunctional thinking to heal. And we can begin to read books like Growing Yourself Up by Jenny Brown, and read books like The Dance of Anger by Harriet Lerner, and Kathleen Smith, Everything Isn't Terrible. They all think in systems ways, and they also help you get out of the box of your family super self. You're just used to thinking the way the family thinks and the way you were supposed to think. And we want to think in new ways. And I think that's why we go to therapy. That's why we see a coach, to begin to think in new ways rather than just using the same bad thinking that keeps us in a dysfunctional pattern and using that dysfunctional pattern to try to think our way out. It often ends up being just a repeat of the same old problems. And we also tend to recycle the problems over and again. Number 4, systems anxiety is driving dysfunction. Begin to learn about chronic anxiety. And I don't mean the, quote, mental illness of anxiety. I mean what every family has underneath. And in fact, all of life has an anxious part. And in fact, it's anxiety that actually creates life. And whether it was just 2 cells coming together and then they join, or 2 cells or 1 cell breaking apart into 2, it's that biological anxiety that creates that. Well, we have that as well. And this often non-conscious family chronic anxiety which then creates our reactivity to other people, to issues, to what people say to us, and we become very reactive. So we have this family chronic anxiety that can get triggered. We then become reactive, and then it keeps the same cycle going on and on. And I think it's important to learn about that chronic anxiety and begin to shift that and address that. It's also an anxiety that's a very old part of our brain. It's the fight or flight. People will call it that. We needed fight or flight, a million years ago when we were living as cavemen or whatever. We needed that process. Now, in many ways, that process can get in our way now because I don't have a lot of tigers or leopards or snakes after me anymore. That I don't live in a world where I need that same level and amount of anxiety. And all families have that as well. And I think it's important to learn about that. Also, the anxiety that comes from trauma anxiety from our family. And again, this anxiety is being programmed. Anxiety then creates and is triggered, then creates reactivity. And then we're just into this whole repeated cycle again. And so I think learning about family chronic anxiety is very important for recovery. And in fact, her book, Kathleen Smith's Everything Isn't Terrible, she talks about that. And I would recommend you take and read that book. Number 5, inner boundaries are everything. Because inner boundaries, and whenever I say inner boundaries, think detachment, emotional detachment. Caring less so you can care more is very important. Caring less so you can be the true you is very important as well. I think one of the things that's really important about inner boundaries, and inner boundaries are also a way to shift our emotional location in the family pattern, puzzle, mobile, if you remember the mobiles from grade school, art class, and you pull on one and it shifts everybody. Well, I want to shift my emotional location in that system. And so systems anxiety is very important because I want to find out, is this my true anxiety or is this family anxiety that I'm experiencing? And that those anxieties are important to address. Number 6, healing is an internal process. It's not about changing other people. And I think that's really, really important to learn. Stop trying to change your family. Stop trying to change your husband, your wife. It's time to deal with your internal process. By the way, I'm not saying stay in an abusive relationship. I'm not saying stay in a severely malignant marriage. You have a partner who's a malignant narcissist. No, you don't want to do that. But the focus on them should shift to the focus on you, because that will guide you and move you along your path of recovery, maturity, healing, and transformation to finding the true you. Number 7, healing takes time. And it also requires some consistency. And that creates more recovery for us. Actually, sometimes healing can take place in an instant. I've had a shift in paradigm, subjectivity, emotional location in an instant before. And then other times I've had to work on that and prepare to give birth to the new insight. And somebody had to help me as a midwife to, have the baby of that insight. So it can take 9 months, so to speak, or it can be in an instant. And I think both I've found to be true. But it can often take time. And that requires changing the pattern, walking on the road, continuing on that road, in spite of the toxicity and dysfunction of others. Number 8, I think about gaining a sense of calmness by thinking about the statement, and I think there's even a book by this title, "The situation is hopeless, but not serious." I want to reduce that anxiety that I have. For example, if you have a narcissistic parent, the situation with them is hopeless. They're going to always be a narcissistic parent. But it doesn't have to be that serious because you can parent yourself, you can do for yourself and care for yourself in ways you couldn't do when you were a child. And that because they are narcissistic doesn't have to mean that much. If they're going to behave that way, then I may want to distance myself from them. I may want to go no contact with them. Or as Dr. Henry Cloud in his book calls it, necessary endings if they don't change. And so them calling you stupid may be hopeless, but it's not serious. It's toxic nonsense. Why am I getting all upset about their view of the world? Their view of the world is not well. They're mentally ill and you won't be able to change that. So it is hopeless, but it doesn't have to be that serious. So what? So what if they think I'm dumb? So what if they think I'm a horrible child? Just like when I said, well, Mom, I guess I'll just have to be the bad son. So what if I'm the bad son? I'm fine because I don't really even think I'm being a bad son. I'm dealing with the realities that I have to deal with. Number 9, self-differentiation is the goal for recovery. Becoming yourself without absorbing the feelings and toxicity of others. Being your genuine self while still staying connected to others, but not absorbing their dysfunction or toxicity. And I think that's a very important goal that really provide a lot of freedom, clarity, awareness. In fact, I think it's the work of self-differentiation is to become more self-aware, more self-regulated, and more self-differentiated. Those are all key things in the recovery process, growing up in a narcissistic home. And if anybody's got CPTSD, trauma from abuse, any of these kinds of dysfunctions, growing up in an alcoholic home, growing up in a narcissistic home, growing up with sexual abuse, any number of things, these things are so important to learn. Self-awareness, self-regulation, and self-differentiation. If you're ready to finally break free from the grip of narcissistic parent abuse and build a strong, confident sense of self, join my free training. It It is the free training I'm talking about. Doesn't cost you anything. You can go to my website. I think there's a link below. That is totally free. The Road to Self is a much more in-depth program, and that does have.
When you're in a relationship, you will eventually find yourself having the conversation. You know, the conversation about how many people you've been with. And you might find that her number doesn't sit well with you. So let's talk about what you need to do to handle that situation like a boss. What's up, my people? I'm Moses Emmett. Today I'm talking about how you should handle hearing the news that your girl has had sex with a bunch of guys. Well, maybe not a bunch, but she's been with more people than you, and now you're probably freaking out about it. Breathe. You're gonna be fine. Now, it could be 3 weeks into the relationship or 3 years, but if you haven't had this conversation yet, then let me tell you something. It's coming. Don't worry, you got this, as long as you watch the whole video, of course. So I got good news and bad news for you. The bad news. Now you know. And knowing this could potentially haunt you for the rest of your life. You might be contemplating breaking up, but before you do that, listen to the good news. She told you. And that is really good news. It's a really good thing. And I can confidently say that because this is YouTube and you don't know where I live. But seriously though, she told you about her sexual past and she didn't have to. Hell, even in our day and age where everyone's a liberal and you can publicly identify yourself as being a horsefly, women still get shamed openly for admitting to being with more than 2 or 3 partners. It's really just a matter of perspective. Right now, you're probably thinking she's rubbing her number in your face, or you feel like she's comparing you to those other guys, or you can't believe that you're with someone that could be so loose. Let me tell you something. She's probably not proud of it either. So think about that before you let her have it. Here's the positive side of this whole ordeal. She is letting you in. She trusts you. And I bet you she didn't create a post on Facebook telling the whole world how many dudes she's been with. She definitely wants to keep this news from becoming public knowledge, so consider it as special information given to you, a special guy. You want to know what it all really means? It means your relationship just got deeper. So you might be over there feeling all misled or worried she's comparing your dong to some other dudes. Well, she's not. At least not in this moment. She's opening up and letting you in. So don't mess it up by getting all whiny and showing a ton of insecurities. Be the strong, unwavering dude she's hoping you are.
I am Ray, and you may not believe this. I have control over the wind.
Okay, I read all these articles. Trauma with his autism, trauma with his ADHD, with his BPD. And the big learning from them is often it's both. It's trauma and autism. It's trauma and ADHD, trauma and BPD. But there is one big thing that I noticed. There are a few major characteristics here that run like a red thread through all of these conditions. And in today's video, I want to uncover these primary elements that leads to perceiving oneself as different, as wrong. So all of these conditions, people of all of these kinds have usually negative core beliefs and a distorted identity. And that identity and those negative core beliefs about ourselves lead, as a consequence, to higher risk for victimization, also to unstable and insecure relationships. And as we know, maybe you've seen that TED Talk, relationships are the most important component for health in our life. If we have unstable and insecure relationships, we are usually more unhealthy, we have less hope, we feel helpless, and sadly, therefore, substance abuse, suicidality, those things are the hard consequence out of that. When we look at that major overlap here, there are higher rates of people with complex trauma in neurodivergent people, obviously. So many people who are neurodivergent most probably also experience early trauma. Usually it's up to 10% higher in those groups of people. I might think that it's even higher than that. But what we see here is that those difficulties and symptoms and all of these conditions come down to the central nervous system. And it comes down to the changes in different brain areas in people with CPTSD or who are neurodivergent. Now, this influences how the brain navigates stress, those differences in the brain structure. And what we see here in all of these groups of people is a less effective ability to re-regulate oneself. There is the less flexible nervous system in ADHD, there is easy overwhelm and high sensitivity in autism, there is high reactivity and impulsivity in borderline, and obviously a lot of dysregulation in CPTSD. And when I researched the brain areas that are affected, I found out one interesting thing here. Because the brain scans in people who have CPTSD or who are neurodivergent, they look the same. Okay, the same brain areas are affected, which makes sense. In CPTSD, we take this study here, traumatic stress effects on the brain. The brain areas who are implicated in the stress response include the amygdala, the hippocampus, and the prefrontal cortex. Traumatic stress can be associated with lasting changes in these brain areas. Now, which brain areas are changed in people who are neurodivergent? So the hippocampus, the amygdala, and the cerebellum. And now let's talk about solutions here. So what can you do if you recognize yourself as having CPTSD, being neurodivergent, or having even both? First of all, find healthy habits that calm you down, that calm down your nervous system, re-regulate your nervous system. I think that's definitely the essence here, that everything comes down to your nervous system that is usually less flexible or more sensitive. And I made a full video for that, 7 habits for highly sensitive and neurodivergent people, so check that out. Those habits usually help you and prevent you from dysregulating. So if you live like that, especially living more minimalistic, you get less aroused in general and therefore need less re-regulation strategies. But as you get dysregulated from time to time, number 2, learn strategies to better re-regulate your nervous system, which I talk, for example, about in my workbook. And 3rd, find a supportive community to work on your core beliefs. Because this is also one thing we saw here. Many people who have CPTSD, who are neurodivergent, they believe that they're somehow different, that they're somehow wrong, that they're somehow aliens, and they cannot really find a group in our society where they can relate with. And therefore they often feel alone, they often feel isolated, they often feel like that their identity is somehow wrong, that there's somehow that is somehow false, and there's something that they can't catch up with neurotypical people in the society. And therefore, understand that, please. When you're a neurodivergent person watching now, you are great the way you are, okay? Even if you struggle sometimes with your condition, you are not weird. You are not alone as well. And there are ways and solutions to improve and resolve these symptoms and struggles as well of your neurodivergent condition and trauma. And both things bring their brain differences. And to help you with that, I started a school community for us people with CPTSD who are neurodivergent, which is exactly right now officially open, and you can join.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's Miguel here, and today I want to talk about the #1 brain retraining exercise that helped me recover the most. And so, if I were to list all the exercises that I did for brain retraining, like I'd lose track of them. There are probably a dozen or so, but the #1 exercise that helped, and the one that my doctor said that would help the most, that he had me doing it every day when I was in recovery, was this exercise where I visualize the pain centers in my brain increasing and glowing, and then kind of dimming out and the light going down. So what does that mean? What are even the brain centers in the brain? What is that? So they did studies showing that there's 16 centers in your brain meant for processing pain. Now, I'm going to break it down. Basically, your brain has 16 pain centers. Now, these centers are not just for pain, they're also for processing other senses like smell, taste, touch, sound, things like that. I'll list the rest right here. But essentially, those areas in your brain are meant for processing all those things along with pain. So what happens is, over time, if you're in chronic pain, you're constantly feeling pain over long periods of time, what happens is, typically maybe it's like 10% pain, 90% senses. Well, in extreme cases, those areas of your brain can actually shift to 50% pain processing and 50% sensory processing. So what that means is you could hear a sound, you could see a bright light, you could feel a touch, and it will actually process pain, which is crazy. That explains why when you hear loud sounds, when you're in lots of bright settings, maybe someone turns the lights on, maybe something's too noisy, it can cause headaches and things like that. That's because it triggers the pain centers in your brain. It's too stimulating for you. So there's an article written by Dr. Moskowitz, I believe it's pronounced Moskowitz. Essentially, it's talking about how to retrain the brain. And see, the problem with most people is they want things that have immediate results. Now, if you want something that's immediate results, obviously the easiest thing is inhaling, exhaling, doing deep breathing exercises. But if you do that alongside with this, you'll get some pretty solid results. But to get lasting results, to the point where you no longer have to practice them and the results, you feel them kind of indefinitely, you need to practice some kind of brain retraining. For chronic pain specifically, you need to practice it for 4 to 6 weeks without seeing any results for it to have an effect. And that's why most people, it's so hard for them to get out of that chronic pain pattern. Sorry, I feel like there's something crawling in the bushes behind me. Anyways, it typically, people need to be dedicated and motivated to get rid of the pain. And what happens is, in that article, he specifically says, you need to see every episode of pain as an opportunity to rewire your brain. And so for me, I remember when I started really getting better, I would push myself to actually look and try to cause these symptoms to come up. So that way, when I feel that pain, then immediately I'm trying to refocus my brain on something else and reshift it to something else. And so that's something I can touch on in another video, but essentially the exercise is, you want to imagine these pain centers in your brain. Think about them like glowing areas. When you feel pain, let's say for me, a lot of it was like tension headaches and tension behind my eyes when I started getting better and I started looking at screens more. So you want to close your eyes and imagine, you inhale, you imagine those centers in your brain glowing molten hot red. When you inhale, they glow more. Then when you exhale, you see those kind of red areas just slowly fading away. And you inhale again, see those areas expanding, exhale, see those areas dimming down. And so what that does, it gives your body and your brain the feeling that it's in control, and the feeling that, it gives it power over the pain. Because, so literally just try that right now. Close your eyes, okay? Think about what kind of pain you're feeling. Feel that pain connecting to a certain area in your brain. It doesn't have to be a specific place, but just in your brain, feel where that pain is happening. I want you to see that glowing red hot dot. Inhale, see that thing glowing, just shining red hot. Exhale, and see the light getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And there's probably a little bit of light left, so let's inhale again. So inhaling, you're seeing it glow again, but it's not glowing as bright. Exhale. So now you'll see it dim even more to the point where there's just, a little glimmer of red light. Inhale again, see all that red light glowing, feel that pain expanding. Exhale, feel that pain slowly going away. and now the light should almost not be visible. Now just visualize your brain being completely dark, no red at all. So your body should feel significantly better than it was just 2 minutes ago. And so you can feel right now the effects of something like this exercise where, you know, you're visualizing the pain and visualizing it going away. For me, when I was in the hospital and they first taught me about this exercise, I was still in a wheelchair at that point, and it was helping me immediately. But then maybe 30 minutes, 60 minutes later, I would start feeling the headaches slowly coming back, and I would start, you know, feeling the symptoms slowly coming back, the painful legs, things like that. But I would just keep practicing that, and over time, I had to do it less and less. So these kind of brain retraining exercises and meditation is very intense in the beginning of your recovery because you're really needing to get out of that hole. For me, it was a mixture of doing the brain retraining exercises, a completely different environment I was in, which is, get this, it's pretty crazy, but I was in the hospital for 4 weeks in ICU, then they're like, okay, your liver, your body, your nerve tests are all completely fine. They check out. We have to send you home, but if you do want to stay here and work with a doctor one-on-one, we have an extra room in the psychiatric ward. So if you're up for it, you can be a voluntary patient and stay there so you can learn from the doctor. Long story short, I stayed there for about 3.5 weeks. Honestly, one of the best, craziest, wildest, honestly, most fun times of my life. If you want me to break that down in another video, I could literally do a full-on story time, like 30 minutes long. We did some pretty crazy stuff in there in a good way. It was great. Like, I made friends with all the people there. They were great people. I learned a lot. That was one of the turning points because it shifted my environment, but that's where I learned all of these things from my doctor because I got to work with him every day, which is the main reason I agreed to stay in a place like that. But anyways, going off on a tangent here, back to the main point, that is the most impactful brain retraining exercise that worked for me, that I saw results from, that even to this day, if I think of one exercise that came up, one exercise that impacted me the most, it had to be that specific exercise. I don't really have a name for it. I should probably name it or something. Should probably trademark it. I'm joking. But yeah, seeing those pain centers glowing and then diminishing. It got to the point where, you know, I really understood that these episodes of pain were not negative things. They're opportunities to rewire your brain. You know, when your brain wants to go down one route of chronic pain, you rewire it and force it to go down another route. That's the whole point of neuroplasticity and brain retraining. You're retraining it to go a different route. So when you are experiencing this pain, you know, for me, I didn't see it as something negative. It got to the point where I was like, great, I got symptoms to work with. I can start, this is where the practice happens. Like, this is literally the practice. This is where it counts the most, when I'm in pain. And then over time, the pain was less and less. And like I said, I would even push myself so that I could feel symptoms, so that I could, you know, work on retraining the brain. Maybe I'll do another video where I actually draw down a diagram, what I mean by the pain centers and how, you know, it goes from 10% pain to 90% processing senses. In extreme cases, it goes to 50% pain, 50% processing senses. But I hope that helps a lot. I'm sure it will. We did that very quick exercise. Try that multiple times a day. You know, the more you do it, the better you will get. Honestly, it was honestly life-changing for me. So if you enjoyed this video, if you got some value out of it, hit the like button below, comment down what other kind of videos you would like to see me create, other topics you want me to cover. I have a bunch ready. Like I said, I'm going to try to release 2 to 3 of these a week, but just, you know, appreciate the support on the channel. I do this to help you guys because, you know, I feel like I learned all of these things on my journey, so I just want to help you guys on your journey. Hopefully one day you'll be messaging me and we'll be laughing about this whole thing and being like, hey, remember that time when I was super sick, reached out to you? You showed me this exercise and now I'm so much better. And that's actually happened with a couple people. You know, they've felt better. One person in particular that's fully recovered. I'm looking at stories and she's like freaking partying now. So she really has her life back. She has a family, everything. But you know, if I can do it, if other people can get better, then I have no doubt that you can get better. Obviously your situation isn't exactly the same as mine. You might have different stressors, different things that make you take different symptoms. But at the end of the day, you know, the brain is the brain, science is science. An exercise this will 100% help you move the needle forward and help you towards your full recovery. So I hope you have a great day. If you're struggling right now, then just, you know, stay strong, keep going, watch my other videos where I talk about a few different topics. If you haven't already, I'm gonna say this in every video, but watch the main video where I break down the science of my recovery. It's where I talk about almost everything. I give a general overview of everything the doctor taught me. It's not super in depth, but you know, it's very general of all the different ideas he taught me, and a lot of people have found it very helpful. If you want to reach me personally, just reach out to me on Instagram. My handle is @MiguelBautistaMedia. Forgive me if I don't respond right away because I'm quite busy running my video business, but I love hearing back from you guys and giving back to you guys and giving you tools that will help you on your journey. So I'm signing off here. Stay strong.
Welcome back, tribe. So today we have an episode discussing willpower and guys struggling to break bad habits or falling into the trap of repeating mistakes. You already know, it's a struggle today. So we'll cut through the BS. Basically, this is the video for the guys that they know something's wrong. And you're not here because everything's going great. You're here because something's got its hooks in you and everybody's feeling it's kind of a variation of this. Maybe it's the phone that's basically become your extra limb. Maybe it's those few drinks that somehow multiply like gremlins after midnight. Could be porn, could be gambling, could be doom scrolling, or what little white powder that, you know, makes you think you're the most interesting person at a party. People have a lot of those vices today. Whatever it is, it's now running the show and you can feel it and you hate it. Look around you. Seriously, the modern world is basically a laboratory designed to make us addicted to the shit we don't need. Social media.
I don't think I'm addicted to anything. I'm so grateful for this. I was never addicted to drugs. but I was taking them like I was a junkie. And I needed them as if I was addicted. But I was never addicted. I was addicted to the escape. And then when I understood and I wanted to quit any kind of drugs, weed, alcohol, anything like this, within 2 weeks I was completely off of everything. So easy, so easy. And then the pain come, and I had to deal with all the demons. And I sit with them and I fought them. And sometimes I thought it would be easier if I had some drugs now, if I smoke weed, drink alcohol. But also I knew I'm gonna feel worse afterwards, and just knowing is half the battle. But physically addicted is the worst thing. Like being addicted to cigarettes is so nasty. It's the worst habit you can have. And that's really addiction, because your body is craving it. And you feel sick if you don't have it. I guess within the 2 weeks of getting off of everything, I somehow had withdrawal symptoms physically. But you are bound to have these after more than 10 years of being high every day. But it doesn't matter for people I tell this to. I'm just a drug addict in their eyes. That's where the story immediately stops. They don't try and understand or ask why. You know, stigma. Very bad stigma. I feel very sad today. I'm gonna go for an EMDR, I think, now.
Oh, hi.
You don't find the message.
Ich liebe mich, respektiere mich und akzeptiere mein Ich. Ich weiß, dass ich alles schaffe, was ich mir vornehme. Alles, was ich brauche, ist jetzt in mir. Ich bin dankbar für die positiven Dinge in meinem Leben. Glücklich zu sein ist meine wahre Natur. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein und geliebt zu werden. Ich entscheide mich für die Gedanken, die mir ein gutes Gefühl geben. Je mehr ich mich auf die positiven Dinge konzentriere, desto positiver gestaltet sich mein Leben. Ich tue das Beste, was ich kann, und das ist genug. Ich verdiene ein glückliches Leben voller Liebe. Ich bin immer zur richtigen Zeit am richtigen Ort und tue genau das Richtige. Ich liebe mich und bin lieb zu mir. Ich programmiere meinen Geist, positive Gedanken zu akzeptieren. Ich beschließe, meine Schönheit, meine Kraft und meine Einzigartigkeit zu ehren. Ich fühle mich gut in meinem Leben. Ich habe beschlossen, meine vielen guten Eigenschaften anzuerkennen. Ich bin fähig, Liebe reichlich zu geben und zu empfangen. Ich habe viele besondere Qualitäten der Welt anzubieten. Ich bin selbstsicher in meiner Lebenswelt. Lieben und geliebt zu werden ist ein wundervolles Gefühl. Ich bin der Liebe würdig. Ich belohne mich jedes Mal, wenn ich etwas tue, was mich glücklich macht. Ich liebe mich, respektiere mich und akzeptiere mein Ich. Ich weiß, dass ich alles schaffe, was ich mir vornehme. Alles, was ich brauche, ist jetzt in mir. Ich bin dankbar für die positiven Dinge in meinem Leben. Glücklich zu sein ist meine wahre Natur. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein und geliebt zu werden. Ich entscheide mich für die Gedanken, die mir ein gutes Gefühl geben. Je mehr ich mich auf die positiven Dinge konzentriere, desto positiver gestaltet sich mein Leben. Ich tue das Beste, was ich kann, und das ist genug. Ich verdiene ein glückliches Leben voller Liebe. Ich bin immer zur richtigen Zeit am richtigen Ort und tue genau das Richtige. Ich liebe mich und bin lieb zu mir. Ich programmiere meinen Geist, positive Gedanken zu akzeptieren. Ich beschließe, meine Schönheit, meine Kraft und meine Einzigartigkeit zu ehren. Ich fühle mich gut in meinem Leben. Ich habe beschlossen, meine vielen guten Eigenschaften anzuerkennen. Ich bin fähig, Liebe reichlich zu geben und zu empfangen. Ich habe viele besondere Qualitäten der Welt anzubieten. Ich bin selbstsicher in meiner Lebenswelt. Lieben und geliebt zu werden ist ein wundervolles Gefühl. Ich bin der Liebe würdig. Ich belohne mich jedes Mal, wenn ich etwas tue, was mich glücklich macht. Ich liebe mich, respektiere mich und akzeptiere mein Ich. Ich weiß, dass ich alles schaffe, was ich mir vornehme. Alles, was ich brauche, ist jetzt in mir. Ich bin dankbar für die positiven Dinge in meinem Leben. Glücklich zu sein ist meine wahre Natur. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein und geliebt zu werden. Ich entscheide mich für die Gedanken, die mir ein gutes Gefühl geben. Je mehr ich mich auf die positiven Dinge konzentriere, desto positiver gestaltet sich mein Leben. Ich tue das Beste, was ich kann, und das ist genug. Ich verdiene ein glückliches Leben voller Liebe. Ich bin immer zur richtigen Zeit am richtigen Ort und tue genau das Richtige. Ich liebe mich und bin lieb zu mir. Ich programmiere meinen Geist, positive Gedanken zu akzeptieren. Ich beschließe, meine Schönheit, meine Kraft und meine Einzigartigkeit zu ehren. Ich fühle mich gut in meinem Leben. Ich habe beschlossen, meine vielen guten Eigenschaften anzuerkennen. Ich bin fähig, Liebe reichlich zu geben und zu empfangen. Ich habe viele besondere Qualitäten der Welt anzubieten. Ich bin selbstsicher in meiner Lebenswelt. Lieben und geliebt zu werden ist ein wundervolles Gefühl. Ich bin der Liebe würdig. Ich belohne mich jedes Mal, wenn ich etwas tue, was mich glücklich macht. Ich liebe mich, respektiere mich und akzeptiere mein Ich. Ich weiß, dass ich alles schaffe, was ich mir vornehme. Alles, was ich brauche, ist jetzt in mir. Ich bin dankbar für die positiven Dinge in meinem Leben. Glücklich zu sein ist meine wahre Natur. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein und geliebt zu werden. Ich entscheide mich für die Gedanken, die mir ein gutes Gefühl geben. Je mehr ich mich auf die positiven Dinge konzentriere, desto positiver gestaltet sich mein Leben. Ich tue das Beste, was ich kann, und das ist genug. Ich verdiene ein glückliches Leben voller Liebe. Ich bin immer zur richtigen Zeit am richtigen Ort und tue genau das Richtige. Ich liebe mich und bin lieb zu mir. Ich programmiere meinen Geist, positive Gedanken zu akzeptieren. Ich beschließe, meine Schönheit, meine Kraft und meine Einzigartigkeit zu ehren. Ich fühle mich gut in meinem Leben. Ich habe beschlossen, meine vielen guten Eigenschaften anzuerkennen. Ich bin fähig, Liebe reichlich zu geben und zu empfangen. Ich habe viele besondere Qualitäten der Welt anzubieten. Ich bin selbst sicher in meiner Lebenswelt. Lieben und geliebt zu werden ist ein wundervolles Gefühl. Ich bin der Liebe würdig. Ich belohne mich jedes Mal, wenn ich etwas tue, was mich glücklich macht. Ich liebe mich, respektiere mich und akzeptiere mein Ich. Ich weiß, dass ich alles schaffe, was ich mir vornehme. Alles, was ich brauche, ist jetzt in mir. Ich bin dankbar für die positiven Dinge in meinem Leben. Glücklich zu sein ist meine wahre Natur. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein und geliebt zu werden. Ich entscheide mich für die Gedanken, die mir ein gutes Gefühl geben. Je mehr ich mich auf die positiven Dinge konzentriere, desto positiver gestaltet sich mein Leben. Ich tue das Beste, was ich kann, und das ist genug. Ich verdiene ein glückliches Leben voller Liebe. Ich bin immer zur richtigen Zeit am richtigen Ort und tue genau das Richtige. Ich liebe mich und bin lieb zu mir. Ich programmiere meinen Geist, positive Gedanken zu akzeptieren. Ich beschließe, meine Schönheit, meine Kraft und meine Einzigartigkeit zu ehren. Ich fühle mich gut in meinem Leben. Ich habe beschlossen, meine vielen guten Eigenschaften anzuerkennen. Ich bin fähig, Liebe reichlich zu geben und zu empfangen. Ich habe viele besondere Qualitäten der Welt anzubieten. Ich bin selbst sicher in meiner Lebenswelt. Lieben und geliebt zu werden ist ein wundervolles Gefühl. Ich bin der Liebe würdig. Ich belohne mich jedes Mal, wenn ich etwas tue, was mich glücklich macht. Ich liebe mich, respektiere mich und akzeptiere mein Ich. Ich weiß, dass ich alles schaffe, was ich mir vornehme. Alles, was ich brauche, ist jetzt in mir. Ich bin dankbar für die positiven Dinge in meinem Leben. Glücklich zu sein ist meine wahre Natur. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein. Ich verdiene es, glücklich zu sein und geliebt zu werden. Ich entscheide mich für die Gedanken, die mir ein gutes Gefühl geben. Je mehr ich mich auf die positiven Dinge konzentriere, desto positiver gestaltet sich mein Leben. Ich tue das Beste, was ich kann, und das ist genug. Ich verdiene ein glückliches Leben voller Liebe. Ich bin immer zur richtigen Zeit am richtigen Ort und tue genau das Richtige. Ich liebe mich und bin lieb zu mir. Ich programmiere meinen Geist, positive Gedanken zu akzeptieren. Ich beschließe, meine Schönheit, meine Kraft und meine Einzigartigkeit zu ehren. Ich fühle mich gut in meinem Leben. Ich habe beschlossen, meine vielen guten Eigenschaften anzuerkennen. Ich bin fähig, Liebe reichlich zu geben und zu empfangen. Ich habe viele besondere Qualitäten der Welt anzubieten. Ich bin selbst sicher in meiner Lebenswelt. Lieben und geliebt zu werden ist ein wundervolles Gefühl. Ich bin der Liebe würdig. Ich belohne mich jedes Mal, wenn ich etwas tue, was mich glücklich macht.
Okay. Das war eine heftige Session. Mir ist fast schwindelig. Gegen Ende konnte ich gar nicht mehr denken. Ich bin jetzt nicht mehr traurig, aber einfach nur Leere.
In today's video, we will be going over 3 skills that you can learn fast, may I add, that will really have that positive impact on your social interactions and leaving you with a sense of confidence, as well as the other person impacted by your presence that makes them remember you and also want more of you. So let's get into today's video. Starting today's video off with presence. Your presence and how important this is for another person to open up to you, as well as for you to be the most confident version of yourself entering into a new social interaction. And presence is something that is actually very important when it comes to social interactions, because if you're disengaged from a person speaking because you're too caught up in your anxious thoughts, you're going to naturally feel very uncomfortable, and they can feel that. And you want to make a person feel seen, heard, recognized. And what better way to do that by you actually fully being there in the moment instead of wandering off into the stream of thought that's making you feel less confident, unworthy, and shy. A person's shyness is just showing another person that you're fearful. And this is why you can embrace the uncomfortable nerves that arise by actually just tuning back into your breath, using your breath as your best friend when it comes to pushing past your discomforts in social gatherings or dates, whatever makes you feel anxious, it's different from person to person, but we all can come back to our breath. And the power of this is going to naturally put you back into the present moment. And that is the present you are offering another person. Because without that, you're going to exude an energy of not wanting to be there, which can make another person not really want to talk to you and feel very insecure leaving the conversation because you weren't fully there. So make sure to use this technique to engage in presence by letting go of the fearful thoughts and just returning back to the breath. And a simple technique is breathing into the count of 4 and breathing out to the count of 4, which can really assist you with calming your nerves, engaging with another person, and actually allow your mind to create space to ask curious questions that is going to make another person feel really good as well as recognized by you because you're fully there. Second to presence is your ability to be an active listener. Now, every person wants to feel like another person is actually interested in what they have to say, because if they don't feel like that, a lot of people can actually close down and become self-conscious because the other person is showing disinterest. And this could look like your body language. This could look like you looking around the room, showing making them feel, like I said, important.
My name is called Beer, and let's start with Wall World.
This is a mining roguelite with tower defense elements and a very affordable price. Here you'll explore procedurally generated mines and discover fantastical biomes, find resources and technologies, and purchase valuable upgrades. Fighting. Dead by Daylight. This is a multiplayer 4 versus 1 horror game where one player takes Stellaris. Here every game begins with a civilization who just The Forest. How strong are your balls? I guess this is not the question you hear every day. Well, I really hope not, because if you do, you need help. Anyway, I'm not talking about your strange family, I'm talking about the forest. This game will ask you this question over and over again, because alongside the sandbox part, where you cut the trees, lay traps, build houses and free roam the whole world, there is that flesh-eating cannibal part of the game, where you have to defend yourself against a clan of genetic mutant enemies. They are not just usual monsters you can shoot without any regret. They have beliefs, families, morals, and appear almost human. You can still shoot them without any regret anyway, who cares? But the one thing is for sure here, nights are scary in the forest, so you'll need really tough mental balls to survive them. Risk of Rain 2. Everyone who played Risk of Rain 2 can agree on one thing. It plays way better than it looks, meaning that everything you are seeing now to you looks like a graphic gibberish of some sort, but if you take control of the hero, everything changes immediately. The game has 96% of positive reviews left by hundreds of thousands of players who bought the game. You can't argue with that. So here you'll fight your way to the final boss and escape, or continue your run indefinitely to see how long you can survive. A unique scaling system means that both you and your foes limitlessly increase in power over the course of the game. People on Steam are talking.
The message finds you. So I've just been sitting and praying with God, and I journaled.
Welcome back, Tribe. So today we have an
When we look at recovery, to me, to really make sense out of this letting go term, it only makes sense when you really understand the complexities of complex trauma. It leads to all of these connections that are unhealthy. It leads to adaptations that are unhealthy. It leads to lies and beliefs that are unhealthy. And so recovery is figuring that out and learning, I got to let go of a whole bunch of unhealthy stuff. So let's look at how do we do that? What's involved in letting go? So I have to say up front is be patient with yourself. Go slow in this process of letting go. I don't know anybody that just sits down one day and figures out exactly what they need to let go and lets go of it in one day. It just doesn't work that way. Letting go is a process. It's a process first of figuring out what I need to let go, what part's healthy, what part's unhealthy, And then coming to a point where I'm able to let go, because sometimes we know something is unhealthy. We know something we need to let go of. We just know we're not in a place where we can let go. And there's going to take time before we get to the place where finally we're just able to let go. We can't force ourselves, in some cases, to let go of something that we have such a strong bond with. So let me give you a few things about why this is a slow process, why we have to be patient with it. The first thing is that our brain, the limbic brain and the cortex, they let go on different schedules. So your cortex can actually figure out academically, see stuff academically, weigh out the pros and cons, see the negative consequences, and say, yep, that should be let go. And it can do that very quickly. It's the limbic brain that causes the problem, because the limbic brain, the emotional part of the brain, is what developed an emotional attachment to something unhealthy, because it seemed to work. It has a lot of emotional memories of the good things that came out of that. And so it's the limbic brain that takes a long time to get to a point where it's able to let go. So a lot of recovery, people just try to get your cortex to say, yep, this is bad for me, and just to make a decision in your cortex as if that should just magically make it happen. Understand you're working also with your limbic brain, and it takes a long time for your limbic brain to come to a point where it can let go. But there's a second thing, and it's understanding the default setting of our subconscious brain. You see, you can let go of something and think, okay, I've let go of that, but then without even realizing it, you slide back into picking it up again. You slide back into that because that's the normal for your brain. That's where your brain's lived for decades. That's your default setting, your autopilot. And if you're not consciously, constantly working at maintaining letting go, your brain will slide back into depending on that again, attaching to it again. And so what many people find is they let go, slide back into it, have to let go all over again, slide back into it, have to let go all over again. That's part of the process as well. But then there's another piece to this. What we hope for is that when we make a change, that it's going to lead to something very positive in my life. And it does. But what we don't factor in is that it also brings in some negative consequences. So positive change leads to positive consequences, but it also leads to negative consequences. Let me explain. So let's say that you decide you're going to stop people pleasing. Well, now your parents don't like it when you say no. Now some of your friends don't like it when you say no. They don't like this new you that sets boundaries, that says no to them, that doesn't just suppress your needs and put their needs ahead of yours. And so now you're getting opposition. You might even get persecution. You will get gaslit by them and told by them that you're being selfish. You will get pressure put on you to try to get you to conform to the old dynamics of the relationship. So all of a sudden this new change is not getting everybody cheering for you. It is getting some people quite upset with you. That means you might have to end some relationships. And now there's going to be an increasing loneliness. That some of the people that you're lonely. Then you begin to second guess yourself. Am I doing the right thing? Am I being selfish? You're confused, especially when you get criticized by these narcissists that blame you for being selfish, that blame you for being a narcissist. You start all this second guessing stuff. Then whenever you start changing, you're moving into an area of life you've never lived in before. This is all brand new. This is unknown territory. I don't know how to live here. I have no role models here. I don't have great tools here. Now I'm living in unknown. Now I'm living in change. And that's triggering a lot of fear. So what happens for a lot of people when they get to this point is, I don't know if the positive results of this change are worth it. There's been so many negative consequences that come out of these changes. Maybe it's better to go back to the way things used to be. Maybe it's better to just go back to conform to what everybody wants. Then I'll be happy. Then everybody else will be happy. Surely that's the way to go. And so they reach a fork in the road. And so to change, it means short-term pain, opposition, people upset with you. It leads to all kinds of dealing with stuff and fear that aren't pleasant to deal with. But there is a pro, and it's long-term. Eventually it's going to lead to a better life. It's going to lead to greater joy. But the other fork of the road is, if I go back to the way things used to be, I'll get short-term pleasure. Everybody will be happy with me again. Everything will look good again. But the con is I will get long-term pain even greater. So the point is, it doesn't matter what path I'm going to choose, I'm going to get pain. In the healthy path, I'm going to get short-term pain, but long-term healthiness, joy. In the other path where I say, let's go back to unhealthy, I will get short-term pleasure, but even greater long-term pain. So I will get pain either way. My limbic wants to go back to short-term pleasure. It doesn't want to factor in long-term pain. I need to get to my cortex and say, hey, I want long-term pleasure, joy. So I will endure short-term pain. It's way better than ever-increasing greater pain. There's another piece that happens here, is that whenever I transition from an old, unhealthy normal that's been my normal for years, my default setting, to a new normal, it feels wrong. So if you've been a people pleaser for years, you've suppressed your desires for years, you've told yourself that it's right to suppress your desires and put everybody ahead of you, that that's what love means. Now, when you stand up for yourself and say, no, my needs matter just as much as yours, I need to be loved just as much as I love in order for it to be a healthy relationship, that feels selfish. That feels wrong. When I set boundaries with family, it feels like I'm disloyal to family. That feels wrong. So to get healthy actually is going to feel wrong for a while. It's going to feel unsafe for a while. And it takes 3 to 6 months to transition through that to a new healthy normal that's your default, where that wrong feeling begins to disappear. But be prepared for that, because that makes many people think, oh, I'm being wrong. I need to go back to where my limbic brain doesn't feel guilty. And then there's another piece that happens. So when you deal with your people pleasing, the issue that you're wanting to change, and you begin to explore it, you begin to realize the reason I people please is because I have shame underneath. I need people to like me to feel good about myself. So for me to deal with my people pleasing, I have to deal with my shame. Oh my goodness, another issue? A deeper issue I didn't even see. I just thought I had to stop people pleasing. But now I realize I can't stop people pleasing unless I heal my shame. So it's like I reach a new level of where I need to let go of, but it only makes me aware of an even deeper level that I got to let go of. A new level means a new devil. That is frustrating and that is hard. And then the final one is every time I go to change and I step into this new unknown and I let go of stuff, it actually triggers fear. What will happen next? Will I fail? Will I be able to do this? Is this really healthy? Fear becomes something I have to walk through every time I make a change. Every time I let go of something, it triggers fear. And that makes people want to go back to what feels safe. So let me take you to the next thing. Don't try to tackle everything you have to let go of at once. Tackle one thing at a time. And so it can be a person or a thing. So let's say you realize I've got a person in my life. Yes, there's a really unhealthy attachment. Maybe there's some good in that relationship, but there's a lot of unhealthy. Or maybe this person is totally toxic. I got to totally cut them out of my life. Don't try to sort that out with every person. Do it with one person at a time. Now, the fear for many people is that every relationship that has an unhealthy element, it's all or nothing. I got to get rid of them all, totally kick them to the curb. No, it doesn't work like that. There's going to be some people that are so toxic you have to cut them out of your life, but that's rare. For the most part, the people in your life, you might have, so let's take your parents. You still want a relationship with them. There's still a lot of good things in that relationship, but there are some unhealthy things. You depend on them too much. You put your needs below theirs. You don't set boundaries with them. You let them take advantage of you. You let them disrespect you. And you realize, if I'm going to get healthy, I have to change that. I have to set boundaries. I have to say no. I have to not be so dependent on them. I have to put my needs as just as important as theirs. Okay, that's going to be a lot of work to figure that out. Maybe I have to start by just saying, Mom and Dad, if I come over here and you treat me with disrespect, I'm going to leave. Or in your own mind, say, I'm going to spend less time with Mom and Dad, not let them talk to me every day for hours. I'm going to kind of limit my time with them. Start with boundaries that are attainable and begin to work on improving that one area and moving it to a healthy place. Then let's go to activities. You go, okay, I need to change my relationship with food. I need to change my relationship with TV. I need to change my relationship with social media. Doesn't mean I cut them totally out of my life, though I might need to do it for a little while. I need to sort out, when am I engaging and attaching to TV in a healthy way? When is it unhealthy? When am I using sleep in a healthy way? When am I using it in an unhealthy way? When do I serve others in a healthy way? And when do I serve others in an unhealthy way? And begin to sort out, what part do I let go of? What part do I keep? One way that helps a lot of people in recovery in sorting this out is internal family systems. And basically what it realizes is that when the child was little, all of these adaptations create kind of what they call parts. Different things. Each adaptation is like another person, a part that develops to protect this wounded child from getting hurt again. So they lie, they get angry, they control, they manipulate, they people please. All of those are firefighters and managers, parts that are all trying to protect this hurting child. And so the whole point of IFS is this: there are no bad parts. All of them, their ultimate desire was the safety of the child. They just used the tools they had to tell lies, to get angry, to lash out, to become invisible, to be funny all the time. Those are all parts that are designed to protect the child. So don't be trying to beat them up. Don't get down on yourself that they were doing their job of protecting the child. What you do now is go to those parts and say, thank you for the job you did. Thank you for serving this vulnerable child so well. But I want you to know that I've now developed tools to protect that child myself. So I'm glad to still have you around, but I don't need you to feel responsible now to take care of that child. I'm going to give you kind of your retirement papers because I now have the tools to protect this child. And so if you're able to see that all of these adaptations were just kind of parts all designed to protect the child, so you're not getting down on yourself and being judgmental and critical, but you're just beginning to understand and explore that, wow, this brain of mine was so sophisticated in trying to protect me. Now I'm just changing that I have better tools to protect myself now. Let me give you two final things. Letting go of all of these things, people, things, activities, always results in an element of grieving. I'm losing something that used to be important in my life, so I will probably have a time of grieving. Allow yourself that. But finally, recovery is not just about letting go of unhealthy. Recovery, to be true recovery, has to be all about forming healthy attachments, replacing the unhealthy attachments with healthy people, healthy activities. Make that your focus. Just don't focus on breaking and letting go of unhealthy attachments. Really focus on forming healthy attachments. That's when your recovery starts to deliver true healing and true joy.
What is the main trap of the anxious attached man? There's a trap that I see happening for every single anxious attachment I'm going to teach you about today, and I'm going to teach you how to escape it, because this trap is the thing that holds you in your anxious attachment. I'm going to define what caused it, what actually created it in your upbringing, talk about how it shows up in your relationship, and then how to break it. So here's the simple anxious trap, okay? I want something. I need something relationally. Asking for it is uncomfortable. I am afraid of rejection. And so instead of being direct, I am going to do something to try and get my need met or my want met without asking directly. I'll do backflips for it. I will create what Dr. Robert Glover calls covert contracts. So I'll do things for you. I'll do things for my partner. I'll go above and beyond. I'll try and be the best boyfriend or husband that I can possibly be, so that hopefully you will know that I need something and you will just give it to me in return. You'll be a mind reader. You'll figure it out and then you'll meet my needs. Okay. That's the trap of the anxious, right? This is the trap of the anxious attached man. He runs around in circles. He does backflips. He takes on so much responsibility in the relationship. He tries to do everything in his power. This is probably you if you're watching this, or maybe this is your partner. And he still doesn't get his needs met. He still doesn't get what he wants because he's not direct and doesn't ask for what he needs. Okay, why do you do this? Why do you get stuck in this trap over and over and over and over and over again when you know it doesn't work? I'm going to tell you why. You get stuck in this trap repeatedly because when you were a boy, you experienced things that created what's called learned helplessness. So an example of what can create learned helplessness. Maybe you were completely ignored, right? You were just neglected as a kid. Your parents weren't around very much. Your needs didn't seem to matter very much when you asked for what you wanted, for a birthday or a birthday party, or you needed some attention from your parents. It just didn't happen. And over time, as this went on, you learned that your needs do not matter to the people who love you most. And this created learned helplessness. So what happens is that your body, your nervous system, like your actual nervous system, and your brain got conditioned to see asking for what you want and need directly as a threat, and also not just as a threat, but as something that's entirely pointless. So your nervous system and your brain literally think, when you are like, hey, I really would love a hug from my partner, or I want to go on a date with them tonight, or I want to watch that TV show, or I want to hang out and have a good conversation, or whatever it is, your nervous systems and brain's response is, that's pointless. Doesn't matter, not going to happen. Some other examples is you may have been criticized into oblivion. You may have had outsized reactions and responses to when you expressed what you needed as a child, right? So if you were a kid that, maybe was a little hyperactive, or, had some anger when you were growing up, or, whenever you needed something, you would try and express it, but you would whine and complain. And then your parents would come over the top. They'd start yelling and screaming, or calling you names, or putting you down, criticizing you, like, what's wrong with you and why you do this? Again, this will have instilled into your nervous system and brain that either there's something wrong with you and what you need and want, or when you need something, that's a bad thing. There's a threat of violence, abuse, criticism, being shamed, being put down, being called names. It all depends on what you experienced growing up. So when an anxious attached man, when you as an anxious attached man want to ask your partner for something, what you are actually up against is not your partner's rejection, right? That's the perceived fear. It's like, well, what if they say no? Oh my God, how do I take that, right? What you're actually up against is how your nervous system felt as a boy when you tried to ask for what you wanted and needed. That's what you're actually up against. It's the boy's nervous system who goes, oh man, if I ask for what I want, am I going to get yelled at? Am I going to get laughed at? Am I going to get criticized? Am I going to get neglected? Am I going to get abandoned again? Just like I did when I expressed what I wanted growing up. So that's actually what you're up against in that moment, okay? Now, how do you get out of this trap? I can hear, because I work with men, it's like we all want, it's like, give me the answer. Give me the 3-step plan. Tell me what I can do to get out of this effing mess. Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the logistics. The first thing that you need to get very clear of is discovery. I always like a three-step process of discovery, awareness, and action. Discovery, awareness, and action. So you need to discover what are the origins of this behavior from your childhood. You actually need to do some discovery and some digging. Where did this fear of asking for my needs to be met, where did that come from? Where did you learned helplessness? Where did you learn that your needs were bad or wrong, or that there was something wrong with you for even having those needs? Where did you learn that? Who told you those things? What are some examples of moments, if you have memories of it, that created it? Now, for some of you, I want to just contextualize one piece. Some of you are going to be drawing a blank on this. Some of you is going to be super clear. So like, yeah, dad did this, mom said that, you know, my stepdad, etc., my grandfather, my uncle, my auntie, they did these things, and it really imprinted on me. Don't have needs. Don't ask for them. Something's wrong with you when you have a need. For some of you, it's going to be what's called pre-verbal or non-verbal. So you're not going to really have memories attached to it because it will have happened sometime earlier on in life. So if you can't find these like very clear moments where like, yeah, I can tie it to these very clear moments in my family system or at school with a teacher or with a coach where things happened and it taught me that my needs shouldn't matter, I should be afraid to ask for them, it's very likely that it was pre-verbal and nonverbal. So that means that it happened sometime before you were 3.5 and 4 years old. So the best thing that you can do is to discover, if you have a parent that's still alive, to start to ask them, hey, what was the first 3 years of my life like? What was I like? What was going on for you? What was going on in the relationship? What was going on in our household? And depending on your parents, some parents are not going to be open to this. You can give some insight into what you're looking for, which is an understanding of why you may have learned that your needs were bad or wrong. Most parents are not going to be able to hear that at all. So maybe just take that part with a grain of salt. But what you're really looking for is some experiences that may have left you with the belief that your needs didn't matter or that you weren't proud of it. I'm going to give you a very clear example. Very common that young men, that boys who have a mother that has severe or even not severe postpartum depression, and she struggles to take care of him. She struggles to respond to his needs. He's crying, he needs a diaper change, he's hungry, he needs to be fed, and she struggles to respond to his needs for whatever reason. If that happens repeatedly and ongoing, right, for months at a time, what can happen for that baby is learned helplessness. They learn that when they cry because they're hungry, nothing happens. When they cry and scream because they want to be held, nothing happens. So that's just one example of what can create that learned helplessness. And so for you, dealing with this, again, if you don't have any memories, explore the very early part in life, and it'll likely be a physical, somatic, nervous system sensation, right? Something about what I just said about early on in life would have probably pinged something inside of you. So start to explore that. The next part is the awareness of where it's showing up in your current relationship. So discover where the origins are from your roots, from your past, from your family of origin, and then start to build awareness. Where is this showing up in your relationship? This part's probably pretty obvious to you. It's like every time I want to ask for closeness or intimacy or go on a date or, you know, for any of my needs to be met or even to voice that I have needs or that I want to ask for something, that's where I get all disheveled and anxious and nervous, and I start trying to do things for my partner, blah, 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 blah. The last piece is take action. You are going to, for a period of time, you are going to go through some form of, this is a very interesting therapeutic process, but you're going to just put yourself into situations where you are asking for what you need and what you want as clearly and directly as possible. Now, my recommendation is that you start with things that are very easy, right? You start with things that are so small. Where a lot of guys go wrong with this is they're like, I've been waiting to ask my partner for this thing for years, and I'm going to try and start there. And they freeze and they get stuck and they get delayed in the process. So you need to go through a period of exposure therapy, of exposing your needs, exposing your wants, exposing what it is that you desire in the relationship. A very, very good frame to hold in your relationship is that the best relationships and the securest attachments, there's zero guesswork. So your work is to eliminate your partner's guesswork in what you need, want, or desire. So start small, right? At the dinner table, ask your partner to pass you things, right? If you're in the kitchen and you're sitting down and they're walking around and you want something from the fridge, ask for something from the fridge. Hey, can you grab me the soda from the fridge? Or can you grab me an apple, please, from the fridge? Or get me a protein bar from the cupboard, please. Start to really, and I know it sounds silly and simple, but start in this small place where you're risking rejection, you're risking them saying no, and then start to build up. Maybe you start to ask for things that are a little bit more, as you build some confidence, that are a little bit more confronting, right? It's like, I want you to come sit next to me, or come over here and give me a hug, or come give me a kiss. Those types of things are going to feel confrontational, confronting. They're going to feel maybe embarrassing for you. They're going to activate your nervous system of like, no, you can't ask for that, or you can't say that, or, if you do that, they're going to just reject you wholeheartedly. But I want you to start to practice these things over and over and over again. So every single day, 3 to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a day, you are going to ask for what you want and need from as many people around you as possible. Don't just condense this with your partner. You need to practice this everywhere in your life, okay? It's very common that when men are working on this, they just fixate on their intimate relationship, right? And they start bringing all of their wants and needs like a tidal wave to their partner. And the partner's like, holy shit, like what is happening? And everything starts to change in the dynamic very, very rapidly. That can be okay if your partner knows what's coming. If they know that you're doing this and they're aware that you're working on this and you've told them and you've been direct of like, hey, I'm going to start to ask you for more of what I need and want in the relationship. Are you okay with that? If so, like, I'm going to start tomorrow. I'm going to start to ask for you to pass me things and give physical affection and attention. I'm going to say what kind of date I want to go on and plan it and all those types of things. So if you have a relationship where you have great communication or you have communication that you trust, I would recommend that you make a bit of a declaration with your partner and make it clear and direct that you are going to start to do this. Set them up for success to know that your behavior is about to shift. Because here's the catch. I'm going to leave you with this and then we'll pause for today. Here's where most men go wrong in this anxious trap that causes them to come back in is they start to do a little bit of this. They start to ask for what they want and they need. And in the back of their mind, they're looking, they're waiting, right? You're waiting for the rejection. You're waiting to be turned down. You're waiting to be turned, to be told no, so that it reinforces that story. And what often happens is that they do a couple of things. Number one, they're looking for that old story to be proved. And number two, they don't set their partner up for success, meaning they don't really tell them what's happening. And all of a sudden they start to ask for all of these things that they want and need, but they're not practiced in it. And their partner is starting to push away or pull back or like, what's going on? Why are you acting this way? And they're confused. And because of the confusion, the man interprets that as I'm doing something wrong again. And I should just go back to not having needs or wants or desires. And it reinforces his story. So set your partner up for success. If you're in that type of relationship or you are committed and dedicated to building the type of relationship where there's no guesswork, which should be your aim as a man. Your aim as a man in your marriage, your relationship should be that there's zero guesswork with your partner, that there is transparency, that there's not a mystery of what you need, want, or desire. And it's not a mystery of what your partner needs, wants, or desires, or expects, that it is clear, it is simplified, it's streamlined. You both get it. You're both on the same page. So practice this. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you found value in this. Don't forget to subscribe and share the episode. Man it forward with somebody that you know will enjoy it. Until next week, Connor Beaton signing off.
Hi, herzlich willkommen zum neuen Video auf meinem YouTube-Kanal. Ein Video, das ich schon länger nicht mehr gemacht habe, wo ich aber immer gerne mal darauf hinweise, leide ich unter einer KPTPS. 5 Kernsymptome. Mein Name ist Philipp Mulan, ich bin psychologischer Psychotherapeut, Paar- und Traumatherapeut aus Saarbrücken. Und das Video nutze ich noch kurz dazu, um Werbung in eigener Sache zu machen. Also wenn wir schon bei dem Thema KPTPS sind, lade ich dich ein, meine Biografie zu kaufen, die im März erscheint. Wird auch unten eingeblendet. Dort beschreibe ich genau, wie ich aus meiner eigenen KPTPS rausgekommen bin, welche Tools ich benutzt habe, um da rauszukommen. Und ein Tool, was dort auch in dem Buch meiner Biografie, die unten eingeblendet wird, Link dazu eingeblendet wird, besonders gezogen hat, war die Aufstellungsarbeit. Da blende ich euch auch einen Link ein, wo ich in Aufstellungsseminaren immer mehr meiner Herkunftsgeschichte auf den Grund gekommen bin. So, kommen wir nun zum Video Anzeichen einer KPTPS. Und das Krasse ist, und da arbeite ich gerade mit einer Selbstoffenbarung, merkt man, ob man eine komplexe posttraumatische Belastungsstörung hat oder nicht. Und es ist ein klares Nein. Ich bin selber in meiner Krankheitsbiografie, ich habe mit 19 aufgrund eines ausufernden Alkoholkonsums meine erste Therapie gemacht. Aber ich habe nicht bemerkt, dass ich traumatisiert bin, weil ich A, unter einem verdeckten Trauma gelitten habe und B, damals noch niemand erkannt hat, dass sich dort eine Traumakaskade abbildet. Also ich habe sowohl unter einer KPTPS gelitten mit einer komorbiden Borderline-Störung, aber damals hat man das noch nicht erkannt und man selbst merkt das ja nicht, weil die Normalität eines traumatisierten Menschen ist halt eben, dass er mit der Störung lebt und sie nicht erkennt, so auch ich. Und dann habe ich 10 Jahre später ungefähr, nachdem ich völlig zusammengebrochen bin, eine zweite Therapie gemacht, wo auch ein Therapeut war, der schon traumaspezifisch ausgebildet war. Und dort ist dann die Diagnose KPTPS gestellt worden. Im Zuge der Aufstellungsarbeit habe ich dann auch ganz viel über die Entstehung meiner KPTPS gelernt und konnte das in Zusammenhang bringen. Also, hier die Leitsymptome. Also, die meisten Menschen wissen ja, dass sie traumatisiert sind. Und bei jeder KPTPS ist ganz wichtig, dass ein Typ-2-Trauma vorliegt. Das heißt, die Menschen müssen zu mehreren Zeitpunkten durch traumatische Ereignisse, meist Gewalt durch nähere Angehörige, wie sexualisierte Gewalt, physische Gewalt, Schläge, betroffen sein. Ganz oft gibt es auch KPTPS-Fälle, wenn ein Event vorliegt, das so schlimm war, dass die Patienten so zerstört worden sind, so lebensbedrohlich das erlebt haben, dass sich die einfache PTPS auf eine komplexe posttraumatische Belastungsstörung mit allen anderen Dingen wandelt. Ne? Es gibt auch eine KPTPS, die auch auf reiner Bedrohungslage basiert. Also wenn ein Kind zum Beispiel in der Kindheit nie geschlagen wird, aber immer so massiv bedroht wird, dass man seine körperliche Integrität verletzt. Also wenn man zum Kind 500 Mal in der Kindheit sagt, wenn du das und das machst, schlage ich dich tot, das ist auch, hat traumatische Qualität oder konstante Beschämung. Also das kann auch so ein Typ-2-Trauma sein, das man braucht, um ein KPTBS vorliegen zu haben. Ganz oft gibt es auch den Fall, wo die Leute sagen, ich bin überhaupt nicht traumatisiert, ich habe gar nichts und haben aber sonst den ganzen Blumenstrauß, den ich euch gleich noch zeigen werde, an KPTBS-Symptomen und die sagen, ich bin nicht traumatisiert. Da muss man ganz oft nach einem verdeckten Trauma schauen. Also sind die Leute traumatisiert worden in einer Phase, wo sie sich nicht mehr aufgrund von Verdrängung oder Dissoziation dran erinnern können, nicht mehr dran erinnern können. Und das ist was ich ganz oft in meinen Aufstellungsseminaren erlebe. Also vor kurzem hatte ich eine junge Zahnarzthelferin in Therapie, die bei mir wegen einer KPTBS-Symptomatik auffällig geworden ist. Also die ist mit einer Depression gekommen und desto weiter man exploriert hat, war relativ klar, sie hat eine KPTBS gehabt. Aber wir haben nichts gefunden. Dann kommt die zum Aufstellungsseminar und die Stellvertreterin im Seminar zeigt auch eine Traumasymptomatik. Und dann mache ich es meistens so in Aufstellungsseminaren, dann stelle ich über die Stellvertreterwahrnehmung mehrere Bezugspersonen hinzu. Und Vater, Mutter waren Blande, also da hat es keine Reaktion gegeben. Aber irgendwann habe ich dann den Junggesellenonkel, der im Haus mitgelebt, dazugestellt. Und dann ist plötzlich die Stellvertreterin runtergegangen und war völlig im Eimer. Die junge Frau hat das mit nach Hause genommen, hat ihre Mutter befragt und hat gesagt, ja, da hätte es auch schon Übergriffe gegeben. Der Onkel hätte sie mehrmals begrapscht, aber sie haben gedacht, um ihr zu helfen, erwähnen Sie das nicht und lassen Sie so groß werden. Also meine Patientin hat eine KPTBS gehabt, aufgrund von einer Traumatisierung. Der Onkel hat sie belästigt, sie konnte das nicht mehr erinnern. In einem Aufstellungsseminar hat es erste Hinweise drauf gegeben, die dann nachher validiert worden sind. Also KPTBS, erstens vorliegen, Typ 2 Traumatisierung. Wenn man die nicht findet, kann es sich auch um ein verdecktes Trauma handeln. Das nächste Symptom bei einer KPTBS sind immer die Wiedererlebenssymptome. Das heißt, manche Menschen oder die meisten Menschen, die in der Kindheit von schweren Traumata betroffen haben, erleben das Trauma an den unpassendsten Stellen wieder durch Intrusionen. Das heißt, sie wollen einen Partner küssen, der hat irgendein Parfum drauf und plötzlich schalten die in Fluchtmodus oder er sagt ein falsches Wort, die sind total angespannt oder noch schlimmer. Also Intrusionen sind immer ganz kleine Einzelfragmente, die wieder erinnert werden und der ganze Flashback ist, hatte ich vor kurzem eine ganz liebe Patientin, die hat einen netten Mann kennengelernt, dem war sie sehr zugetan und die haben ein erstes Date gehabt, haben mehrere Dates gehabt, wollten intim werden und der Mann hat irgendeine Geste gemacht, die war überhaupt nicht böse gemeint und bei der geht ein Traumafilm los, die erinnert irgendwelche Szenen und dann hat sie auch ein Trauma wieder erinnert. Dort haben wir dann auch mit Aufstellungsarbeit ein bisschen so die Sachen einzirkeln können. Also das Zweite ist immer, dass man plötzlich in einer ganz normalen Situation Dinge wiedererlebt, die ganz schrecklich sind und die sich aus der jetzigen aktuellen Situation nicht erklären lassen. Und natürlich machen ganz viele Traumapatienten, weil die im Prinzip wissen, dass das passieren kann, ganz unbewusst Vermeidungshandlungen. Also der Traumapatient kommt nicht hin und sagt, ich habe eine KPTBS und ich leide jetzt darunter. Der kommt mit einer Depression, einer Angststörung oder einer anderen Geschichte in Therapie oder schon einem Alkoholismus. Und desto mehr man guckt, merkt man, was der alles vermeidet. Menschenansammlungen, beruflichen Erfolg, weil er nicht exponiert sein will. Ganz viele Patientinnen, die ich haben selber ein Coaching oder ein Therapiebusiness, finden Social Media cool und trauen sich nicht Social Media zu machen, weil sie dann gesehen werden. Hatte ich vor kurzem eine Aufstellung, eine Frau wollte ihren beruflichen Erfolg aufstellen und warum sie auf Social Media nicht mehr gehemmt ist, kommt ins Aufstellungsseminar und die Hemmung, sich im Social Media zu zeigen, geht auf den Großvater zurück, der sie permanent angespannt hat. Also diese Vermeidung von Dingen, sozialen Kontakt, beruflichen Erfolg, Sichtbarkeit, kann ganz oft in Zusammenhang mit einer Depression ein verdecktes Traumasymptom sein. Patienten haben dann oft auch, weil sie immer so angespannt sind, weil die ungelöste Traumatisierung in ihnen steckt, so eine permanente Hypervigilanz. Sie sind immer wachsam, immer auf der Hut, beobachten immer alles genau. Das sind so Dinge, die sich zeigen. Ganz häufig auch, was ich eben schon angeklungen habe, kommen die klassischen Traumapatienten nicht mit Symptomen wie einer komplexen traumatischen Folgestörung. Also bietet sich keiner an und sagt, hier, ich habe eine KPTBS. Nein, die kommen Depressionen, Angststörungen, Alkoholismus, Beziehungsschwierigkeiten. Also ganz oft liegt eine lange Genese beim Arzt vor mit irgendwelchen Psychosymptomen, die irgendwie scheinbar nicht zusammenhängen, am Ende doch zusammenhängen. Genauso ist es dann auch, dass die Leute ganz oft irgendwelche psychosomatischen Beschwerden haben. Das heißt, die haben ganz viel Zeug, was keinen Sinn macht körperlich, was sich nicht erklären lässt. Und ganz oft steckt dahinter eine bedrohliche, traumatische, gewalttätige Atmosphäre in der Kindheit. Auch ganz häufig sind halt wirklich Beziehungsschwierigkeiten. Also ganz viele Menschen kommen zu mir, weil sie Beziehungsschwierigkeiten haben und sagen auch,
Hey guys, what is up? Let's talk about getting over someone. I know people oftentimes will really struggle with moving on after a breakup or divorce, and I want to give you really 3 concepts that a lot of people don't talk about. These are going to really be the things that are going to help you to actually move on from this either heartbreak, divorce, or breakup. So often in videos and podcasts, people will just say the typical things. You deserved better, they weren't worth it, you'll move on, like don't worry. But when you're going through like some knee-deep, hard stuff and your heart is absolutely breaking, that stuff doesn't really help us. So I want to talk about these 3 concepts so you guys can start to understand that we can start implementing them. That way it will really help you to actually move yourself forward. So I want you to understand this first concept. Getting over someone is not emotional, it's logical. Now I know that may sound a little ridiculous because relationships are emotional. How is this not an emotional thing? I totally understand, but the relationship was emotional. You moving on and letting go and getting over this person is not an emotional thing, it's a logical thing. What I mean by that is you can't just stop loving someone, but you can decide that you're no longer going to be with someone, or you can decide that you're no longer going to obsessively think about someone. The problem is a lot of times when we're getting over someone, we want to go from 0 to 60. It doesn't really work like that. Letting go, forgiveness, these are all practices. These are things that you do, and like over time they start to stack up where you actually start to like move away from someone. So if we understand that we can't actually just shut love off, and that getting over someone is actually just a logical decision that we're making, a conscious decision that we're making to move ourselves forward, that's healthy. When we cannot really get over someone, it's really because we're living too much in the past. We're living too much in the what ifs. We haven't fully accepted what has happened because we also haven't fully accepted how we feel about it. If all of your energy is tied up in the past, in all the what ifs, in all of the relationship was so great, and just kind of like reminiscing about all the good stuff, and we don't ever really remind ourselves of what the realities are, then we're using that energy in this like past experience, and we're not really using it in the present. If we're struggling to really get over someone, the truth of the matter is that you're kind of like sitting in the past in this relationship and all the what ifs, and you're not really using that energy for good to help move yourself forward or to actually just stay present with where you are in life right now. Now, here's where the logical begins to come into play. At some point, you have to make a conscious decision on where you want to go. Do you want to stay stuck in the past, or do you want to move yourself forward? Now, this is not a black or white thing because there's grieving and there is mourning and there is accepting and there is forgiving that has to be done in that past relationship. So we can dip in the past and we can work on ourselves regarding that relationship, but it has to be good stuff that actually is helping you to build some blocks to then move yourself forward. If we're not really doing any of that work, then we're just kind of like idealizing this relationship and sitting in all of the what ifs as if this relationship was going to be something that it wasn't probably meant to be. Actually, it wasn't meant to be, because if it was, you would still be with this person. Now, the next kind of concept that I want you to understand, you have to start overriding your emotions. So when I say that this is a logical thing and not an emotional thing, you are so used to running off of your emotions that you have to gain a little bit more self-control of your emotional state. You see, when we're hurt or we lose something, it is inevitable that our ego is bruised and that we feel this sense of pain because we lost something. We lost something that we wanted to have. So I have this projection or this fantasy or this expectation on the way this was supposed to go. And because you're not behaving, or you did not behave in the way that I thought you would, or this relationship didn't pan out in the way that I thought it would have, then I feel disappointment. And of course, we have to deal with that disappointment. We have to learn how to grieve and manage it, but we also can't live in it. And when we live in it, that means that we're allowing these emotional states that we have to control us. One of the most beneficial and honestly game-changing things that I learned was when I understood that my emotions really just came from the stories that I was telling myself. So basically, the thoughts that I was thinking and the thoughts that I were unknowingly feeding, whether they were good or bad, were dictating how I felt. So for you, the story might sound something like, this was the love of my life. This person was so perfect. This person was my soulmate. I thought we were going to be together forever. The story could also be that this was never supposed to end. Now, here's the thing. The truth is that no one signs up to get into a relationship to then break up, to have the relationship end at some point. But we also don't have control over the way that life goes, the way that people change, the way that you change. And being in a relationship makes you extremely vulnerable. Then we have to accept that relationships can dissolve. So the reason why you're really struggling to get over this person, and the reason why you're obsessing about all of this, is because of the stories that you're telling yourself. Now, the stories could be about this person, or it could actually be about yourself. Why didn't this person change? Why didn't they love me? Why didn't they pick me? And then those stories begin to actually just dwindle down your self-esteem. So either way, your stories are either going to hurt you and how you view yourself, or they're going to keep you stuck in this fantasy of what you thought the relationship was, when that actually isn't really the case. The problem too that I think most people have is they fill these stories with such happy memories and happy times. There's these huge expectations and projections that you will put on a relationship when it is ending, because we're basically going through change, and no one likes change. And when life does something that takes someone out of your life, you go through this like detachment period. And the detachment period, which is really where like the grieving and the sadness and the uncomfortableness starts to come into play, of like, okay, I'm sleeping alone. Okay, I'm moving out. Okay, I'm living by myself again. When we go through this detachment, it's painful. It's not something that's comfortable. But in that detachment, if you remind yourself of what the real stories are and managing your uncomfortableness while you're going through this period of kind of like getting back to you, then you will be fine. And then you will move on and you'll actually heal and learn some lessons and heal and get better. Where most people really struggle is they feel this uncomfortableness and they don't like it, and they'll either start to fill things in their life to kind of like avoid that unsettled feeling, that anxious feeling that they're experiencing, having now being in these uncomfortable stages of life, basically, or they're going to just stay in this like real sadness that what they lost was so horrific. And I'm not talking about death, I'm talking about a breakup, I'm talking about a divorce, where they're going through like such painful grief because they're not really living in a reality state, they're living in this fantasy state. Most people don't fill their stories with the truth. Okay, well, what's the truth? The truth is that you need to look at how this person made you feel. Did this person make you feel safe? Did this person make you feel heard? Did this person change? Did you change? How were your standards in this relationship? Were they high, or quite frankly, were you settling? What do you actually want in a relationship? What does a good relationship look like to you? Is this person capable of being that person for you? Most people don't really focus on, did you actually even like like this person? Did you like everything that made them who they are? Did you respect them? Did they respect you? When you start to kind of like answer these questions, you start to get to more of the truth, and then you realize that a lot of times it's not even this person, it's just the mourning and grieving of the relationship in general, and it has nothing to actually do with this person. Now, if you're not asking yourself those truthful reality questions, then what you're doing is you're mourning a character, and you're gonna stay stuck in these cycles where you're never really gonna get over this person, or it's going to be a real struggle for you to get over this person. The last concept that I wanna introduce you to, and this is the most powerful. Moving on is an act and a decision. It is a decision that you make for yourself to say, I don't want to be stuck here anymore. I deserve to move on. I deserve to find someone else. I deserve to have a great life. Moving on is about taking action towards your life and filling it up. These are steps that you take to really rebuild yourself. This is not about how you emotionally feel, because our emotions oftentimes don't make sense. Emotions, again, are not logical. So if we're coming from more of a logical state, then we're going to make decisions that are going to be beneficial to us in the long run. And that's really what you're trying to do. You're trying to make conscious decisions to move yourself forward. Conscious decisions to say, okay, I am not going to obsess about this person anymore. For a lot of people, they don't really understand that they actually have free will to be able to decide to stop thinking about this person. So when I talk about self-parenting on this channel, when I talk a lot about mental health and all of these concepts, the game changer is that you have free will. The game changer is that you have the ability to say, no, I'm not gonna have any more chocolate cake. You actually have that. There has to be a part of you that you learn to kind of hone in on that really can take control and take charge of the situation. So it's just like being a parent to a child or babysitting a child. You're not going to let the child do whatever it wants to do in every single moment, because the child is very emotional. It's not logical. It doesn't really have a lot of logic. You can't talk to a 3-year-old about how the fact that there's no apples in the house and that we can just go to the grocery store in 5 minutes. Instead, what you see the 3-year-old do is scream and cry and throw a tantrum.
Wenn wir vom Loslassen sprechen, dann denken wir dabei an Gefühle, Emotionen, Erinnerungen oder an Traumata, die unser Leben auf negative Weise beeinflussen. Unter Traumata versteht man übrigens nicht nur schwerwiegende Ereignisse wie Missbrauch oder ein Unfall in der Vergangenheit. Das können auch Erfahrungen sein, wie in der Schule ausgelacht worden zu sein, die Eltern in einem Geschäft zu verlieren oder für etwas gerügt worden zu sein. Alles, was wir mit unserem kindlichen Intellekt nicht rationalisieren konnten und falsche Schlüsse daraus gezogen haben. Nämlich jene, dass wir so wie wir sind, nicht in Ordnung sind. Wir navigieren durchs Leben und werden hier und da getriggert, wobei diese negativen Gefühle, die wir damals unterdrückt haben, wieder zum Vorschein kommen. Ich falle bei der Prüfung durch. Ich bin nicht gut genug. Ich werde vom Partner verlassen. Ich bin nicht gut genug. Ich habe beim Jobinterview versagt. Ich bin nicht gut genug. An sich sind das einfach menschliche Erfahrungen, die wir alle irgendwann durchmachen. Aber wir sehen sie immer noch wie das Kind von damals, für das das Klassenzimmer die ganze Welt war. Und wir denken, ich bin nicht in Ordnung. Und irgendwann sind wir so müde von dem ganzen Drama und wir hören, dass wir loslassen können. Oder das innere Kind heilen oder uns befreien können. Je nachdem, auf welchen Bereich man gestoßen ist. Wir sind uns sicher, dass wir dann nicht mehr leiden werden. Also lesen wir alle Bücher, Artikel, schauen uns Videos zu dem Thema an und gehen vielleicht zum Therapeuten, bis wir meinen, alles verstanden zu haben. Und wenn man alles versteht, dann hat man schließlich das Spiel durchschaut und hat losgelassen. Doch dann kommt der Moment, in dem wir getriggert werden und all die alten Gefühle und Emotionen kommen hoch. Und wir schaffen es nicht, uns zu beruhigen. Wir sind ihnen hilflos ausgeliefert und das frustriert noch mehr. Unser Fazit: Das ist alles Schwachsinn, was die Therapeuten oder Experten erzählen, und es funktioniert bei mir nicht. Das eigentliche Problem ist aber in den meisten Fällen, dass wir dazu tendieren, das Gelesene oder Gehörte nur intellektuell durchzuspielen. Wir hören etwas über Glaubenssätze und das Unterbewusstsein und wir denken, jetzt habe ich verstanden. Und wir lieben diesen Aha-Effekt. Leider reicht das Verständnis alleine nicht dafür aus, um loszulassen. Manchmal ist es sogar kontraproduktiv, wenn man sehr logisch und rational ist und zu viel nachdenkt. Loslassen geschieht nämlich nicht auf einer mentalen Ebene. Der Partner trennt sich nach einer langjährigen Beziehung von uns und wir können uns rational erklären, dass Leute sich nun einmal verändern und sich etwas anderes wünschen. Und dass wir deshalb kein schlechter Mensch sind und dass eine Trennung eine Chance für uns ist, etwas über uns zu lernen. Aber wenn du tief in dir drinnen das Gefühl hast, abgelehnt worden zu sein und nicht liebenswert zu sein, dann übertünchst du mit deinem logischen Denken einfach deine Gefühle, Emotionen und Glaubenssysteme. Das bedeutet nicht loslassen, sondern sich von der Wahrheit abwenden und sie unterdrücken. Tief in dir drinnen denkst du nämlich, ich möchte geliebt werden. Warum werde ich nicht geliebt? Warum will man mich nicht? Ich habe doch alles getan, wieso schätzt man das nicht? Was also ist dann Loslassen? Das Wort Loslassen kann manchmal etwas irreführend sein, weil es den Anschein macht, als würden wir endlich diese ungeliebte Seite von uns, die wir unser ganzes Leben versucht haben zu unterdrücken, in einem Augenblick geistiger Erleuchtung loswerden. Ich will nicht so unsicher sein, ich will stark und selbstbewusst sein. Deshalb darf ich den Schmerz nicht zulassen. Ich darf nicht weinen, ich darf nicht schwach sein. Solche Dinge sagen wir uns. Doch in dem Wunsch, diese Gefühle loszuwerden und nicht mehr zu fühlen, liegt die Falle. Je mehr wir sie ablehnen, desto mehr Strategien entwickeln wir, um sie zu bewältigen, und desto eher bleiben sie uns erhalten. Wir lösen sie nicht auf, sondern nähern sie auch noch, denn indem wir versuchen, eine starke Seite zu kreieren, um die Schwache zu unterdrücken, machen wir sie zu einer Realität. Und dann haben wir diese permanenten inneren Konflikte, die uns auslaugen. Loslassen müsste besser akzeptieren und sein lassen heißen. Es ist ein Loslassen vom Widerstand leisten, von dem ich will das nicht fühlen oder so soll es nicht sein. Wir klammern nicht mehr an ein Outcome wie ich will nie mehr Angst haben oder leiden. Wir versuchen nicht mehr die ungeliebte Seite von uns zu unterdrücken, sondern lassen sie gewähren. Das bedeutet Loslassen. Ich nehme all diese Facetten an. Es ist fast wie ein sich dem Gefühl oder der Emotion hingeben, sie zu- und ziehen lassen, ohne eine Geschichte darum aufzubauen. Wir neigen nämlich dazu zu sagen, oh, dieses Gefühl kommt auf, weil ich hintergangen wurde, weil ich ungerecht behandelt wurde, weil man mir dieses oder jenes angetan hat. Der Mensch ist wirklich gut darin, alles zu analysieren, zu reflektieren und dann Ideen darum aufzubauen, dass er sich damit manchmal ins eigene Bein schießt. Denn stell dir einmal vor, wir hätten von klein auf gelernt, dass schmerzvolle Ereignisse zum Leben gehören, dass man diese Gefühle und Emotionen durchlebt und verarbeitet und dann zum nächsten Abenteuer übergeht. Aber was machen wir? Wir fragen, was hat das zu bedeuten? Was sagt das über mich aus? Was bedeutet das für mein Leben, meine Karriere, meine Beziehung? Ich. Wir nehmen alles persönlich. Dabei ist es eigentlich einfach Leben, das sich entfaltet und passiert. Es bist nicht nur du, der oder die verlassen wurde. Es bist nicht nur du, der oder die krank ist, geliebte Menschen oder sein Vermögen verloren hat. Milliarden Menschen vor dir und nach dir haben und werden die gleichen Schicksale durchmachen, weil Menschsein freudvolle und schmerzvolle Erfahrungen mit sich bringt. Und wenn du jetzt hier sitzt und dir denkst, aber hier geht es um mein Leben, ist mir doch egal, was mit den anderen ist, ich will es schön haben, dann sitzt du in der Falle und ich beschwöre dir, dass du früher oder später zu der gleichen Erkenntnis kommen wirst, wie Milliarden vor dir. Es ging nie wirklich um mich. Ich bin einem Irrtum aufgesessen, der mich öfter unglücklich als glücklich gemacht hat. Ich werde ebenso sterben wie alle anderen vor und nach mir. Und ich kann nichts mitnehmen, von dem ich dachte, ich müsste es haben. Nicht einmal meine Erinnerungen. Je früher man sich dieser, zumindest auf materieller Ebene, Tatsache bewusst wird, desto einfacher wird loslassen und frei sein. Und es eröffnen sich neue Möglichkeiten. Die Möglichkeit, im Dienste der Gesamtheit zu stehen. Die Demut und Bescheidenheit, die damit einhergehen. Das Gefühl der Dankbarkeit und bedingungslosen Liebe, die sich offenbaren. Ich bin mir sicher, du kennst solche Momente. Es sind verschiedene Stufen, die wir in unserem Leben zu durchlaufen haben und manche kann man nicht überspringen. Wenn Angst, Trauer oder Wut da sind, lerne sie anzunehmen. Sie machen dich nicht weniger gut oder weniger spirituell. Alles gehört dazu und ist auf seine Weise gut, wenn man es für sein Wachstum nutzt.
The highest rated games on Steam, and today I'm going to play it along with other overwhelmingly positive Steam games to answer the question, do these games deserve Steam's best rating? Its finest metal, its highest level. Like a Blue's Clues, man, it's really sentimental, rhymes essential, boss are gentle, everybody looking at me. High physics, 10 out of 10. Oh, we're being sucked. It has 90,000 reviews, and 98% of those are positive. But not only that, it's only been out for 3 months. I haven't been this curious to play a game since the first video in this series when we tried Hollow Cure. Oh, hi. Oh, whoa, okay. I just got butterflies. Where am I? Wait, tutorial. Would you like me to teach you the ropes? Yes, I would. Look around. Wow, thanks. Okay, maybe I didn't need the tutorial. Thank you for telling me. Oh, hey, what's up? That's me. Yo, my, look at those tie physics. Look at the tie physics. Yeah, baby. Tie physics, 10 out of 10. Oh, we're being sucked in. Am I in the game? Hello. My name's Recap. Nice to meet you too, Mita. I rushed off earlier and now this place is a mess. Okay, sure, I guess. I mean, you know, it's your room. You could do it yourself, but I guess this is just a cleaning simulator. Yay, yay, yay. Thank you so much. You are so welcome. This is awesome. I like this game. Okay, welcome back. I was thinking of buying... Bro, I hate this. Hi, what can I... Oh, what's this? Can I play a game? Does the computer work, or is it just desk decoration? What? Yeah, what kind of dumb question did I just ask? Oh, can I see myself? How come there's no reflection? Yeah, what the heck? I forgot to turn on reflection. What? Hey, how did you do that? I look depressed. I look like I hate it here. Watch this, Maida. Watch this. Look at these tie physics. Bam. Yeah, look at that. Look at those tie physics. Yeah, you seeing that? I saw you looking down. Yeah, impressive, right? I know. Thank you. Gosh, dude. I'm a big magnet.
Why is this game
this
10
tie
bucks?
does wonders for me. What is that?
I want to play it.
Continue. A ring. Why is it? Is that a Green Lantern ring? It's glowing. Why were you creepy like that? What were you doing there? Why were you hiding behind the door? I know you're there. What the heck happened? Yep, we're in a game. Come on, give me... Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. Okay, you make a good point, lady. Get the scissors from the bathroom. Why the heck are the scissors in the bathroom? What are you cooking? What are we doing here? We're wasting time. Come on. We could be playing PlayStation right now. You stupid scissors from the bath. What do you... Oh. Hold on. Who is Nick? Okay, here you. Now have a. What did you need the? What did you? Do you need these scissors still? You still need the. Stop looking at me like that. I feel like I was supposed to be afraid of you, but you're doing that head tilt thing.
She looks so cute though.
Yo, lady, what do you need scissors for? That is what you needed. You can definitely just tear the thing. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? What did I say? Hey, what's going on? Oh, goodness. Did she poison me? You suck. I think I know what's... Yeah, I think I know too. I think you poisoned my food, lady. What are these pills? No. That's... Hide. Tell me. I like a challenge. Yeah, you are. Jumped too easily. I jumped too easily.
Oh wow, this game becomes
Why are you staring at me
dark,
like that?
huh?
I have to walk toward... Going! You won't find a way through the door. I do have places to be, so I'll just see you later though. I'm just gonna go this. Okay, bye. Just let me walk past. Just let me walk past, please. What the heck? Nope, I'm just gonna leave.
What is going on here?
Nitro shit. Oh, yeah. Go. Oh, I can't really walk very fast. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, what the heck? Okay, there is nothing in here. Almost 5,000 reviews. 98% of them are positive. Recent reviews is 99% positive. It has a very distinctive art style, and that dude just got thrown off the building. Chapter 1, Episode 1. Are these... Oh, this is difficulty. Die! Bah! Stupid! Top of the freaking ground. Masked vigilante. Yeah.
This one.
Ian. Thanks, Cooper. Thanks for the review. The Great Gills 8. Really think about that. Oh, I'm supposed to like do that. Sorry, I just gotta go for the top one up there. Oh.
I look to you.
And I still have the thing. There we go. That like coming. Come on. Come on. Steam has over 100,000 games. Most of them are complete garbage, but some of them are a little bit better. And a select few are apparently non-90. I got 90 somewhere right now. Should I be exploring this? Uh-oh. Oh, I see it. Yeah, what kind of... Hold on. Easily. Oh my gosh, you're all gonna watch. How do I... Thank you. Molested. I'm being molested. Oh my gosh, I need to go grab a health pack, but I'm gonna get trapped in this room. I'm gonna spam throw things at you. Okay, I'm just getting out. Oh my gosh. Throw. Go. Oh. Is he trapped in there? He did not get trapped in there. Oh my. I'm just going. Give me a...
Hey, welcome back. There has been a huge decline in mental health around the world, which is why we're so committed to creating more content than we ever have. Thanks for being a part of our journey. Do you know what it means to have a trauma bond with someone? Most people would wrongly assume that this means bonding with someone over shared trauma. But actually, trauma bonding is a defining characteristic of many toxic and abusive relationships. And it's often the main reason why we might find ourselves unable to leave them. A trauma bond refers to the deep emotional attachment one might feel towards their abuser. And it's more likely to develop in those who have a history of abuse, exploitation, or emotional codependency in their past relationships. Trauma bonds can easily be mistaken for feelings of love and commitment towards another person. So with that said, here are some signs to look out for that tell you if it's not actually love that you're experiencing, but a trauma bond. Number 1, the other person is outwardly charming. Of course, if given the choice, no one would willingly choose to pursue a relationship with someone who acts abusive towards them. The problem is, however, that toxic relationships don't start out that way. And it's usually only when you've already experienced the abuse that you start to realize something is wrong. You might develop a trauma bond with someone if they are outwardly charming, sweet, caring, and seem trustworthy to you. But don't be fooled. There might be something more sinister lurking beneath it all. Number 2, they are emotionally unpredictable. You might be asking yourself, why don't people just leave the relationships once they realize that it's unhealthy for them? But the trouble is, it's a lot harder to spot trauma bonding when it's up close and personal, compared to if you just saw it happening to someone else. This is because abusive partners can often be emotionally manipulative too. They might abuse you and devalue you only to shower you with kindness, apologies, and promises to change the next day. This serves as positive reinforcement to make you second guess any thoughts you might have of leaving them. Number 3, they tend to take their problems out on you. Think back to the last time this partner, friend, or family member heard some bad news or encountered a problem. How do they usually deal with it? Do they often lash out, take it out on you, even when you've done nothing wrong? They could be keeping you around as their psychological punching bag. And you deserve better than that. Number 4, they isolate you from your loved ones. Some people might think it's sweet to have someone who wants them all to themselves and gets jealous of those you spend your time with. But there's a difference between loving someone so you deny or minimize their abusive behavior. Now, let's look at all the ways the trauma bond might affect. Number 6, you constantly make excuses for them. The moment you can no longer deny it. Number 7, you're becoming more and more emotionally numb. Have you noticed you're hiding aspects of your relationship from others? Finally, but perhaps
Warum zum Teufel machst du dich immer wieder abhängig von anderen Personen? Warum kommt es immer wieder dazu, dass du dir denkst, ohne diesen Menschen in meinem Leben kann ich einfach nicht sein? Wieso kommt es immer wieder dazu, dass du in Selbstzweifel verfällst? Dass du immer wieder an dir selbst zweifelst, ein mangelndes Selbstwertgefühl hast und glaubst, dass du nicht gut genug bist? Warum zum Teufel kommt es immer wieder dazu? Was ist das verdammte Problem? Wieso ist es immer wieder so? Und der einzige Grund, warum es so ist, der einzige Grund, warum es immer wieder passiert, ist, weil du nicht allein sein willst. Das ist der einzige Grund. Wenn es um emotionale Abhängigkeit geht, wenn es darum geht, einen Menschen in deinem Leben zu haben, unbedingt liegt es immer wieder an dem Punkt Einsamkeit. Wie oft ist dir bereits passiert, dass du dir gesagt hast, weißt du was, ich brauche sie unbedingt. Oder ich will sie haben. Oder ich will ihn haben. Oder ich will das haben. Egal was es ist. Solange du etwas unbedingt haben willst, bist du emotional abhängig. Wie ist es also möglich, dass das passiert? Denk mal bitte genau darüber nach. Was haben wir in unserem Leben? Wir haben Verantwortung und wir haben Schuld. Wir haben leider das Problem, dass wir oftmals allen anderen Dingen die Schuld geben und sagen, alle anderen sind schuld. Alle anderen sind schuld daran, dass mein Leben schlecht ist. Alle anderen sind daran schuld, dass ich kein Geld habe. Alle anderen sind schuld daran, dass ich unglücklich bin in Beziehungen. Alle anderen sind daran schuld, dass ich ungesund bin. Alle anderen sind schuld. Das System ist schuld. Das dieses ist schuld. Das jenes ist schuld. Der Punkt bei der ganzen Sache aber ist, wenn du so redest von dir die ganze Zeit oder in diesem Ton redest allgemein, bist du in einer verdammten Opferhaltung. Du wirst auch immer in dieser Opferhaltung bleiben. Solange bis du endlich aufhörst damit und anfängst, anders zu reden, anders zu sein, anders zu denken, anders zu handeln, indem du verantwortungsbewusst handelst, mit voller Verantwortung redest, mit voller Verantwortung denkst. Das bedeutet, dass du dir mit voller Verantwortung im Klaren darüber bist, dass egal was passiert, du zu allem imstande bist. Weil was ist denn hier das Problem, wenn wir die ganze Zeit Schuld an andere draußen schieben, ja auf andere draußen schieben und nie Verantwortung übernehmen? Das Problem hier ist, dass du nicht glaubst, dass du das Zeug dazu hast, all die Dinge wahrzumachen, die die anderen dort draußen wahrmachen. Das heißt, wenn du einen, keine Ahnung, Jeff Bezos siehst, Warren Buffett oder sonst wen, ganz egal wer es ist, wer auch immer deine Vorbilder sind, wenn du diese Menschen siehst oder irgendwo auf irgendwelchen sozialen Medien unterwegs bist und andere Menschen siehst und siehst, oh, die verdienen mehr, die machen mehr, die haben einen viel cooleren Lifestyle als ich oder sonstiges, was ist der Grund dafür, dass du dich schlecht fühlst in diesem Moment? Weil du tief im Inneren nicht glaubst, dass du es auch kannst. Ist das aber wahr? Entspricht das der Realität, dass du es nicht kannst? Nein, tut es nicht. Ob du willst oder nicht, ob du das denkst oder nicht, es entspricht nicht der Wahrheit. Denn wenn du die nötigen Dinge tust, die dazu nötig sind, ja, um das zu erreichen, wirst du es genauso bekommen. Wenn du jetzt genau dasselbe wie diese Person machen würdest, mit genau den gleichen.
It's always easy to talk about new stuff, big, bombastic, massive, multi-million-dollar releases that happen every month. But listen, there's still a lot of other good stuff out there that might be a couple of years old or not even a huge million-dollar project. Anyway, today we want to put you onto some games you might have missed. There's probably a good chance you didn't play. Some of these are kind of niche, some of them are our favorite games. So without further ado, let's get into it.
You're lucky to bump into him. He's
not a great shot.
First on this list is Indica. This is a third-person, story-driven game set in alternate Russia at the turn of the 19th century, a time and place where religious visions clash with harsh reality, causing our protagonist, Indica, a young Orthodox nun, to slip into a state between a divine revelation and vivid imagination. She sees the devil in whatever you want to call the waking or the dreaming state, but either way, she wakes up and the devil's still around. Kind of a fun twist, I think. But this is an incredibly dark journey. It's highly steeped in a combination of history and folktale. Shares a lot in common with something like Pentiment, to be frank. It isn't Pentiment. It's very far away from Pentiment, but it also sort of bases itself in an extremely dark time. Pentiment, I also think, had moments of humor. Indica doesn't have a lot of levity. You get a little bit from the devil guy, but this isn't about enjoying some kind of high and mighty experience. This is about the opposite, but it's an extremely compelling narrative. There's really not many games that I can compare it to. Like I said, Pentiment's a narrative journeyman. The gameplay is minimal, but there are dialogue choices. There are times that choices matter. You do end up in different cataclysms and different scenarios depending on what you decide. It does have some replay value, and it is a different game with different choices. Highly recommend giving Indica a play. And number 14 is Kona 2, Brew. On the surface, Kona 2 looks like one of those little first-person narrative games where you just walk around and explore. It is one of those games, but instead of taking the easy route and making it extremely simple mechanically, these developers decided to include full-featured survival systems and even some light combat. The story's got a lot going on. It takes place in northern Quebec in a place where there's this mysterious fog rolling in and one of the inhabitants killed themselves. So there's a mystery going on, but it is also a place just filled with secrets to find and puzzles to solve. Exploring on
brains. I've never seen that before. Whoever they are, I'm not going down easy.
Next, we have Akimbot, a 3D action-adventure.
What a strange rock. Light as a feather.
Next up, we have Bramble the Mountain King, made by a studio called Dimfrost. It's a very short but concise 2 to 3 hour, highly atmospheric, third-person adventure game where you traverse woods and a wide array of different locations. It alternates between puzzle solving, just exploration, and high-stakes stealth or chase sequences or boss battles or survival horror elements. It's actually a very diverse game in the short amount of time it has, and it has some of the most memorable bosses I have encountered in a very long time. In all seriousness, if you really look at the lockstep movement between giants, the narration moving as the camera pans around, and all of that, you can see some subtle similarities to Attack on Titan in how it symbolizes man in relation to the divine. Of course, the giants move much slower, but as the stakes rack up and you get to bigger giants and they move faster, Bramble is actually a very provocative little game. It is based in Nordic folklore and myth. I mean, clearly you see what I'm getting at here, but it's in an extremely short package. We're not talking about even 10 episodes of a TV show here. Next up is Guilt. Now, Guilt is a nice, simple, fun horror game with some combat and some puzzles, and it was originally released as a Google Stadia exclusive. And since the service has gone kaput, the game has been released for modern consoles and PC. So the basic premise is pretty simple. You play as Sally, a young girl that's navigating a world that's been sort of twisted and corrupted by horror elements as she tries to find her cousin who's been missing in the real world. You explore, you have to be careful or stealthy or fight back depending on the situation. You might have to avoid enemies with lanterns that your flashlight won't work on. You might have to just be careful. And you know, just overall, it's a simple yet fun game. The puzzles require a little bit of thinking, but aren't terribly difficult. The combat is straightforward, but it's satisfying enough, and the story is perfectly enjoyable, combined with, you know, some pretty damn nice graphics for what it is, and a great little world to explore. And it's exactly what you'd want from a simple, straightforward horror game. You know, you've probably seen subject matter like this before. There's some stuff that's reminiscent of like Alan Wake, but not like a super scary version. It's grim, yeah, but you really don't need to be a complete horror game fan to enjoy this. It probably helps, but you know, Guilt is spooky, but not overwhelmingly so, and not to the detriment of being a fun video game. It's perfect for a few quick sessions. You know, it won't take all of your attention, but it does have enough of it to kind of hold you for a handful of hours. It's a nice, shorter, easy to complete game that just scratches that horror itch and has come off the back of being completely locked to Stadia, so we were happy to jump into this because of that alone. Coming in next, we have Caravan Sandwich. Now, this game is giving me some strange Horizon Zero Dawn vibes mixed with something else. It has this beautiful open world that is dirty here. Caravan's strange story going on too. On our quest, we find a pretty sweet van to drive around. The soundtrack is a complete vibe all on its own, and a madman, and that's always good in a video game. A protagonist, but also has this wacky premise about vampires and monsters, and essentially werewolves and the... because it takes around flow state of cutting down hordes like a maniac. It gets my attention, but what of top-down twin Kill Knight? You guys got. So, in the number 8 spot is Kill Knight. You guys gotta know about this one. Open up your ears. This one is awesome. There's a lot of top-down twin-stick games out there, but this one is a special one. So you play as a fantasy warrior fighting demonic creatures in modern-looking city streets. Right then and there, that gets my attention, but what really gets it is the action. This is one of the fastest-paced and most frantic action games to come out last year, and it is a game designed to keep you locked into this flow state of cutting down hordes like a maniac. You use your primary sword attack to cut down these weak enemies, but then you also have a secondary attack with your left hand. So it could be a shotgun or a staff that shoots like a bolt of lightning. Your next attack lets you jump across the screen super fast and do damage to every enemy in your path, and you could also unlock new swords, new abilities, and new traits. This is a progression-based hack and slash that requires all of your attention. It's one of those dichotomy games, right? On the one hand, it's a game that's like so addictive. You're always like, I'm gonna play one more round. But at the same time, it's also so intense that you can't play it for too long because your eyes might pop out of your head. There's so many effects going off, blood splattering everywhere. It's so violent in such a great cartoony way. I love it. It is so satisfying.
Wake up, girl! No. This whole tank ship's falling apart.
Coming in next is Lost in Random. Now, I don't think many people played Lost in Random, but I think the people who did probably come from this channel. It's possible I'm wrong, but I personally just really liked this game, and I hyped it for a while. It's a fantastically imaginative action-adventure with Tim Burton and Jim Henson-inspired visuals. I mean, if you slapped one of those guys' names on as directors and it was a movie, it would make perfect sense. Big, impressive battle sequences, great platforming. It's just a really well-made, fascinating-looking game. What makes it really impressive, though, is that it came out of EA, a studio with a deservedly bad reputation. When they bought up indie studio Zoink, I can't imagine anybody thought it was going to result in something like this, but in 2021, they came out with this undeniable gem. It's a game where you're not swinging a sword or shooting a gun. You got a stick that you can thwack some cannon fodder with, but you're usually not so much fighting as trying to build up resources for your real weapon, which sounds awful, but it's actually really good. You got a deck of cards that gives you access to various supports and actual weapons, and you have to partner up with a dice guy that randomizes the effects, and the chaotic nature of it makes for a really fun combat. I know. The first 3 times you hear that, or maybe just that time if you've never heard it before, sounds like that could not be good, but the rest of the game surrounding it is fantastic. The story's dark, imaginative, strangely engaging. That's part of why the weird combat works so well. It's a weird world where you long, and it picks up in a big way after the first level.
Nothing can touch you. You never really lose.
Next up is Murdered Soul Suspect. So it's a game where you play as a ghost, and you're not just haunting a small New England town just for the hell of it. You're here for good reason, solving your own murder. So the ghost mechanics, the side missions were actually a lot more fun than the main ones. There are little investigations you can do that are kind of third-party ghost detective to impress that contrarian gamer. And that's why this game is, I think, brilliant. It's a difficult one to talk about because there's a story that's mysterious, and I don't want to ruin the narrative, I don't want to ruin the big twists, but it is bold. It manages to talk about these really crazy things and still be charming. I mean, the main premise is that you are a man, how you learn more each time you go around. What really makes you stick with to take out everyone on a map without being detected, without being noticed. Chock full of indie-style stealth games, you are definitely...
What was that?
Up next is Ereban Shadow Legacy. First, if you like stealth games, you are definitely going to enjoy this one. This is definitely a smaller, lower-budget indie game, but nothing about this here screams indie for the wrong reasons. It's not chock full of indie-style jank and stuff, it's just a pretty with the simple AI last year with... I actually already covered this one here. It was Rectals. I actually want to check this one out.
Me neither. Oh, what's a vortex? Damn it. Trying to figure out my estimates like punching a tornado.
Next, at number 3, we have Miasma Chronicles. I actually already covered this one here. It was recommended to me by a lot of viewers, and while I wasn't really super hooked at first, it actually got its hooks in me eventually, and it does have some good momentum. If you're the type of nerd who can appreciate the good things, the vibes the game has going for it, first, it does have a really interesting premise with the whole Miasma weird post-apocalypse theme where you play as a young man who has a special glove that can control this stuff, and it's you and your robot best friend, essentially kind of like a brother, and you go on an adventure and make friends along the way back to, really, it's a pretty cool world, if I'll be honest. It's really unique. After the world ended, the rich elite retreated to safety and weird science experiments were done, and essentially the government controls everything and some people are kind of living outside the government in the dust. It's weird, but I absolutely love it. It's turn-based tactical action that actually feels like it has some good weight to it and a good progression. It can feel a little old school, but I like that. There's also some good humor to it. I really like the vibe, and I think it's absolutely worth checking out. This is from the same folks that made Mutant Year Zero, a similar type of game. Here for people with time. So if you, and the fact that a small team made this game is pretty incredible because it is a beautiful, expressive. And finally, we have Strayed Lights. This game, the debut action, exploration, adventure game from a small team. And the fact that a small team made this game is pretty incredible because it is a beautiful, expressive, and unique game with some fun combat that you really have never really seen anywhere else before. You explore this world and adventure around. Simple premise, but the way it looks, and the visual storytelling, and the way it frames things and changes up the environments, it's just a really fun game to jump into. Then when you actually get into the gameplay and the meat of it, it's an adventure game where there is a lot of combat, and the combat revolves around blocking. It's essentially a game filled with parries. But the twist is that a lot of the enemies, including the bosses, have different fighting styles and different colors. They change colors and you need to be able to parry them with the right color. So if an enemy is glowing blue, you essentially have to glow blue and block their attacks properly just to kind of cancel everything out. So yeah, it was a really nice twist and it was a good idea to have such mechanic. Anyway, it just was a nice little adventure game with some really, really good, cool visual exploration, even though you're not doing much of anything and good combat encounters with a cool spin on things. So there you go, some of the best underrated and underappreciated games. Hopefully some of them will make sense to you. Either way, you might disagree on some of the picks. If you somehow enjoyed this video, please consider liking and subscribing to the channel. Until then, thanks for watching.
Welcome back, Tribe. So everybody talks about the obvious red flags, you know, the crazy X stories, the unemployed deadbeat, the person who's rude to waitstaff.
Der ist die Pager. Wie geht's? Wie geht's dir, Bruder? Mir geht's gar nicht gut heute. Ich komme heute gar nicht klar. Überhaupt nicht. Seit ich aufgewacht bin, es geht nicht. Oh Mann, tut mir leid, ey. Ich hoffe, alles läuft gut. Ja, nichts ist passiert. Alltag halt. Aber heute besonders schlimm. Und ich komme nicht raus. Ganz tiefes Loch heute. Ist es ein großer Eingriff oder? kannst du wieder Breakdancen. Ein Tag später. Okay. Ich habe heute voll viel gemacht, so Meditation und EMDR und alles und nichts hilft heute. Gar nichts. Was hast du gefragt? Hast du gefragt, dass du das wieder machen willst? Und er hat gesagt, dass du das dann wegschneiden musst, dann funktioniert es, oder? Ich verstehe nicht. Guck mal, ich habe so Tape. Siehst du das? Ich werde jetzt für immer Tape tragen. Sieht dann nicht so krass aus. Ich habe voll den Bock geträumt. Ich habe zum ersten Mal, ich glaube zum ersten Mal dieses Jahr so richtig lange geträumt. Ich habe so einen richtig langen Traum gehabt und ich konnte mich fast an alles erinnern, aber der war so durch, ich kann mich jetzt nicht mehr erinnern. Mir war, als wäre mir bewusst, dass ich träume und ich konnte weiter träumen, weißt du? Das war, kennst du, wenn dir bewusst wird, dass du träumst und dann steht man auf? Mir war das bewusst und ich bin nicht aufgewacht. Ich habe einfach den Film geguckt und der war voll durch. Und dann bin ich aufgewacht und dann, ich muss die ganze Zeit an sie denken und ich komme nicht klar. Ja, das war nicht luzides Träumen, weil ich habe ja nicht beeinflusst, was ich da gemacht habe. Ich habe aber gemerkt, dass ich träume, weil sonst habe ich sehr lange nicht mehr geträumt, weißt du? Oder sehr lange mich nicht mehr erinnert, irgendwas zu träumen. Ja. Und der Tag ist voll im Eimer. Keine Ahnung. Ich weiß nicht, was ein Trübtraum ist. Ich kann mich nicht mehr erinnern, was ich geträumt habe. Es war einfach nur durch. Das waren Leute, ich habe die noch nie in meinem Leben gesehen, aber ich habe gewusst, wer die sind. Nur negativ. Bei mir gibt es nichts Positives. Bei mir gibt es nichts Positives. Das einzig Positive ist, was ich jeden Abend mache mit euch oder was wir gucken oder so, aber sonst Immer nur bad. Und ich will schreien und heulen, aber es steckt fest in meiner Brust. Es kommt jetzt raus und es fühlt sich an wie ein Stein. Und ich habe heute schon 30 Videos geguckt, bestimmt. Aber nichts hilft. Ich weiß nicht, was sich geändert hat oder so, aber irgendwas über Nacht war nicht gut. Und es ist so schlecht, dass ich an morgen denke und mir denke so, ich kann nicht mal trainieren oder so. Keine Ahnung, keine Ahnung. Ist echt schlimm. Ja, ich erwarte auch nichts. Ich sag nur, ich habe morgen Therapie, mal gucken, was wir machen so. Es kommt halt immer wieder, weißt du, in Schüben, wie in Wellen. Wie Ray uns gestern erklärt hat. Jetzt bin ich wieder in einem Tief. Aber dieses Tief ist höher als das Tief vor ein paar Wochen. Zumindest will ich das glauben. Ja, so ist das. Ja, so ist das. Ja. Das ist scheißegal, egal, wer was sagt, egal. Scheißegal, das bringt nichts. Trotzdem ist es gut, einfach mit Leuten zu reden. Ja. Weißt du, ich glaube dran, dass dieses Tief jetzt auf einer höheren Ebene ist, wie das Tief vor ein paar Wochen und dementsprechend hörst du mich nicht? Hörst du mich nicht? Doch, doch, man hört mich. Test, Test. Sound ist alles gut. Testing, Testing. Testing, 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 Testing. Jetzt geht's, okay. Wo war ich? Dieses Tief ist auf einer höheren Ebene, wie vor ein paar Wochen das Tief. Das will ich zumindest glauben. Das heißt, das nächste Hoch wird wieder besser. Ja, weißt du, das ist wenn das so aus dem Nichts kommt, das macht voll keinen Bock. Du denkst, dir geht's besser und am nächsten Tag einfach auf einmal so. Und du weißt nicht mal warum. Das ist einfach in deinem Unterbewusstsein irgendwas getriggert. Und das habe ich immer wieder, weißt du, und es hindert mich an vielen Sachen. Die Sache ist auch, je mehr ich mich damit beschäftige, desto mehr Trauma kommt wieder hoch. Desto mehr muss ich verarbeiten. Desto länger zieht sich dieser ganze Prozess. Aber ich kann es nicht anders machen. Ich muss da durch. Das sind Jahre von Trauma, die ich verarbeiten muss. Und es wird halt dauern. Nur dumm, dass es zu dieser Zeit kommt, wo alles so viel auf dem Spiel steht. Weißt du, Selbstständigkeit und ich fühle so eine Art Zeitdruck, hier wegzuziehen. Also eine Scheiße. Ich hätte voll Bock, mir die Birne irgendwie wegzuballern. Mit irgendwelchen Drogen. Aber das mache ich auf keinen Fall. Ja, aber so fühlt sich das an. Ja, die Sache ist, hätte sie mich nicht blockiert, sondern einfach, dass wir reden, weißt du? Dann wäre ich bestimmt schon viel besser drauf, aber so. Ich kann nicht anders als mich fragen, was und wieso und weshalb. Ja. Ich mache mir mal Tee. Kamillentee. Ich habe meinen Stolz vor Jahren abgelegt. Das ist Ego. Das hat keinen Platz, wenn es um Liebe geht. Besonders nicht, wenn man im Inneren denkt, es ist seine eigene Schuld. Und ich will ja selbst nicht hinterherlaufen, wenn ich weiß, dass es mir nicht gut tut. Aber ich brauche einfach eine Antwort. Weißt du? Ich krieg keine Antworten. Darum geht's doch. Sonst wüsste ich, was es ist. Aber so weiß ich ja nicht. So kann alles sein. Und so komme ich nicht weiter.
Boring. We know all those. But what about the subtle shit? The warning signs that fly under the radar until you're 6 months deep and wondering how the hell you missed all these red flags. Those quiet little tells scream future disaster to anyone paying attention. Let's get into it. First up, how they talk about their past relationships, and not the obvious my ex was crazy garbage. Deeper than that. Listen to whether they take any responsibility, like at all, for anything, ever. When someone describes every ex as the villain in their personal movie, guess what? You're auditioning for the next villain role yourself, and you're gonna get the part. Trust me. People who never been at fault in any
Das tut mir so leid, Mann. Das ist schrecklich. Wie machen Menschen das, wenn ihr Partner auf einmal querschnittsgelähmt wird, verwundet wird, traumatisiert? Weißt du, auf einmal müssen sie sich um diese Person kümmern und in manchen Fällen wollten sie selbst, dass man sich um sie kümmert. Das ist alles so abgefuckt. Das ist der absolut abgefuckteste Shit, Mann. Wenn einem das eigene Glück abhängig von jemand anders ist. Und egal wie sehr wir uns einreden wollen, wir machen Sachen für uns. Wir lieben uns selbst. Egal wie sehr, am Ende haben wir unser Herz doch jemand anders gegeben. In die Hand jemand anderen. Am Ende haben sie doch die Macht über uns. Ich muss jetzt lernen, alles neu lernen. Dass es nur um mich geht. Und dass dann mein zukünftiger Partnerin, keine Ahnung, wie ich das mit rein. Wie soll ich mich da verhalten, so, weißt du? Weil es geht immer um etwas opfern. Sobald du eine Partnerschaft eingehst, meiner Meinung nach bisher geht es nur ums Opfern. Du opferst dich, damit es zum Gunsten beider. Kennst du das, wenn man sagt, man liebt nur einmal? Ich verstehe das jetzt. Weil alles, was jetzt kommt, ist ja. Mit all dieser Scheiße kommt auch noch dazu, dass unsere Gesellschaft heutzutage das Ganze noch so was von extra schwer macht, sich selbst eine neue Chance zu geben. Die Frauen heutzutage überwiegend nach Status gucken. Und das hört sich scheiße an, aber du musst die alle über einen Kamm scheren. Weil so tust du sie auch kennenlernen. Alle sind gleich. Du kennst keinen persönlich, keinen mehr oder weniger. Du weißt nicht, auf was du dich einlässt. Niemals. Und allein aus dem Grund, dich selbst zu schützen, musst du es schon mit Samthandschuhen angehen. Und dann haben wir noch so eine Gesellschaft. Ja, du hast recht. Ja. Ich gucke jetzt selber ganz kritisch. Obwohl ich einer von vielen Tausenden auf eine, so wie es allen gilt, allen Männern geht. Es ist nicht so, als hätte ich die Auswahl, weißt du? Ich müsste quasi auch dafür kämpfen, aber trotzdem sind meine Suchkriterien ultra streng jetzt. Richtig krass streng. Und wenn es eine Ewigkeit dauert, so ist es halt. Kennst du das, wenn man über rote Flaggen spricht? Darum geht auch dieses Video. Das gucken wir gleich. Und der Typ, ich würde ihm in die Hölle folgen, ohne Scheiß. Der hat echt ein Peil, was abgeht. Der ist richtig am Zahn der Zeit. Er hat voll den Peil, ohne Scheiß. Ja, ja. Ich weiß, Peter. Ich weiß, aber bis das passiert, muss man sich so verhalten. Ich weiß genau, Mann. Alter, Alter, Alter. Das ist so dumm. Ich habe tief im Inneren, wünsche ich mir immer noch, dass sie schreibt. Egal, was sie gemacht hat, ich werde ihr vergeben. Und wie ein Depp wieder zurückrennen. Nach all dem, was ich gelernt habe. Gerade deshalb. Weil ich sie ausgesucht habe, weißt du? Weil ich es so will. Mit all ihren Fehlern. Nach all dem, was ich gelernt habe. Von wem redest du? Was meinst du? Redest du allgemein? Oder das ist allgemein so. Das ist immer, wenn man jemanden liebt, kann immer was passieren. Oder redest du darüber, dass du Einfluss üben wirst? Und dann kannst du dir vorstellen, wenn du mit dem eine tiefe Verbindung hattest, wirst du trauern. Das ist mit jeder Beziehung so. Weil lieben heißt immer, immer, dass man verwundbar ist. Dann geht es nicht mehr nur darum, dass diese Person selbst dich verletzen kann. Nee. Dann machst du dir auch Sorgen über diese Person. Dann rufst du an, ist alles gut, bist du gut nach Hause gekommen? Und heutzutage, wenn du einmal zu viel anrufst, bist du auf einmal ein Creep. Und deine Sorge wird zur Last. Ja. Das ist ja das Schlimme an Kinder haben. Weil plötzlich hast du verhundertfacht Angst, dass dir etwas passieren kann und du nicht mehr für sie da sein kannst. In erster Linie. Aber in übererster Linie, dass deinen Kindern irgendwas passiert. Und dann lässt du sie in die Schule zum ersten Mal. Zum ersten Mal den Schulweg alleine. Das muss einen voll fertig machen. Aber genau diese Sachen, alles, was damit zu tun hat, das alles kommt eben damit, wenn man verliebt ist. Nee, ich habe Nachrichten, seit dieser Woche gucke ich keine Nachrichten mehr. Ich will nichts mehr wissen. Ich will nicht mehr wissen, wer abgestochen wurde, wer verbrannt wurde. Ich will über Politik nichts mehr wissen, über Krieg nichts mehr wissen. Du kannst mir das gerne sagen jetzt, aber also ich bin jetzt ganz ignorant allem gegenüber und lebe nur in meiner Blase. Fürs Erste. Bis ich stabil genug bin, weißt du? Ich glaube, anders geht nicht. Ja. Man muss halt den Grund wissen, weil sonst kann man sagen, ach, der hat aufgegeben. Der hat Angst. Alles kannst du mir an den Kopf klatschen. Aber ich habe das entschieden für mich. Es muss so sein, weil ich habe im Inneren genug Konflikte. Da kann ich von außen keine Energie verschwenden auf äußere Konflikte, die ich sowieso nicht ändern kann. Alles, was mit Nachrichten, alles ausgemacht. Alles zu tun mit Gewalt und Krieg, Politik. Alles Negative ist aus meinem Leben. Will ich gar nichts mehr damit zu tun haben. Für eine lange Zeit erstmal. Ich habe meine Schwester angerufen und ihr gesagt, wenn sie mir noch einmal Familie erwähnt, dann muss ich sie leider blockieren. Und sie hat gesagt, sie versteht es voll und ganz. Weil sie war die einzige Schnittstelle zwischen mir und dem Rest der Familie, weißt du? Ich habe ihr jetzt gesagt, ist vorbei. Ich liebe sie über alles, aber wenn sie mir noch irgendwas erwähnt, selbst wenn sie am Sterben sind, ich will nichts davon hören. Ich habe gesagt, dann blockiere ich sie. Jetzt habe ich das erstmal alles ausgeklinkt. Und demnächst mache ich mich komplett an Sexualität. Instagram. Mein ganzer Feed ist voller Arsch und Titten. Das habe ich selbst nicht eingestellt. Das ist einfach so. Der Algorithmus ist einfach so. Daran gehe ich als nächstes. So dass ich alles entsexualisiere. Und mein Gehirn einfach wieder Zeit zum Atmen gebe, weißt du? Ich glaube, das wird gut. Ich glaube, das ist ein guter Plan. Ich führe quasi ein Detox durch. Das ist wie wenn du in den Wald gehst, um mit allem fertig zu sein. Aber warum solltest du dich komplett abschatten müssen, wenn du einfach nur die Quellen, die negativen Quellen ausschalten kannst? Diese Möglichkeit gibt es ja. Auf YouTube zum Beispiel. Ich bin den ganzen Tag auf YouTube, permanent. Und dann hat man ja sein Feed, was vorgeschlagen wird. Alles, was mit Gewalt zu tun hat, Sex, Politik, klickst du einfach auf das Video, auf die 3 Punkte drunter und klickst kein Interesse oder keine Videos von diesem Kanal empfehlen. Das habe ich die ganze Woche habe ich das gemacht. Und jetzt ist mein Feed clean. Ja, ja. Na gut, ich glaube, bei mir hält sich das im Rahmen, weißt du, aber wenn wir schon dabei sind. Verstehst du, warum ich das mache? Kannst du das nachvollziehen? Weil ich weiß, sie war auch an so einem Punkt. Aber sie wollte es mir nicht erklären, warum. Als wollte sie mir das vorenthalten. Weißt du, das ist halt, wenn ich daran so denke, das ist gar nicht gut, dass sie das so gemacht hat. Das zählt für mich unter einfach Vorbehalt, nicht ehrlich sein, nicht mal versuchen, zusammen auf einer Seite zu sein, nicht versuchen, verstanden zu werden. Dementsprechend wollte sie mich auch nicht verstehen. Und ich verstehe immer mehr von ihren schlechten Seiten. Und das zählt auf jeden Fall dazu. Ja, aber keiner weiß, wer sie ist. Keiner weiß, wer sie ist. Ich kann erzählen, wie viel ich will. Ich werde ja nie einen Namen nennen oder so. Das geht schon klar, keine Sorge. Das ist gewahrt. Ja, nee, dann soll sie es mal hören, was sie eh nicht wird, von daher. Siehst du so Sachen? Weil ich blockiert bin. Wie soll ich das wissen? Wie soll ich damit umgehen können? Das geht nicht. Das muss gesagt sein. Und das ist ja nicht, dass ich mit dem Finger auf sie zeige und sage, schlechte Person. Nee, das hat schon einen Grund. Und ich finde, das ist gerechtfertigt. Das ist das Mindeste. Weil jetzt geht's um mich. Und um meine Antworten, aber die kriege ich nicht. Jedenfalls sollte ich nochmal irgendwie jemand anders kennenlernen, dann werde ich auf jeden Fall sehr, sehr, sehr kritisch sein. Und besonders dann, wenn ich auf einmal verliebt bin. Wie du sagst. Dagegen kann man nichts machen. Weil das sind auch nur Chemikalien, die mein Gehirn freisetzen wird, die mein Urteilsvermögen beeinflussen, benebeln, die rosa Brille. Besonders dann werde ich einen Schritt zurücknehmen müssen. Und meine Checklist durchgehen. Ich werde wirklich eine Checkliste haben. Und dann geht es auch nicht mal um eine romantische Beziehung, sondern einfach nur, wen ich in mein Leben lasse. Hören wir uns mal an, was er sagt. Ja, gibt es nicht. Das ist ja das. Es ist es ja, ne? Das Spiel. Das ist es ja. Deswegen kann man ja auf die Fresse fliegen. Ja.
Hell, you missed all these red flags. Those quiet little tells scream future disaster to anyone paying attention. Let's get into it. First up, how they talk about their past relationships. And not the obvious my ex was crazy garbage. Deeper than that. Listen to whether they take any responsibility, like at all, for anything, ever. When someone describes every ex as the villain in their personal movie, guess what? You're auditioning for the next villain role yourself. And you're gonna get the part. Trust me. People who've never been at fault in any relationship failure are walking catastrophes with zero self-awareness. They're collecting failed relationships like Pokemon cards and still haven't figured out the common denominator is them. You need to run, and run, Forrest, run you do. Because the next red flag, watch how they handle minor inconveniences, not major crisis. Anyone can fake being cool during the big stuff. It's the small annoyances that reveal who someone really is. Flight delay, reservation mix-up, wrong coffee order. These moments are like true serum for personality. If someone has a complete fucking meltdown because Starbucks put whipped cream on their latte when they specifically said not to, imagine what happens when you have an actual problem with this person. Think about it. Because you think that person's going to be your rock during a real crisis? Get the fuck out of here. The way they treat service workers isn't just about basic human decency. It's about how they treat people they don't need something from. Remember, you're currently in the need something from you category. That won't last forever. And let's talk about something that nobody mentions, how they maintain their living space. Not whether it's messy or clean. That's subjective. I'm talking about functionality. Can this person keep a plant alive? You ever thought about that one? Do they have expired food from 3 presidents ago in their fridge? Because some people do. Is their idea of doing laundry buying new underwear? These aren't cute quirks. They're previews of coming attractions. A disaster apartment isn't just about cleanliness. It's about executive function. About whether this person can handle basic adult responsibilities without someone holding their fucking hand. Because guess who's going to be that somebody? That's right. It's going to be you. For everything. Forever. Sounds like you won the lottery there. Oh, and while we're at it, notice the gaps between their words and actions. And not the big promises, the small everyday stuff. I'll call you back in an hour. Do they? I'll pick up something for dinner. Did they actually remember to do that? I'll handle that bill. Does it get paid on time? Little inconsistencies aren't little at all. They're a whole damn pattern in sample size. People show you who they are through tiny actions repeated over time. And most of us ignore these previews because we're too busy watching the movie we made up in our heads about who they could be. And here's another subtle one. How they talk about other people when those people aren't around. Especially people close to them. If someone constantly criticizes, mocks, or dismisses their friends and family behind their backs, congratulations, bro. You've discovered a preview of your future treatment. Because nobody gets permanent VIP status in someone else's mind. Eventually, they'll talk about you the same way. The same gossip you're currently enjoying will be the same gossip they'll be talking about you. Count on it. And look at their relationship with technology, specifically their phone. Is it physically attached to their hand like a new appendage? Do they take it to the bathroom? Do they sleep with it? Check it during conversations like they're expecting a fucking kidney transplant notification? That's not normal, man. That's addiction. And you'll never compete with that dopamine hit. You ever tried having a serious conversation with someone who's halfway paying attention while scrolling? That's your future relationship talks, arguments, intimate moments, all of that shit. Pay attention to how they handle money, not whether they have it, how they relate to it. Are they constantly treating themselves while their credit cards are maxed out? That's a huge red flag. Do they have no idea what's in their bank account? Is their financial plan based entirely on future windfalls that haven't happened yet? Financial incompatibility isn't about income levels. It's about whether someone views money as a tool or as a temporary happiness fix. Whether they understand delayed gratification or live entirely in the now. This shit will affect every aspect of your shared life, from where you live to whether you can ever retire. Now let's talk about boundaries, or rather, their reaction to yours. And this is where the real treasure is buried. You set a small boundary, something minor, like I need an hour to myself after work, or I don't want to go to that event. I prefer not to share that personal detail. Then watch them carefully. Do they respect it easily, or do they pout, pressure, make passive-aggressive statements, comments, or straight up ignore it? That's your preview to every boundary conversation in your future. Oh boy, are you in for a world of hurt. And if they can't handle your no on small stuff, oh, you better believe it that they can't handle it on the big stuff. And that's guaranteed relationship death. Bet on it. What about their friendships, you ask? Not how many friends they have, it's quality over quantity. But how long do those friendships last? Do they have friends from different phases of their life, or is everyone brand new? Someone with no long-term friendships is waving a flag so big it could cover a football field. Maintaining relationships takes work, guys. Compromise and conflict resolution. We all know this. If they can't keep friends, they can't keep partners. Simple as that. Another subtle red flag. How they handle disappointment. Not rejection. That's too obvious. I'm talking about basic life letdowns. When things don't go their way, a promotion they didn't get, or a reservation that was lost, a friend that canceled plans, do they bounce back or do they fucking spiral out of control? Do they adapt or collapse? Life is basically a disappointment obstacle course. You need someone who...
Er hat recht mit allem, Alter, was er sagt. Immer. Aber viele dieser roten Flaggen trage ich selbst. Und es ist sehr, sehr gut, dass ich das höre, weil ich versuche, mich zu verbessern. Und ich will gar keine roten Flaggen mehr selbst haben. Aber so ist es.
who can navigate that without turning every setback into a 5-day emotional hostage situation. Watch how they apologize, or if they apologize at all in the first place. Real apologies acknowledge specific actions, take responsibility, and address how to prevent repeated performances. Fake ones use the word sorry while blaming circumstances or other people, or, my personal favorite, your reaction to what they did. I'm sorry you feel that way. That's not a fucking apology. It's a dismissal wearing an apology costume, and it tells you everything about how conflict will go for the rest of your relationship, which won't be long. Now let's dive deeper into more subtle warning signs that nobody warns you about. How about the way they handle differences of opinion? I'm not talking about political differences. That's obvious territory. I'm talking about small preferences, movies, food, weekend plans. Do they act like your different tastes are character flaws? Do they make little digs about how you don't appreciate quality because you'd rather watch Marvel than their obscure documentary? Think about it for a second. If they can't handle you liking different ice cream flavors without making it a personality referendum, how the hell will they handle actual important differences? They won't. That's how. Pay attention to whether they can enjoy these things without special validation. Seriously, this matters way more than you think. Can they have a great meal without posting it? Enjoy a concert without filming the whole fucking thing? Have a thought without checking if Twitter agrees? People who can't experience joy without audience approval are emotional vampires. They'll drain you dry seeking constant reassurance that their experiences are enviable. It's exhausting. And next up, how they talk about the future and not whether they include you in it. That's deeper than that. Is their vision a future based on actual reality? Or is it all magical thinking with no concrete steps between here and there? Dreams without plans are just fantasies, and you can't build a life on fantasy. Watch out for people whose future plans sound like lottery commercials. Someday isn't a fucking time frame. Things will.
Was mich auch bestärkt, sind aber wie diese roten Flaggen, die er nennt, wie ich schon an denen arbeite. Das fühlt sich gut an. Weil ich schon den anderen Weg gehe, weißt du? Ja.
Will work out is not a strategy. Someone with no realistic path from their current reality to their desired future will turn you into that path. You'll become the how in their equation, responsible for making their vague dream happen. No pressure. Totally. And let's talk about something subtle but crucial. Their relationship with the truth, man. Not obvious lies. Those are amateur hour. I'm talking about their comfort level with their white lies, exaggerations, and convenient omissions. Some people treat truth like a suggestion, not a requirement. They'll lie about small and necessary things that don't even matter. Their morning commute time, where they got the shirt, what they had for lunch. Why? Because they can. Because truth isn't valuable for them. It's a tool that they use when convenient and discard it when not. And guess what happens in actual important situations where the truth is uncomfortable? Exactly. Think about it. Here's one big one nobody talks about. How they maintain their identity in previous relationships. Not whether they're friends with exes, whether they're capable of being themselves while being with someone. Did they completely morph into their ex's interest, friends group, and lifestyle? Did they lose themselves so completely like they had to find themselves afterward? That's not romantic, dude. That's dysfunctional. And they'll do it again with you. Healthy people stay themselves in relationships all the time. Unhealthy people shapeshift into whatever they think their partner wants. Build up resentment about it, then blame their partner for their own choices. That's a fun cycle to be in. And watch how they handle your success and happiness. Not the big achievements. Anyone can fake enthusiasm for your promotion. I'm talking about the small joys. Are they genuinely happy when good things happen to you? Or do they subtly minimize your excitement? That's nice, but, or I guess that's cool if you're into that. Well, actually, these responses seem small, but they're previews of a relationship where you'll constantly dim your light to avoid triggering their insecurity. Someone who can't celebrate your happiness without qualification doesn't love you, period. They love how you make them feel about themselves. Different things, completely. And what about their baseline mood? Not during special occasions or when you're first dating and everyone's on their best behavior. Their everyday default state. Is this person genuinely optimistic, solution-oriented, and resilient, or are they perpetually finding problems, focusing on the negative and expecting the worst? This isn't about temporary circumstances, guys. It's about how they habitually process the world. Chronically negative people don't just bring storm clouds to picnics. They actively look for reasons things won't work, or can't happen, or will fail, including relationships, including yours. Their pessimism becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and you get front row seats to the show. Consider how they handle vulnerability as well, both theirs and yours. Can they talk about feelings without making a joke, changing the subject, or turning discussions into debates? Can they hold space for your emotions without making them about themselves? Emotional availability isn't just about saying, I love you. It's about staying present when things get uncomfortable. Many people will sign up for the fun parts of intimacy, but check out real fucking fast when vulnerability enters the chat. They want the relationship credit without doing the emotional work. That's a hard pass, dude. And pay attention to the pace that they try to set. Love bombing isn't just about excessive compliments and gifts. It's about collapsing the natural get-to-know-you timeline and creating forced intimacy. I've never felt this way about anyone. Or we're so perfect together. Or I want to introduce you to my family already. When someone is racing to establish a committed relationship without taking the time to actually know you, they're not falling for you. They're falling for the idea of not being alone. And you're conveniently there. Here's a subtle one. How do they talk about growth and change? And not whether they want to improve. Everyone claims they want to do that. But do they take concrete actions toward personal development? Or just talk about it? All talk, no action types. Love to discuss that they're working on themselves while their behavior stays exactly the same. They'll use self-awareness as a substitute for actual change. It's fucking maddening. I know I have trust issues becomes their permanent excuse for toxic jealousy, not as a problem that they're actively addressing. Recognition without effort isn't growth. It's just commentary. And what about their ability to be alone? Can they spend time with themselves without getting bored, lonely, or immediately reaching for distractions? Or do they need constant companionship, entertainment, and validation? People who can't sit with themselves usually can't sit with reality. They use relationships, substances, work, or constant activity to avoid facing their own thoughts. And they expect you to be their permanent distraction system. They're emotional comfort animal. They're never-ending source of engagement. That's not a relationship, dude. That's a full-time job with no benefits. Look at how they handle things they can't control. Weather ruining their plans, traffic making them late, technology not working. Do they adapt and find solutions? Or spiral into frustration, blame-finding, and meltdowns? Life is basically a series of things you can't control, interrupted by brief moments of influence. Someone who can't handle minor inconvenience without losing their shit will crumble when facing actual challenges. And relationships are nothing but challenges wrapped in cuddles. Last subtle red flag for you guys, but maybe the most important. Do they have genuine curiosity about you? Not just during the chase, not just about topics that relate to them. I'm talking ongoing, consistent interest in your inner world. Do they ask questions and actually listen to your answers? Remember details of things you've shared? Follow up on things you've mentioned? Or is every conversation eventually redirected back to their experiences, their opinions, their stories? People who lack curiosity about others are trapped in a prison of their own perspective, and they don't want a partner. They want an audience, a supportive character in a fascinating movie of their life. And supporting characters don't get their needs met, okay? They don't get to have the bad days, complex emotions, or inconvenient desires. They just support, period. The subtle red flags predict relationship failures more accurately than the obvious ones because they reveal the everyday reality of being with somebody, not their deal-breaker behaviors. Anyone can hide their worst traits during the honeymoon phase. The real question is, can you happily live with their baseline existence? Most relationship disasters don't explode on impact. They erode slowly through tiny disappointments, subtle dismissals, small betrayals of trust. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, not a single stab wound. Pay attention to the patterns early. They're writing your future in real time. I hope this episode helped you guys kind of differentiate between the lines in the sand.
Also in vieles habe ich mich selbst gesehen. In vielen Punkten. Aber ich weiß genau, ich arbeite an denen. Und in vielen habe ich sie gesehen und das ist die Wahrheit. Ich werde das morgen ansprechen in der Therapie. Weil ich habe zum Beispiel dieses Bild von oft zusammen sein, das gefällt mir, weil ich will zusammen an einer zusammen Zukunft arbeiten. Ich glaube nicht, dass ich abhängig bin, aber wenn ich mit ihr zusammen bin, geht es mir einfach besser. Ich glaube nicht, dass es verwerflich ist oder sein soll oder dass es etwas ist, was man als rote Flagge bezeichnen sollte. Es kommt immer auf die Situation natürlich an und aufs Ausmaß. Aber im Grunde ist das meine Meinung so. Ja, man kann vieles leichter meistern, auf alle Fälle. Ja. Wenn man sich versteht, ist es super. Anders funktioniert es gar nicht. Wie kann man zusammen sein, wenn man sich nicht versteht? Siehst du, da würde ich schon. Das ist Diskussionsbedarf, hundertprozentig. Ich könnte nie sowas machen. Mit jemandem zusammen sein, ohne dass ich mich mit der Person verstehe. Like, what? Was machen wir hier? Hm. Das ist so Basics. Viele leben zusammen wegen den Kindern, ja. Ja, also, weißt du, ich finde das auch gut, wenn es nicht zu krass ist, dass man nicht zusammen sein kann. Weil Meine Eltern zum Beispiel, die haben das auch irgendwann gesagt, dass die nur noch zusammenbleiben wegen uns, aber das war das Schlimmste, was die machen können. Weil was bedeutet das, wenn die dann vor uns sich gegenseitig fast umbringen? Was bringt das den Kindern? Das macht es noch schlimmer. Und nicht nur einmal, sondern immer wieder, jeden Tag. Das ist total falsch. So eine falsche Denkweise. Das ist eine Ausrede. Nein, aber guck mal, es mag zwar eine alte Denkweise sein, aber ich finde das gut, wegen den Kindern zusammenbleiben, wenn es nur um Kleinigkeiten geht. Weißt du? Man kann ja trotzdem sein eigenes Leben leben. Man lebt halt zusammen in einem Haushalt, muss aber den Kindern nicht spiegeln, dass man sich gegenseitig hasst. Ist doch gut dann. Dann hat man wegen den Kindern es auch geschafft für die Kinder. Aber wenn man das sagt und sich dann totschlägt vor den Kindern, das geht gar nicht. Das geht überhaupt nicht. Meiner Meinung nach. Weil an sich ist das ja eine gute Idee für die Kinder. Man will den Kindern den Stress ersparen. Man liebt sich nicht mehr, okay. Aber man bringt sich ja nicht gegenseitig um. Und dann lebt man halt zusammen weiter. Das kann ich verstehen, wenn die das so sich entscheiden, ne? Alles andere ist fehl am Platz. Mhm. Ich habe mich echt wieder erkannt in ganz vielen roter Flaggen, die er genannt hat. Aber ohne Scheiß, nicht eine von diesen ist eine Flagge, an der ich nicht arbeite und an der ich nicht denke, ich habe es einfach nicht besser gewusst. Und das macht mir Mut, ein besserer Mensch zu werden. Ich überlege mir die Punkte alle aufzuschreiben aus dem Video. Und darüber ein Video zu machen. Ich schreibe es mir mal auf in mein Ideenpad. Hm. Ich habe heute mindestens 15 Videos hinzugefügt. Wir waren schon fast wieder bei 50. Jetzt sind wir bei 25.
Das Konzept der toten Mutter, geprägt durch den französischen Psychoanalytiker André Green, ist ein tiefgreifendes und einflussreiches Modell in der Psychoanalyse und vor allen Dingen brandaktuell. Es beschreibt ein Phänomen, bei dem ein Kind die emotionale Abwesenheit seiner Mutter erfährt, obwohl sie physisch präsent ist. Dieses Konzept bietet einen Rahmen, um die langfristigen psychologischen Auswirkungen emotionaler
Krass.
Vernachlässigung durch die Mutter auf das Kind zu verstehen. Ich bin Professor Ashok und werde die Ursprünge, die Symptomatik, die Auswirkungen auf die individuelle Entwicklung und die therapeutischen Ansätze zur Behandlung dieser tiefgreifenden emotionalen Störung ausführlich erörtern.
Ja, meine Mutter weiß, was sie gemacht hat. Sie hat mich immer gezwungen, dass ich zugucke, wie sie rausgeht und einen Ast holt. Und ich musste immer zugucken, wie sie das macht. Und ich musste immer den Ast mir angucken. Ich wurde so gezwungen. Und dann hat sie mich damit verdroschen. Und dann hat sie mir öfters auch die Nase blutig geschlagen. Und einmal hat sie geweint deswegen. Daran erinnere ich mich. Und sie hat mich immer wieder fertig gemacht, immer wieder geschlagen, immer ins Gesicht geschlagen. Jetzt ist sie alt, weißt du? Jetzt braucht sie Hilfe. Von mir kriegt sie einen Scheißdreck. Ich habe nur Mitleid mit ihr. Ich hätte ihr das aber nicht gewünscht, dass sie gestorben wäre an diesem Anschlag am Anfang vom März. Und trotzdem, sie ist mir komplett egal. Ja. Ja, beim Vater. Und immer wieder vor seinen Freunden auch. Und dann haben sie Freunde gesagt, hör auf. Und dann hat er immer gesagt, er und meine Mutter beide. Und beide haben immer das Gleiche gesagt. Nur ein bisschen auf den Mund. Samo malo po usta. Ja. Deswegen, ich habe Fantasien, wie ich dem so eine reinhaue. Und dann sage ich Samo malo po usta. Ja. Diese Wut werde ich für immer tragen, Alter. Hm.
Und wenn Ihnen das gefällt, bitte ich Sie um ein Like für das Video. Vielleicht mögen Sie sich ja auch mit einem Abo des Kanals erkenntlich zeigen und von Ihren Erfahrungen in den Kommentaren berichten. André Green entwickelte das Konzept der toten Mutter in den 1980er Jahren, um eine spezifische Form der emotionalen Absenz, also Abwesenheit, und deren Auswirkungen auf die psychische Entwicklung des Kindes zu beschreiben. Green beobachtete, dass einige seiner Patienten eine besondere Form der Bindung oder vielmehr der Nichtbindung an ihre Mütter aufwiesen, die er als emotional tot bezeichnete. Diese Mütter waren oft durch tiefe Depressionen, Trauer nach dem Verlust eines nahen Angehörigen, schwere Krankheiten oder andere psychische Leiden, wie zum Beispiel Persönlichkeitsstörungen, in ihrer Fähigkeit, emotional auf ihr Kind einzugehen, stark eingeschränkt. Brandaktuell wird das Thema, wenn wir es in einen Kontext setzen mit der Entwicklung der psychischen Gesundheit in der deutschen Bevölkerung. Laut RKI hat sich in den Jahren 2019 bis 2023 der Anteil der Bevölkerung, die den Schwellenwert einer auffälligen Belastung durch depressive Symptome überschreiten, nahezu verdoppelt und beträgt rund 20%. Schwellenwert, auffällige Belastung, depressive Symptome bedeuten natürlich nicht vollständige Depression im Sinne der klinischen Störung, aber Beeinträchtigung des Gemüts und der Lebensführung durch depressive Symptome. Und das bedeutet, wir leben in einer Zeit, in der das tote Mutterkonzept in unserem Umfeld auftreten kann. Und ich denke, dafür müssen wir sensibilisiert sein. Die emotionale Absenz einer toten Mutter manifestiert sich oft durch eine Reihe von Verhaltensweisen und Einstellungen, die das Kind als Zurückweisung oder Gleichgültigkeit interpretiert. Die Mutter kann physisch anwesend sein und für die basalen Bedürfnisse des Kindes sorgen, zeigt jedoch eine signifikante Distanz in ihrer emotionalen Verfügbarkeit. Kinder, die unter solchen Bedingungen aufwachsen, erleben häufig ein tiefes Gefühl der Unsicherheit, des Unwertes und der Isolation. Ein spannender Aspekt ist, dass die typischen Verhaltensweisen einer toten Mutter eine große Überlappung mit dem Verhalten narzisstischer Mütter aufweisen. Nur der zugrunde liegende Auslöser für das Verhalten kann anders sein. Ich bin mir sicher, Sie werden die Gemeinsamkeiten sofort erkennen, wenn ich Ihnen jetzt die typischen Verhaltensweisen vorstelle und dann auch mit Praxisbeispielen unterlege. Emotionaler Rückzug. Die Mutter zeigt wenig bis gar keine emotionale Reaktion auf die Bedürfnisse des Kindes. Sie kann distanziert, gleichgültig oder uninteressiert erscheinen, wenn es um die Freuden, Leiden oder alltäglichen Angelegenheiten des Kindes geht. Zweitens, geringe oder fehlende Empathie. Eine tote Mutter hat oft Schwierigkeiten, Empathie für ihr Kind zu empfinden oder zu zeigen. Sie scheint nicht in der Lage zu sein, sich in die Gefühlswelt ihres Kindes hineinzuversetzen oder dessen emotionale Zustände zu verstehen und darauf einzugehen. Fokus auf die eigenen Bedürfnisse. Die Mutter kann so in ihre eigenen emotionalen Probleme vertieft sein, dass sie die Bedürfnisse ihres Kindes übersieht oder ignoriert. Ihr Verhalten kann selbstzentriert erscheinen, da sie primär auf ihre eigenen Bedürfnisse und Probleme fokussiert ist. Viertens, geringe körperliche Zuwendung. Es kann an körperlicher Nähe und Zärtlichkeit mangeln. Solche Mütter bieten möglicherweise nicht die typischen Umarmungen, Küsse oder andere Formen der körperlichen Zuneigung, also wie Streiche, die Kinder zur Entwicklung eines sicheren Bindungsstils benötigen. Fünftens, Mangel an Ermutigung und Unterstützung. Die emotionale Abwesenheit kann sich auch darin zeigen, dass die Mutter wenig Interesse an den Aktivitäten oder Erfolgen des Kindes hat. Sie bietet möglicherweise nicht die Ermutigung oder Unterstützung, die das Kind braucht, um Selbstvertrauen und Selbstwertgefühl zu entwickeln. Sechstens, emotional unvorhersehbares Verhalten. In einigen Fällen kann das Verhalten der Mutter unvorhersehbar und inkonsistent sein, was das Kind in Verwirrung und Unsicherheit stürzen kann.
Ja,
Dies
das
kann
war
eine
häufig.
stabile und sichere Bindung weiter erschweren.
Ich war
Das
immer
Kind weiß
verwirrt.
ja nicht, wie soll ich mich eigentlich in bestimmten Situationen verhalten.
Ja.
Egal was ich mache, ich kriege immer einen auf den Deckel oder werde ignoriert. Verbalisierung von Ablehnung oder Desinteresse. In schweren Fällen kann eine tote Mutter offen Desinteresse oder Ablehnung gegenüber ihrem Kind äußern, was zu
Ja.
schweren emotionalen Schäden und Traumata führen kann. Die Erkennung dieser Verhaltensmuster ist der erste und wichtige Schritt, um die Auswirkungen auf das Kind zu mindern. Psychotherapeutische Unterstützung für das Kind und auch für die Mutter ist entscheidend, um die emotionalen Schäden zu heilen und gesündere Beziehungsmuster zu entwickeln. Um die Dynamik des Konzepts der toten Mutter weiter zu veranschaulichen, betrachten wir hier 2 Praxisbeispiele aus der Psychotherapie. Diese Fallbeispiele verdeutlichen, wie sich die emotionale Abwesenheit der Mutter auf die individuelle Entwicklung auswirken kann und welche therapeutischen Ansätze hilfreich sein können. Fallbeispiel 1, Überschrift: Der zurückgezogene Junge. Hintergrund: Max ist ein 10-jähriger Junge, dessen Mutter nach dem Verlust ihres zweiten Kindes eine tiefe Depression erlebte. Obwohl sie physisch präsent war, wurde sie emotional unerreichbar. Max' Vater arbeitete viel und war selten zu Hause. Symptome: Max zeigte eine ausgeprägte Zurückgezogenheit und mangelndes Interesse an sozialen Interaktionen. Er hatte Schwierigkeiten, Freundschaften zu schließen und wirkte oft traurig und isoliert. In der Schule hatte er Probleme, sich zu konzentrieren.
Ich kann es nicht gucken. Es muss nicht sein.
Straightforward. If you're obsessed by memories of the past, more than 18 months old, and most of those are negative, so anxiety-provoking most often, then there's a lot of you that's stuck in the past. And what that means is you didn't map the territory well enough, and the parts of your brain that are alarm systems, anxiety systems, are saying, no, there's holes in the way you're looking at the world. There's holes in the way that you're looking in the world. And you fell in them once, and you don't know where they are, and you don't know how to fill them, and you don't know how to walk around them, and so you can't forget them, you can't forget them, you can't forget them, you can't forget them. So you have recurring nightmares, for example, are a good example of that sort of thing happening. But in any case, if you have memories like that, you remember them, they make you feel anxious and negative, you're stuck back there. Your body is still reacting as if there's an emergency that could happen again that you haven't fixed. And it doesn't matter if it was your fault, that's irrelevant, because the alarm system doesn't care. Like, when your smoke detector goes off, it isn't relevant whether it was your fault. The smoke detector just says, house is on fire, and that's a bad thing. And your anxiety systems are like that. If they're tagging old memories with anxiety, then you have to do something about it, or you will be tortured by those memories forever, because that's how the alarm system works. And so maybe you need to go back there and clean things up. You've got to figure out, okay, well, how did this happen? What sort of role did I play? Even if it's a minor role, that doesn't matter, because the point is that you don't want to be put in the same vulnerable position again. So anything you can do to strengthen yourself is good. You know, and often if it's a really old memory, like maybe you were a child, you're not a child now, so you probably have a variety of techniques at hand that you could use to deal with a situation like that if it came up now. And so you have to update that part of your brain that still thinks you're 4. And lots of people have parts of them that are still stuck in some traumatic childhood experience. And they don't. I had a friend like that who had a terrible childhood, and I mean really, I've had clients with terrible childhoods, and his was like top of the lobster hierarchy in terms of terrible childhoods. And whenever he had a dream about it, which was very often, he was 5 in his dream. Well, he's 58. You know, he's not 5, but hadn't been updated, and so he was still 5 in his dreams. It was a complete bloody nightmares for him, complete with all sorts of terrible physiological symptoms, really hurting his life. He couldn't get himself updated. And he's much older in his dreams now, by the way. He's up to about 45, so which is way better than 5, you know, because you can't fight back when you're 5, but you can fight back when you're 45, especially if you have some experience at your disposal. So anyways, you need to know where you are. So let's say where you are is, well, you're on this stage, and you're on this side of the stage, and you decide that you're going to go over to that side of the stage, just to show that you can. And you're making the decision, the same decision that, you know, the famous chicken who is going to cross the road. Why does the chicken cross the road? Well, if it's a sensible chicken, it's because it assumes that there's something better on the other side of the road. It's like, or maybe it's random curiosity, but then it just gets picked off by a dingo or a coyote, so that's not so good. The other side of the road is better, so away the chicken goes. So that's what you're doing. You're going somewhere slightly better. And so that's good. Technically, it's good. Because the way that your positive emotion systems work, they run on a neurochemical called dopamine, which, by the way, is the neurochemical system that drugs like cocaine and methamphetamine and alcohol for some people and opiates affect dramatically and make people feel far better than they should, which is part of their danger. It's a very fundamental system. The dopamine system kicks in with a kick of positive emotion if you're going somewhere that's worth going. And so that's worth knowing. It's really worth knowing. It's like, okay, you want a little bit of positivity in your life. Well, how do you get it? Well, you got to get the system. It's almost like it's the left hemisphere system for most people. Not that that's particularly relevant, but it is a standalone neurochemical system. It's rooted very, very deeply in the brain's exploratory circuitry. So very ancient system. And it's happy when you have somewhere to go. That's the first thing. And then it's also happy when you're going there. And so if I'm on this side of the stage, and I want to go over to that side of the stage, and I see that there's a nice clear pathway, I can just go straight down this line, then I look at that, and I'm actually a little happy. I'm not ecstatic. I mean, who the hell cares if I get to the other side of the stage, right? I mean, it's a small piece of my life, but it's not nothing. It's something, okay? And so I look at the pathway, and I think that's a good pathway, and I feel a little positive. And then if I move here, and then I see that little table right in the way between me and the other side of the stage, then I feel a little negative, because I don't want an obstacle in my pathway. And so that's really how you're looking at the world, by the way. You don't see objects. It's not the right way to think about it. We don't see objects, and then think about them, and then evaluate them, and then decide how to act on them. Or if we do it rarely and slowly, and with a lot of thought. What we see instead are pathways with tools that will move us forward, or obstacles, right? And there's no obstacles here, and there's a nice flat road, and so great. Positive emotion. This is a task I can undertake. The sailing is clear. It's a good day. And then I'm here, and it's like, yeah, well, that's a little annoying. I get a little pang of disappointment, let's say, anxiety. Can I make it around that obstacle? I'm fairly confident. I've done this sort of thing before. So I can take the rough route, and I can, walk forward like this, and then I can do this great trick, which is just this, and then, I've circumvented the obstacle. Now, if I didn't know how to do the little bit of circumvention, then that would be a real problem, right? Because I couldn't get from point A to B, and that would screw up my plan. But I do have that particular skill set, so it's a minor disruption to the perceptual set that I'm using to organize the world. It's a minor bit of chaos, because that's what happens when your perceptual set, the structure that you're using to organize the world, the plan through which you're viewing the complexity of the world, reveals an inadequacy. Then that destabilizes your emotions. So that's another thing to know. One thing you need to know is you need to be going somewhere, and there needs to be a pathway in order for you to feel good. The other thing to know is that if that plan is untenable or becomes destabilized, then what happens is you become flooded with negative emotion. Frustration, disappointment, anger, primarily anxiety. But all of those things sort of intermingled. Anger maybe because you have to fight your way through the obstacle. Frustration because maybe you have to make a new plan. Disappointment because you put a bunch of work into the damn plan and it didn't work out. Anxiety because now there's too many choices in front of you. And so people don't like to have their plans disrupted. They don't like to have their plans disrupted. And the reason for that is that their plans are directly associated with their emotional perception of the world. And so, that's a good thing to know too. That's why, what it is you've decided that you're going to go to like a Korean restaurant for dinner, and that's fine, and then it turns out that you can't, and maybe you have to go to a Greek restaurant, and it's like, who cares, right? Unless you hate Greek restaurants. Korean restaurant, that's pretty good. Greek restaurant, that's pretty good. You're still going to be annoyed that your plans changed. Well, why? Well, because it's annoying to have your plans changed. It disrupts the structure that you use to stabilize your perceptions of the world, and it throws you momentarily into a state of chaos. Not much. Now, how much chaos? This is interesting. We don't know. Like, let's say you wake up one morning and you have an ache in your side. It's like, well, you don't have an ache in your side. What does it mean that you have an ache in your side? Well, you don't know. Like, maybe it means you pulled a muscle, and like, who the hell cares? Maybe it means you have cancer, and like, you're going to be dead in 6 months. The whole range of possibility is there, and some people will assume one thing, it's like, that's nothing, and some people will assume the other, and all of them will be right sometime. And so the question is, how do you calibrate something like that? And the answer is, well, we tend to guess at it. We guess at it temperamentally. So one way we guess at it is we have our set points for negative emotion. So it's neuroticism trait. Some people will be a lot more nervous about a small level anomaly than others. And maybe they'll go to the hospital first, and they won't die. And then, or maybe they'll be freaking out all the time and they'll be a hypochondriac, right? So there's pros and cons about being nervous like that. The other person's very emotionally stable. They don't worry about much. They think, it's nothing. And then, by the time they get to the hospital, it's too late. Hey, that's how the dice roll. That's one way that you guess. It's determined in large part genetically. Not completely, but in large part. Another part is your position in the hierarchy. So the issue is, how safe are you in life? And the answer is, who knows? But one of the way you guess is, well, are you good at things? Because if you're good at things and a problem comes up, you can probably solve it. And then you might think, well, how do you know if you're good at things? And one answer might be, well, other people think you're good at things. Because you're really kind of comparing yourself to other people when you're thinking about whether or not you're good at things. And so if it turns out that you're in a hierarchy and you're fairly high in the hierarchy, indicating a certain degree of competence, then your nervous system, under the control of the serotonin system, dampens down your negative emotion. It says, look, all things considered, you're probably pretty safe. And that's nice, but it also means you don't like having your position in the dominance hierarchy challenged at all. Because if you get tossed down the hierarchy, let's say you get fired, well, it wreaks havoc with your serotonergic function. It makes you defeated, like the defeated lobsters that I wrote about. And then all of a sudden, you're way more susceptible to negative emotion. And who wants that? And so that's why you don't even like to lose arguments. You lose a little argument, it's like, whoop, down the dominance hierarchy a bit, up, emotions are a bit destabilized. It's no damn way, I'm right. And why? Because I want to keep my neurochemistry in check. And no wonder. Well, the thing is, sometimes it's better to learn than to insist upon being right, because learning works better for the future. But you get the point.
Das hat überhaupt nichts damit zu tun mit dem Titel. Oder ich hab's nicht gerafft. Ich könnte ihm den ganzen Tag zuhören, ne? Wie der redet, ist voll geil, aber ich hab jetzt überhaupt nicht gerafft, wie das zu dem Titel hier passt. Und die Leute schreiben in den Kommentaren, als hätten die es verstanden. Ich hab's überhaupt nicht verstanden.
In diesem Video geht es darum, wie du deine Verliebtheitsgefühle ablegen kannst. Wie kannst du das loswerden? In welchen Situationen ist das wichtig? Nun, es könnte sein, dass wir verliebt in eine Person sind, wo klar ist, das ist keine gute Idee oder das wird nicht funktionieren, weil die andere Person uns vielleicht nicht liebt oder weil die andere Person in einer Beziehung ist, verheiratet ist und wir merken, keine Chance. Zweiter Case könnte sein, wir trennen uns und wir haben noch Gefühle. Wie können wir das unterstützen, diese loszuwerden? Darum geht es in diesem Video. Viel Spaß dabei. Herzlich willkommen auf diesem Kanal. Mein Name ist Ramon, ich bin klinischer Psychologe und ich helfe Menschen, sich zu entwickeln. Ich helfe ihnen, ihre wiederkehrenden Herausforderungen loszuwerden, ihre innere Handbremse zu lösen oder einfach irgendeinen Lebensbereich aufs nächste Level zu bringen. Wie mache ich das? Ich gucke typischerweise mit meinen Kunden und Klienten, was hat dich eigentlich in der Kindheit und Jugend geprägt? Wir alle sind geprägt, ja, wir alle haben positive Erfahrungen gemacht und Erfahrungen, die nicht so gut für uns waren. Und wenn wir solche negativen Erfahrungen gemacht haben, dann kann es sein, dass das bei uns etwas verankert hat, was uns wiederkehrend aufhält. Ja, das behindert uns, das blockiert uns. Dadurch haben wir vielleicht wiederkehrende Gefühle, die wir nicht wollen, oder wiederkehrende Verhaltensweisen, die wir nicht wollen. Wenn man diese Wurzel, diese Prägungen los wird, dann lösen sich typischerweise die Probleme auf der Oberfläche automatisch mit. Das mache ich mit meinen Kunden, wenn dich das interessiert. Wie immer, unten ist der Link zu einem kostenlosen Erstgespräch mit mir. In diesem Video geht es um Gefühle, Verliebtheitsgefühle und wie wir sie loswerden. Denn ich habe von Sven eine Frage bekommen, und zwar, wieso kann man Gefühle nicht ablegen, obwohl wir wissen, dass die Frau verheiratet ist? Das war jetzt die spezifische Frage, wahrscheinlich auf ihn bezogen. Und ich beantworte diese Frage allgemeiner. Ja, wieso kann man das nicht, ist eigentlich die falsche Frage, sondern wie könnte man das unterstützen? Denn eins ist klar, und bleib bitte bis zum Ende dran, weil dann bekommst du wirklich die praktische Herangehensweise, wie ich das machen würde und wie ich das auch immer wieder empfehle. Aber erstmal vorab, eins ist klar, wenn wir Gefühle für jemanden haben, das suchen wir uns nicht aus. Ja, das passiert automatisch. Meine Coaches haben damals gesagt, Attraction is not a choice. Zu wem wir uns hingezogen fühlen, suchen wir uns nicht aus. Das stimmt halt. Und auch nochmal der Hinweis, sollten wir in einer Partnerschaft sein und wir verlieben uns mal fremd, heißt das nicht immer unbedingt etwas Negatives in Bezug auf unsere eigene Beziehung. Es kann einfach passieren. Wir sollten es trotzdem nutzen als Warnsignal, um mal zu schauen, gibt es eventuell etwas in meiner Partnerschaft, was nicht richtig ist. Weil, wenn wir uns in jemand Neues verlieben, könnte es sein, dass er genau das bedient zufällig, was wir in der eigenen Partnerschaft nicht haben. So, jetzt zu der Frage, und wenn es jetzt so ist, ich bin unglücklich verliebt oder es wird eh nicht klappen oder ich will es loswerden, was kann ich tun? Nun, es gibt letztendlich einen großen Mechanismus und den kennen wir alle, weil das im Sprachgebrauch vertreten ist, aus den Augen, aus dem Sinn. Was heißt das? Das Falscheste, was du machen kannst, wenn du dich entlieben willst, ist die ganze Zeit der Person ausgesetzt zu sein. Ja, viele Leute, die sich trennen, sagen, lass uns noch Freunde bleiben, lass uns probieren, komm, wir schaffen das. Und ich sage immer, es ist keine gute Idee. Es gibt ein Video, das ist mein vielleicht zweitmeist geschautes Video, das ist Beziehungsende verarbeiten. Das verlinke ich dir mal hier oben. Da sage ich auch ganz klar, du solltest nach einer Trennung nicht befreundet bleiben, du solltest den Kontakt abbrechen. Und ich erzähle ganz im Detail, warum. Wenn dich das interessiert, weil es dich gerade irgendwie tangiert, schau dir das Video an, das wird dir helfen. Es kommt ganz, ganz gut bei den Zuschauern an. Aber egal wie unsere Situation ist, ob Trennung oder ich bin einfach unglücklich verliebt, der eigentlich einzige große Hebel ist, mich nicht mehr dieser Person auszusetzen. Warum? Wenn ich diese Person, die ich toll finde, immer wieder sehe, dann wird das Feuer quasi immer wieder geschürt. Ja, aber mal angenommen, du wechselst den Wohnort für einen neuen Job oder sonst irgendwas und du bist mit neuen Eindrücken konfrontiert und diese Person spielt keine Rolle mehr in deinem Alltag, dann werden die Gefühle runtergehen. Das gilt übrigens auch häufig für Freundschaften, deswegen muss man da eine extra Absicht haben, Freundschaften aufrechtzuerhalten, wenn man zum Beispiel auseinanderzieht. Da muss man quasi absichtlich anrufen und so weiter und so fort, weil dann kann man den Kontakt gut halten, dann können Freundschaften bestehen. Also es gilt für jeden menschlichen Kontakt. Wenn die nicht mehr Teil unseres Alltags sind, dann beruhigen sich die Gefühle, welche Gefühle auch immer das sind. Ja? Das heißt, viele von euch werden jetzt in der Situation sein, Mist, der ist noch in meiner Uni, der ist auch an meinem Arbeitsplatz, in meiner Firma und so weiter und so fort. Es ist ganz klar und ich habe dafür auch Verständnis, solche Dinge oder das Leben läuft niemals unter optimalen Bedingungen. Und ihr wisst ja auch, ich bin ein Mensch, der sagt, hier oben wird entschieden. Das heißt, bitte kommt mir jetzt nicht in den Kommentaren mit, das geht aber nicht, weil, dann habt ihr euch selbst schon ins Ausgeschossen, sondern sucht nach Möglichkeiten. Wenn ihr den Kontakt nicht hundertprozentig abbrechen könnt, es gibt noch einen Hund, es gibt noch Kinder im Spiel, oder, dann reduziert ihn, wenn möglich. Das ist wirklich der größte Hebel, um Gefühle loszuwerden. Wenn du erwartest, ich sehe irgendwie diesen Menschen jeden Tag stundenlang auf Arbeit, dann kannst du vergessen, dass du einfach so dich entlieben kannst, weil das keine Entscheidung ist. Ja? Aber das ist also, wenn du mich ganz neu siehst, dann schau mal bitte in das vorige Video oder die vorigen 2 Videos. Da erzähle ich gerade von meinem kalten Entzug in Sachen Kaffee und wie herausfordernd das für meinen Körper ist. Ja, stellt euch mal vor, ich würde jetzt hier die ganze Zeit mit Leuten zusammensitzen, die einen schönen Cappuccino genießen. Ich würde wahnsinnig werden. Ja? Wenn ich aber gar nicht davon tangiert bin, wenn ich gar nicht damit zu tun habe, dann habe ich viel, viel weniger Problem. Man nennt das auch, also bei solchen Lastern wie zum Beispiel Schokolade, Kaffee und so weiter, nennt man das Versuchung. Ja? Wenn wir nicht in solche Versuchungssituationen geraten, dann ist unsere emotionale Reaktion viel, viel kleiner. Und das ist letztendlich das eine Ding, was ich dir empfehle, wenn du dich entlieben möchtest. Ja, es gibt dann auch so andere Tricks, aber die helfen auch, aber die helfen nicht so gut, wie sich dem nicht mehr auszusetzen. Eine Sache, die noch helfen kann, ist, sich vor Augen zu führen, warum möchte ich das nicht? Warum wäre das nachteilig für mich? Was sind vielleicht die negativen oder schlechten Seiten an der Person? Man nennt das Herabsetzen. Also in unserem Kopf setzen wir diese Person einfach herab. Also wir wollen sie nicht beleidigen, wir wollen sie nicht runtermachen, wir machen das alles nur in unserem Kopf. Wir sagen uns, warum wir das nicht wollen.
Das habe ich bis gestern alles gemacht und heute ist wieder
in irgendeiner Form mal Gefühle hatte für jemanden, wo das nicht ging. Das fällt einem schwer. Das funktioniert nicht optimal. Das kann man machen, um das zu unterstützen, aber alleine, vermute ich, wird das für dich nicht gut funktionieren. Deswegen, wenn du kannst, wenn du deine Gefühle loswerden willst, egal ob nach einer Trennung oder in einer unglücklichen Verliebtheitssituation, brich den Kontakt ab. Oder, wenn es nicht geht, reduziere den so stark du kannst. Wenn dir dieses Video geholfen hat, schick das an eine Person weiter, wo du glaubst, das kann der Person auch helfen. Daumen hoch. Wie immer, das brauchen meine Videos, um Sichtbarkeit zu erlangen. Und wenn du auch eine Frage hast, haus mir unten in die Kommentare und dann beantworte ich womöglich.
Hey Leute, heute mit dem Thema, ich kann nicht aufhören, an meine Ex zu denken. Es ist erstmal nicht verwerflich und auch klar, dass man kurz nach der Trennung nicht sofort alle Gedanken und Gefühle an die Ex verbannen kann. Einer der ersten Impulse ist meistens, dass man alle Gedanken und Gefühle, die man der Ex noch entgegenbringt, löschen möchte. Man fühlt sich oft hoffnungslos, manchmal sogar hilflos den Gedanken gegenüber ausgeliefert und sieht da erstmal keinerlei Ausweg. Es ist ein Gefühl, dass man sie gleichzeitig liebt und manchmal auch hasst. Oder man gibt sich selbst die Schuld, dass man eben nicht einfach aufhören kann, an die Person zu denken. Man fängt an, sich zu fragen, warum man nicht aufhören kann, warum man so schwach ist und findet sich sogar zu blöd, teilweise die Gedanken abzustellen. Zuallererst, man muss damit aufhören, nicht an sie denken zu wollen. Je mehr man versucht, nicht an etwas zu denken, desto mehr denkt man daran. Leider liegt das in uns als Mensch, dass wir immer das haben wollen, was wir nicht haben können. Die Trennung an sich tut schon genug weh und man will da keinen Gedanken mehr dran verschwenden. Ja gut, soweit die Theorie und das Wunschdenken. Jetzt sieht das in der Realität meistens anders aus. Wir werden getrennt und das tut natürlich im Regelfall verdammt weh. Es fühlt sich an, als würde euch jemand ein Messer in die Brust rammen. Man fragt sich aber öfter, warum man an jemanden denken muss, der einem so wehtun konnte. Es hilft leider nur selten, immer wieder darüber nachzugrübeln. Und es gibt ein paar Dinge, die man tun kann, um nicht in so einen Kreislauf zu verfallen oder sich aus den Gedanken wenigstens herausziehen zu können. Das Erste, was gerade am Anfang akut helfen kann, ist, sich möglichst oft abzulenken. Versucht die Gedanken einzuschränken und bleibt möglichst abgelenkt. Das klingt jetzt erstmal leichter, als es teilweise ist, aber wenn man lang genug dran bleibt, dann geht das. Man kann die Gedanken nicht einfach abschalten oder löschen, das muss euch bewusst sein, aber es ist möglich, es jeden Tag, jede Woche etwas mehr einzuschränken. Man muss lernen, wie man die Gedanken möglichst positiv lenken kann. Wer meinen Kanal kennt und schon ein paar Videos gesehen hat, weiß, was ich immer als erstes rate. Geht in die Kontaktsperre. Kurz umrissen, nicht mehr anrufen, keine SMS, möglichst keine Besuche mehr auf Social Media. Ja, dass ihr eure Ex nicht mehr treffen sollt oder müsst, sollte klar sein. Ausgenommen natürlich organisatorisches, aber da empfehle ich immer, das möglichst schnell hinter sich zu bringen. Sprich, haltet den Kontakt so gering wie möglich. Das gilt auch für Gegenstände, Dinge, Klamotten oder was auch immer ihr noch übrig habt und was euch an sie erinnert. Die müssen weg. Wenn ihr es noch nicht schafft, diese wegzuwerfen, dann räumt sie zumindest außer Sichtweite. Oder
Ich habe so vieles, das mich an sie erinnert, ne? Vor allem digital und Spiele und alles, was eigentlich Bock macht. Weil wir so viele Interessen geteilt haben, weißt du? Was soll ich jetzt machen? Das ist so ein Abfuck.
bittet Freunde oder Familie drum, das wegzupacken. Am besten irgendwo hin, wo ihr gar nicht wisst, wo es ist, damit ihr gar nicht in Versuchen kommt, das wieder auszupacken. Und dann ändert euren Fokus. Wenn man sich vornimmt, nicht an was zu denken, dann denkt man meist nur noch intensiver dran. Jetzt kann man sich dafür runtermachen, dass man in dieser Spirale drin ist, oder man sucht sich einen anderen Fokus, um die Gedanken weg von der Ex hin auf etwas anderes zu lenken. Durch das Umlenken der Gedanken ist es einfacher, den Fokus immer mehr auf sich selbst zu verschieben und den Verstand zu beschäftigen. Es kann helfen, sich dafür kurzfristig auf die Atmung zu konzentrieren. Zum einen liegt auch hier der Fokus auf etwas anderem und zum anderen kann man in dieser Zeit den Emotionen freien Lauf lassen. Mit etwas Übung kann man sich dadurch relativ schnell
Ich
wieder
habe
etwas besser
heute so
fühlen und
viel
aus dieser drückenden
Atemübungen
Situation
gemacht.
rauskommen. Oder lernt was
Nichts.
Neues. Sucht euch ein neues Hobby. Es gibt bestimmt irgendwas, was ihr schon immer ausprobieren oder lernen wolltet. Oder ein
Ja.
Hobby, das ihr vernachlässigt habt oder schon lange nicht mehr gemacht habt. Auch das hält den Verstand beschäftigt und ihr tut etwas für euch selbst. Dabei ist es völlig wurscht, was ihr macht. Ob Kochen, Sport, Häkeln, Stricken, Töpfern oder einfach Kühe schubsen gehen. Einfach was Neues in eurem Alltag integrieren und was euch Spaß macht. Eventuell könnt ihr auch Freunde mobilisieren oder jemanden mitnehmen, der euch motiviert, dran zu bleiben. Macht was mit euren Freunden, holt euch Unterstützung. Leute, denen ihr vertraut und die euch da rausholen bzw. euch helfen wollen. Im Umkehrschluss, haltet euch von Leuten fern, die Ängste fördern oder euch runterziehen. Gerade kurz nach einer Trennung solltet ihr Leute meiden, die euch an die Ex erinnern oder das triggern. Wenn es euch nicht gut tut, ihr die Leute aber nicht verlieren wollt, dann erklärt ihnen, dass ihr gerade ein bisschen Abstand braucht. Schafft somit neue Erinnerungen, die die alten quasi überlagern können. Und ja, die ohne die Ex sind. Erkämpft euch Orte und Tätigkeiten wieder zurück. Wenn sich die Ängste, die an diese Orte gebunden sind, zu lange halten, dann wird die Hürde immer größer, das zu tun. Wenn Gedanken einen nicht loslassen, kann man schnell in Gedankenspiralen versinken, vor allem nach dem Warum oder nach Erklärung für ein bestimmtes Verhalten. Gerade wenn man verletzt wurde, sucht man nach Erklärung für diese Verletzung und möchte das irgendwie rechtfertigen. Das kann leicht außer Kontrolle geraten. Man kann zum Beispiel feststellen, dass man versucht, sich das Verhalten der Ex zu erklären. Lasst euch sagen, meistens könnt ihr das gar nicht. Zumindest nicht komplett und vor allem nicht von eurem jetzigen Standpunkt aus. Wenn ihr in solche Gedanken abdriftet, dann erinnert euch an das, was ihr wisst. Denkt auch mal dran, ob jemand anderes euer Verhalten immer erklären könnte. Wahrscheinlich nicht. Macht euch bewusst, dass ihr das Verhalten wahrscheinlich nie komplett erklären könnt. Es ist passiert, die Trennung ist ausgesprochen. Und jetzt in diesem Moment könnt ihr nichts daran ändern. Also holt euch bewusst da raus und denkt nicht weiter darüber nach. Ihr habt
Ey, diese Akzeptanz ist schwer, weil was weiß ich denn? Nichts. Einfach blockiert.
davon keinerlei Vorteile zu erwarten. Wenn das schwierig wird, kann eine Pro- und Kontraliste der Beziehung helfen. Es fällt teilweise sehr schwer, dass man in solchen Momenten nicht nur an die schönen und guten Seiten der Beziehung denkt. Es kann dazu kommen, dass negative oder schmerzhafte Erinnerungen ignoriert und verdrängt werden. Ich weiß, das hört niemand gern, aber die Beziehung endete ja vermutlich aus einem Grund. Zum Beispiel hat man nur noch gestritten, die Anziehung hat nachgelassen, was auch immer. Wenn ihr den absolut übergeordneten Grund wisst, dann macht ihn euch immer wieder bewusst. Und keine Beziehung ist perfekt, daher versucht die Liste möglichst objektiv, ehrlich und wahrheitsgemäß zu führen.
Der Übergrund ist, dass wir beide einfach kaputt sind. Super. Na toll.
Missbräuchliche Familien haben ein gemeinsames Merkmal, und zwar ihr normalisierendes Verhalten. Was wir darunter verstehen und welche Beispiele dafür es gibt, damit du diese erkennen kannst, das verbirgt jetzt dieses Video. Ich heiße Gabriela, ich leite mein eigenes Institut für Resilienz, Trauma und Körperpsychotherapie und ich freue mich jetzt wahnsinnig auf dich.
Ich glaube, ich kann das nicht gucken. Ich kann heute nicht mehr. Ich werde zu hart getriggert einfach. Weil diese ganzen Sachen kommen wieder hoch, besonders jetzt Familie und ich glaube, das war genug für heute. Schauen, das war ein anderes Mal.
Welcome to Philosophy Vibe. My name is George, and today I wanted to present to you 5 mind-blowing philosophies within the realm of metaphysics. Now, as a philosophy-focused channel, we've looked into and studied so many different areas of philosophy, but none are as fascinating, wild, and
Schauen wir ein bisschen was anderes einfach.
out there as metaphysics. For those who are not familiar, metaphysics is the branch of philosophy that dives into the fundamentals of reality. It's the subject that science cannot answer, or cannot answer yet.
Guck mal, wie
So
cool das
it's
aussieht.
beyond physics, or metaphysics. As such, we find ourselves in areas of time and space, being and identity, mind, knowledge, God, free will, and so much more. And today, I wanted to list my favourite 5 metaphysical philosophies that I just find so intriguing and fascinating and can just discuss and ponder all day. I'm going to give you a short explanation of each, but if you're really interested in learning more about any of these, my friend John and I have discussed them all at length. Those videos are available on the channel, so if you want to look into them further, Philosophy Vibe has you covered. I will drop a link to our videos on each of these theories in the description, and with that, let's begin. Dualism. The mind and body are distinct and in fact separate. This is the fundamental belief of the dualist, one of the most discussed and debated theories within the philosophy of mind. Dualism is a widely held and strongly argued belief, going back to the ancient Greek philosophies, but really popularized by the 17th century philosopher René Descartes. He noticed that the mental and the physical are entirely different substances. The physical is spatially located, it has extension, figure, it can be divided. The mental does not. We cannot spatially locate a thought. We cannot see a thought. We cannot see its extension or its figure. So the two are completely different. And if they are completely different, then they are not the same. They are distinct. More so, Descartes reasoned that he can conceive and imagine himself without a body. He can be self-aware, think and perceive. He can imagine doing so without a physical body, which led him to conclude that the mind and body are not only distinct, but also separate. And when we really think about it, there is a lot to support this theory. We often hear of out-of-body experiences, which would strongly support the mind-body distinction. Psychedelic narcotics have users saying their minds travel to other worlds whilst their bodies were still here. Even dreams puts our minds elsewhere while our bodies are laying cozy in bed. Add to that the immense beliefs on afterlives and heaven, where one would of course need their mind to attend but their body to stay on Earth. All this together leads dualism into a strongly supported, well-argued metaphysical theory. Well, my mind is blown, but my body remains. They must be separate. The theory of forms.
Ja, aber ohne deinen Körper kannst du nicht leben. Sie sind zwar getrennt, aber dazu komme ich gleich, weil ich glaube, sie sind nicht getrennt. Und man denkt, sie sind getrennt, aber wenn der Körper abschaltet, dann schaltet der Geist auch ab. Ich finde, beides funktioniert in Tandem und mit Wechselwirkung. Ich kann mir aber vorstellen, warum die das sagen, besonders wenn die sagen, man kann ja zum Beispiel die Augen schließen und einfach existieren in seinem Kopf, ohne dass der Körper sich auch nur 1 Zentimeter regt. Quasi ohne Körper existieren. Aber in Wirklichkeit nicht. Ich habe mal Ketamin genommen. Das war so viel Ketamin, das hätte 2 Pferde umgehauen. Das waren 2 Lines wie McDonald's, richtig dick. So viel habe ich noch nie geschnupft. Ever. Irgendwas ever. Das war an Silvester. Und mein Kollege, der war total durch. Hat mir diese Line gemacht und ich war noch durcher und habe sie einfach geschnupft. Ketamin, ne? Pferdebetäubungsmittel. Und dann war ich für 3-4 Stunden oder so. Ich erinnere mich noch ganz genau. Ich war mit dem Kopf auf der Bierbank so gelegen. So mit meinen Arm auf dem Kopf. Und ich war so auf der Bierbank gesessen, weißt du? Aber mein Geist war 3 Meter aus meinem Körper und ich habe von oben alles beobachtet und mich selbst auch gesehen. Und so eine Art Verbindung gesehen von meinem Geist zu meinem Körper. Und ich bin so rumgeschwirrt wie ein Geist und habe alles gesehen. Ich habe alles mitbekommen. Aber mein Körper war tot. Das war krass, Alter. Holy shit. Es war eine total außerkörperliche Erfahrung. So krass hatte ich es auch nie wieder. Jedenfalls, wenn die sagen, der Geist geht in den Himmel und der Körper bleibt auf der Erde. Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass das funktioniert. Ich denke, sobald der Körper dann stirbt, stirbt der Geist. Also sind sie davon von sich abhängig. Ich denke, auch wenn der Geist stirbt, dann vegetiert der Körper. Das kennt man ja, Hirntote. Und dann gibt es doch auch Fälle, da sind die Leute nicht anzusprechen, körperlich, und man denkt, die sind nicht mehr da, aber die Ärzte sagen, die kriegen alles mit. Die sind einfach gefangen, so wie in einem Koma zu sein. Aber es gibt auch die sind nicht ansprechbar und die sind auch nicht mehr erreichbar. Die sind einfach nur ein Körper. Ja, es gibt keinen Beweis. Keiner kann dir das beweisen. Dafür müsste man sterben und wiederkommen und erzählen können, aber es gibt diese Nahtoderfahrungen und Leute, die 1 Minute gestorben sind oder so und dann wiederkommen und erzählen. Ich habe mir ganz viele von denen angeguckt, schon ganz früh. Ich konnte nicht wirklich irgendwas davon glauben. Bestimmt. Ja. Aber wie? Dualismus. Das kann man üben, ja. Das nicht in unserer Lebenszeit. Als Mönch vielleicht von Geburt an oder so. Das ist bestimmt sowas, wo man 10 Jahre meditieren muss. Und das ist nicht mal übertrieben. Der Healthy Gamer sagt ja auch bei manchen Sachen. Das letzte, wo ich von ihm gehört habe, ging es irgendwas um 7 Jahre meditieren, bis man annähernd so einen Zustand erreicht. Ich weiß nicht mehr genau, was das ging. Manche vielleicht schneller, manche langsamer. Ich weiß, wie das geht. Echt? Kannst du auf Befehl, quasi auf deinen eigenen Befehl, kannst du aus deinem Körper schweben? Hm. Ich hätte absolut gar keine Ahnung. Du kannst das. What? Ich mach das nicht mehr. Ich glaub dir nicht. Das finde ich viel zu abgefahren. Hm. Ja. Hat Jahre gedauert dann, ne? Und inwieweit kannst du das erklären? Inwieweit du dann aus deinem Körper rauskommst? Kannst du dich auch so beobachten? Quasi aus Vogelperspektive? Ich kriege das überhaupt nicht hin. Ich versuche mir vorzustellen, wie ich mir das vorstellen kann. Ich kann das nicht mal das.
There exists a greater world beyond space and time. Our world is a mere shadow of this greater reality, of this world of forms. This was a metaphysical philosophy championed by the great ancient Greek philosopher Plato. Plato used his famous allegory of the cave to show how there is more to reality than what we perceive. Much like a prisoner chained in a cave since birth, all they know is the cave and they cannot conceive of anything greater. Plato argued that this material world is our cave, a lesser world, and there exists a world of forms, this greater reality, and within this world of forms lies the perfect version
Bis
of every
weitergezogen.
object
Ich
or
glaube, du
idea
warst
that we
drauf.
perceive in this world. Whatever we perceive in this reality, let's say an apple, in the world of forms, there exists the perfect apple, the form of the apple, of which all other apples in this reality derive from. Now, this might sound a bit crazy, of course it's metaphysics, but think about it. Everything we perceive in this world falls into a concept, a type of thing. Let's say you're sitting on a chair and I'm sitting on a completely different chair, but we recognize them both as chairs. They are part of the same concept. They share the same concept. Plato argues that in the world of forms, there lies the form of the chair, of which all chairs derive from, the perfection, the ultimate version, and everything we perceive in this world is just representations of the perfect forms. All chairs derive from the form of the chair. All apples derive from the perfect apple, the form of the apple in the world of form. All cats come from the form of the cats in the world of forms. Just like we see two-dimensional shadows of three-dimensional objects, well, the three-dimensional objects in our world are just shadows of the perfect forms in the world of forms. Huh. So, somewhere in the world of forms, there exists the form of a YouTube philosopher that I'm the representation of.
Das gefällt mir
Brain
gar
in a vat.
nicht.
Everything you perceive is not
Formenlehre. Dass es irgendwo eine perfekte Version von allem gibt. Was ist denn perfekt? Das ist doch auch subjektiv. Ja. Ja, für mich ist das voll abgespaced.
actually real. Everything you know, your entire reality, is not real. In fact, you as you are right now are not watching Philosophy Vibe. You are actually just a disembodied brain floating in a jar. You are in the laboratory of a crazy scientist, and he has hooked up your brain to loads of wires and is projecting this reality onto your brain. Nothing you see or experience is real. You are just a brain in a vat. What a terrifying philosophy, but does it have any merit? The scary part about the brain in a vat is that it cannot be proven wrong. This reality is all we know. We do not know anything further. Then we cannot know we are not a brain in a vat. Although this sounds so crazy, there is no proof that it isn't true. So any knowledge we obtain in this world will always have a giant question mark. Is this really a tree that I'm looking at? Or is it just being projected? Is this really a car that I'm driving? Or is the mad scientist programming it? We can never truly know. And so all knowledge is thrown into doubt. Nothing can ever be certain. This inevitably leads us to philosophical skepticism, never truly believing anything we experience or any of our knowledge. This does make me uneasy. What if none of this is real and I'm just being created on a computer program by a bedroom philosopher?
Das ist halt auch etwas, man kann das einfach nicht beweisen. Wenn wir alle in einer Simulation leben, in einer Matrix, wie wollen wir das beweisen? Wir können es nicht beweisen. Es wäre absolut möglich, weil alles, was sich in dieser Welt bewegen würde, wäre erklärbar. Sowas finde ich beängstigend.
Theological determinism. If God exists and God is omniscient, then by definition we have no free.
Aber nicht von Angst, sondern einfach. Was kann dann noch sein, weißt du? Einfach diese Simulationstheorie. Ist schon interessant. Weil, was macht das einen Unterschied? Es macht keinen Unterschied. Selbst wenn es wahr oder nicht wahr wäre. Es macht einfach keinen Unterschied.
Free will. This is known as theological determinism, also known as the problem of divine foreknowledge, and it is a problem that all theists must face. Omniscience is part of the concept of God, God being the all-knowing creator. However, to be all-knowing, one would have to know future events. It would seem unlikely that God has as much knowledge of the future than the average human. It kind of takes away from the all-powerfulness, right? So, we grant that God knows the future. Well, if God knows the future, then does that mean the future is already written? The future is already decided, it is already determined. Let's say God knows that at 1 p.m. I will choose to drink a cappuccino. God knew that yesterday. God knew that 10 years ago. God knew that before I was born. Was I ever free not to drink the cappuccino? Was I determined to choose the cappuccino, or could I have chosen a latte instead? So, if God is always right and God knows the future, then all our paths are set. All our choices and decisions have been made before we even exist. God knows that Jane will be a doctor. He knew Jane will be a doctor when she was 10 years old, when she was 2 years old, when she was in the womb, before she was born. Is Jane ever free to be something else, or is she determined to be a doctor? It seems Jane has no free will, and if God exists and is all-knowing and is all-powerful, then we do not have free will either. I guess I was just determined to make this video. What if someone is also controlling what I say, or even my movements?
Die Theorie gefällt mir überhaupt nicht. Was sind das für Theorien, Alter? Dieser Dualismus, Formlehre, Müll, Gehirn im Tank, Matrix. Ist nicht so Müll. Das hier ist wieder...
If you are watching this video and you've come this far into it, then clearly you have a deep mind and you are a philosophy enthusiast. So, if you would like to explore more of the wonderful world of philosophy, then please check out the Philosophy Vibe paperback anthology book set. For those not too familiar with this channel, my friend John and I have spent years discussing and debating loads of different philosophical theories on this YouTube channel. We have compiled the scripts of these videos. So, our final mind-blowing metaphysical philosophy is transcendental idealism. Space and time are products of the mind. They exist solely in our minds, or so believe the transcendental idealist. This fascinating metaphysical philosophy was brought forward by the 18th century philosopher Immanuel Kant. Now, whilst we may agree that a lot of reality does solely exist in the mind, things like taste and smell, physical sensation, even colour, these are products of the mind. They don't exactly exist in the external world, but rather our minds create these for us to perceive. Immanuel Kant went a step further and said even time and space were in fact products of the mind. So let's think about this. Time and space exist, but they are not things in and of themselves, nor are they part of other objects. So what type of existence do they have? We understand space and time, we understand their existence, but we also can't exactly say what type of existence they have. So how is this so? How can something not exist in and of itself and not exist as part of something else, yet still have existence? This is because space and time are intuitions of the human mind. They exist solely in the human mind. Time and space do not exist outside the human mind and outside the human experience. The external world is a timeless, spaceless reality. However, our minds come stocked with a spatial temporal lens. Our minds take the raw, timeless, spaceless data from the external world and filters it, orders and arranges it into something we can understand, that we can process, that we can interpret, exist and survive in. The world we perceive is not the same as the external world outside of our minds, but our minds arrange it specifically for the human.
Nein, aber du hast einen Apfel, wenn du diesen Apfel auf einen Tisch setzt und du sagst, Zeit ist nur in unserem Kopf. Wenn du aber diesen Apfel auf einen Tisch setzt, dann wird er von außen, wird die Zeit auf ihn einwirken, sodass er dann irgendwann verfault, oder nicht? Oder ist das zu abgespaced? Kennst du Chim? Yo. Wie geht's? Ja, nicht so gut. Guck mal, wenn wir... Fuck, wie soll mir das, ey? Der Grund, weshalb dieser Apfel verderben würde, ist ja der Prozess des Verfallens. Und dieser Prozess des Verfallens geht ja einher damit, dass Zeit vergeht. Gehst du gerade auf Musik? Nee, wir gucken uns ein philosophisches Video an. Du siehst voll cool aus, bra. Hahaha, wie alt bist du? What the fuck? Was denkst du, wie alt ich bin? Du bist high gerade? Ja, viel Spaß. Ah, nee, jetzt gerade nicht, sorry. Also ich fand das Video nicht so toll. Guck mal kurz auf den Channel. Ja, sorry, ich habe gerade ganz anderen Kopf. Musik kann ich mir nicht geben momentan. Ich lass mal einen Sub da. Gucken wir mal, was die machen so.
Time to wake up, Nightingale.
Withering Rooms is a horror adventure game where you explore a creepy mansion filled with terrifying creatures and tricky puzzles. And what I found really interesting was how the game keeps changing its environment, making each area feel new and unsettling, and the sound design is really good at building tension. But the controls can be frustrating at times, especially when you're trying to get away from enemies. And the story is a bit hard to follow, but even with its flaws, the game does a great job at creating a spooky atmosphere. So if you love horror games, you might want to check this one out. Gorgon Plateau, and the challenging is a must-play for fans who you think is responsible. Look, the combat is so much fun, the world is full of interesting characters and hidden secrets that you'll want to uncover, plus the voice actors to do it. The game has a really unique art style that mixes anime and cell shading, and it looks awesome. Plus, the levels are designed to be replayed over and over again, so you can try to get the best. Is absolutely stunning. The world feels alive, with a lot of unique locations to explore, and some great music that fits every moment perfectly. But I will say, the pacing can feel a bit slow at times. A new dawn, but once you get into it, the game really starts to shine. If you love deep RPGs with a strong story and amazing visuals, this one is definitely worth checking out. Floor and some fast-paced mechanics, and the art style is absolutely stunning. Looking for a challenge, this is definitely the game for you. Metaphor Refantasio is a turn-based RPG that throws you into a massive fantasy world.
Metaphor Refantasio. Zu teuer. Stell den Apfel zur Seite, also aus der Hand weg und dann? Mhm.
World filled 2D segments.
What the fuck?
A must-play for fans of horror games and anyone who enjoys a good scare. Your trusty nail.
Übungen für was? Was willst du üben damit?
The hand-drawn art style and haunting night is a must-play for battles. But overall, the mix of music and action is just so fun and unique. If you enjoy rhythm games or just want something different, it's definitely worth checking out. And the world feels so real, you'll forget you're in a game. The gameplay.
Visualisieren, ich weiß nicht, warum du das gerade meinst. Hatten wir es über Visualisieren?
Times, which could be a little frustrating. Even so, it's such a growing moments. But the best part is, you always feel like it's your fault when you mess up the game. With tight controls, a beautiful art style you at once, and it can be a bit escape, but it's not just about that. You're like this
Hm.
delivery guy in a post-apocalyptic world where everything is
Ich
super
will das
weird and you have to.
spielen. Death Stranded. What the
Dead
fuck?
Island 2 is
What the fuck?
Dead Island 2 is a hilarious, gore-filled sequel that doesn't take itself seriously, and that's part of its charm. Set in a stunningly detailed and
Blutiger
absurd
geht's
version
nicht,
of LA,
Alter. Brutaler geht's echt nicht, oder? Du hast gesagt, dass du nicht aus deinem Körper raus kannst. Warte mal. Wenn ich meine raus aus meinem Körper, dann meine ich wirklich raus aus meinem Körper. Dann meine ich gehe aus meinem Körper 3 Meter in die Luft und muss nicht nach hinten gucken, um nach hinten gucken zu gehen, zu können. Und ich kann mich selbst sehen und alles, was um mich herum passiert und alles, wie wenn ich wirklich gucken würde. Aber meine Augen sind geschlossen und wie an Silvester auf der Bierbank. Ich kann mir nicht erklären, also ich habe absolut keine Ahnung, was da passiert ist, aber ich war ja übelst auf Droge. Ich kann mir das so vorstellen, dass alle meine anderen Sensoren so hyperaktiv waren, dass sie sich das Bild in meinem Kopf perfekt zusammengeschustert haben. Dass ich durch Töne, Vibrationen, Fühlen, alles, was sonst außer meiner Sehkraft war hyperaktiv und hat somit das Bild quasi zusammengesetzt. Was ich aber überaus krass fand, war, wie real sich das alles angefühlt hat. Ich kann meine Augen schließen und ich kann mir schon Sachen visualisieren. Aber ich komme immer noch nicht auf das hin, auf diese Erfahrung, die ich da hatte. Wie in einem Game, die dritte Ego-Perspektive. Ja.
The game boasts ridiculously good graphics that make its blood-soaked melee combat and apocalyptic setting pop. You'll hack, slash, and drop-kick your way through zombie hordes as one of 6 playable characters. The story feels like a cheesy B-movie with sarcastic writing, colorful characters, and
Was ist dieses Game, Alter? What the fuck? Ich glaube, ich hole mir das niemals. Es ist viel zu brutal. Ich muss sehen, wie viel das kostet. Okay. Ich pack's auf die Liste. Wenn es mal unter 5 Euro kostet, dann hole ich mir das. Alter, sowas habe ich auch schon lange nicht mehr gesehen. Brutaler geht's echt nicht. Wie schläfst du dann auf dem Rücken? Ja, ich versuche immer auf dem Rücken zu schlafen, ja. Ich stehe dann meist auf der linken Seite. Also, ja, so dass ich auf der linken Seite schlafe.
Hey everybody.
9 Anzeichen oder Symptome für das spirituelle Erwachen. Ja, ich glaube, wir sind da auf einem guten Weg. Gucken wir mal, was sie gleich sagt. Also ich glaube nicht, dass ich Angst hätte davor. Ich fände es eher cool. Aber wie gesagt, ich kann mir das halt überhaupt nicht vorstellen. Die einzige Möglichkeit, wie das funktioniert, ist halt so, wie ich das beschrieben hatte, denke ich, dass alle deine anderen Sensoren auf Hyperdrive sind und du dir dann quasi ein Bild zusammenschusterst. Ja, ja, okay, mein Körper. Aber als ich diese Erfahrung hatte, ich habe auch alle anderen gesehen. Und wie sie geredet haben und was sie geredet haben, das war überaus ultra krass.
In today's video, I'm going to go over with you the 9 most common symptoms
Ich war
of
so
spiritual
ultra
awakening.
drauf halt, ne?
These are also known as ascension symptoms. So, as our bodies ascend and as our vibration rises, various things can happen within the emotional body, the physical body, the mental body. And many times we're like, what is this? Why am I doing this? Why am I feeling this? Why am I seeing this? Those kinds of things. So just know that these symptoms very well may be the fact that you are rising in vibration and that it's not anything that you should worry about, but it's something actually very magical and very beautiful. So as I go through this list with you, think about yourself and see how many of these you're having. I'm very curious to know. So symptom number 1, ringing and buzzing in the ears. This ringing of the ears, this has to do with the frequency, these high frequencies coming in, light codes coming into the planet, and we're all receiving these. We're all getting this. The planet itself is getting this, and each human is. It's just we integrate this differently based on how sensitive we are. So for me, that ringing can start with kind of a hum almost, and it can also be more of a sharper tone that kind of makes you almost feel like you need to shut one eye because it can be a little bit uncomfortable. But when this happens, allow it in, because you very well may be getting an influx of light or having a spiritual download. And we'll go into that in another video. But yes, allow this to come in, embrace it, and yeah, just go with it. So symptom number 2, fatigue. This is something I cannot say enough about. So many of my spiritual peeps, friends, family are experiencing this. And it's this kind of fatigue that's like, you wake up tired. You wake up just feeling exhausted, and you're like, I just slept for 10 hours and I am so tired. Well, your body, your physical body is having to catch up with all of this light that's coming in. There's so much of
Welche
it coming
Geräusche?
in this year. And again,
Von dem, was sie gerade erzählt, ich kann mir. Ich weiß nicht, was hier abgeht, ob das hier Bullshit ist oder ob die das ernst meint. Ganz viele sagen in den Channel das Gleiche. Aber wo kommen die dann an? Wenn du spirituell erwachst. Bist du spirituell erwacht? Die geht die Symptome durch. Hier, einer hat das aufgeschrieben, was passiert. Das hört sich voll unschön an. Hier so ein Klingeln in den Ohren. Viel Schlaf, weil man sich neu kalibriert. Kopfschmerzen. Drittes Auge Schmerzen. Ein Kitzeln. Unregelmäßiger Schlaf. Emotionale Wellen. Fröhlichkeit. Trauer. Erhöhte Sensitivität zu Geräuschen und Licht. Verdauungsstörungen und und Herzunregelmäßigkeiten. Ja, weil, also, ich tue das schon respektieren, ne, Spiritualität. Weil es gibt ja viel, was ich da annehmen kann, weil es für mich auch Sinn macht. Aber es gibt auch viele Wu-Menschen. Weißt du, was Wu ist? Die wollen einen nur verarschen. Und ich bin ultra kritisch mit allem. Wenn wir uns was angucken für längere Zeit und ich das Video ganz lange angucke, dann kann es zwei Gründe haben. Einmal, ich will wissen, wollen die mich verarschen? Oder zweitens, ich denke wirklich, ich kann was draus ziehen. Und ansonsten, ich mache einfach direkt weiter. Und hier, ich kann das irgendwie nicht ernst nehmen. Weil
Hallo und herzlich willkommen.
Weil ich kann mir vorstellen, dass man durch so eine Art Transformation geht, aber nicht, dass das hier beinhaltet. Hören wir
And
mal
it's such a
weiter.
beautiful thing, guys. So, anyway, the body has to acclimate. It has to catch up and recalibrate and balance. It has to balance. So, that's many times what is happening. So, during our sleep, we do a lot of healing, a lot of integration during our sleep. We also can go off and go other places during our sleep, which can also cause the fatigue. But mainly, this is due to your body recalibrating. All right, symptom number 3, headaches, head pressure. Oh, I can't tell you how many people are asking me about this right now. Now, I am not one that generally has headaches, but for the people that do, they're really having headaches. For me, it comes in mainly as pressure right in that third eye, that pineal gland. And I'll feel this pressure and I will rub my head, rub my temple.
Es ist mir zu Klischee. Weiß nicht. Wow, nur noch 18 Videos?
Hey everybody, in today's video, I'm going to go over...
Wow, wir haben echt viel geguckt, Alter. What the fuck, voll gut. Und das zählt auch nicht dazu. Und dann sind nur noch längere Videos dabei. Nice, 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 nice. Voll viel abgebaut. Voll gut. Heute waren nicht so viele gute dabei. Heute war ein gutes dabei, das ich auf YouTube hochladen will. Der Rest hat mir nicht so gefallen. Mhm. Ja, dieses Pineal Gland, diese Zirbeldrüse-Dingens, da will ich mich auch nochmal informieren, was genau da abgeht. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass das irgendwie so ein drittes Auge wortwörtlich öffnet. Es ist aber so, dass man es eben vergleichen kann wie mit einem dritten Auge, weil es eine Art wie sagt man, Sinn. Ein weiterer Sinn, so wie sehen, schmecken, hören. Ist Schmecken einer der Sinne? Was gibt es? Fühlen, schmecken, riechen, sehen? 4, noch einer. Fühlen, schmecken, riechen, sehen, hören. 5. Was soll da gehen? Du kommst auf 50 Hertz und das ist das Optimale. Ja, natürlich, das weiß ja natürlich jeder. Als ob. Ich weiß nichts davon. Dann vibriert der Schädel. Ja. Also die Vibrationen finde ich schon interessant, sehr interessant. Und zum Beispiel Musik ist standardisiert auf 440 Hertz. Die Notenskala. Alle Lieder, alles ist standardisiert auf 440 Hertz. Wenn man jetzt zum Beispiel ein Instrument tiefer stimmt, sodass man die Herzfrequenz runterschraubt, damit die Wellen werden langsamer und der Ton damit tiefer, dann fühlt man sich anders, wenn man diese Musik hört. Weil diese Vibration einfach eine andere Wirkung auf einen hat. Warum genau, weiß ich nicht, aber ich weiß, dass dieses Phänomen existiert. Und es gibt auch die String Theory. Wie heißt sie auf Deutsch? Das ist auch ultra interessant. String Theory, es gibt kein deutsches Wort dafür. Aber was es besagt, ist, dass alles aus Wellen besteht. Aus Lichtstrahlen, und diese Lichtstrahlen bestehen aus Wellen. Und Wellen sind Vibrationen. Das ist alles so faszinierend, Alter. Du kommst auf 50 Hertz und das ist das Optimale. 50 Hertz ist ultra low. So richtig ultra low. Das können wir gar nicht mal mehr hören, denke ich. Das ist so der braune Ton. Kennst du den braunen Ton? Das ist so dieses Territorium. Dieser Ton, die Frequenz, die deinen Darm lockert. Das hört man und scheißt sich in die Hosen. Gibt es dazu einen Eintrag? Gucken wir mal. Wie viel Hertz ist der braune Ton? Der liegt unter 20 Hertz. Ja, aber wie gesagt, ich habe darüber gar keinen Peil. Von daher, ich laber jetzt nur Müll, wenn ich da irgendwas dazu sage. Wie tun diese Frequenzen auf uns einwirken und wie sehr kann das einem während dem Schlaf helfen oder beeinflussen? Es gibt ja diese Schlaffrequenzen beim Schlafen. Warte mal, diesen Feed will ich aufhalten hier, dann machen wir mal kurz Dingens. Fuck. Hier, hier sowas, ne? Guck mal, die sind jetzt hier auch auf 432 Hertz. Nee, das ist gar nicht gut. Das ist viel zu viel Pets im Hintergrund. Hier sind 285 Hertz. Ultra tief. Was ich mich frage, ist, ob mein Soundsystem das überhaupt übertragen kann, so wie das sein soll. 528, das ist eigentlich ultra hoch. Viele von denen sind auch bockmäßig. Kann man gar nicht. 718 ist viel zu hoch. Nee, das kann niemals passen. Ich höre das, ich bin Musiker. Das ist viel zu hoch in dem Titel, aber das selber ist viel zu tief. Das passt gar nicht. Jedenfalls, die Frage ist, was macht das mit dir im Schlaf, wenn du das beim Schlafen hörst? Das tue ich gerade ausprobieren. Die REM-Phase. Die REM-Phase ist Rapid Eye Movement und die kriegst du alle 2 Stunden. Du hast 2 Stunden eine REM-Phase und 2 Stunden eine Tiefschlafphase. So viel weiß ich. Und Rapid Eye Movement ist wirklich, deine Augen flippen total aus. Und ich glaube, während dieser REM-Phase tust du Sachen abspeichern. Und im Tiefschlaf bist du einfach nur am Schlafen. Keine Ahnung. Gehst du, ja, heute ist, ich habe Angst vorm Schlafen gehen. So ein Scheiß. Ich kann aber kaum warten auf morgen. Therapie. Ja. Hm. Ja, hast du dann, tust du auch sowas beim Schlafen hören? Kannst du da eine empfehlen? Weil ich tue mich gerade schwer mit das im Hintergrund laufen lassen, wenn ich im Hintergrund andere Optionen habe, weißt du? Wie zum Beispiel vom Healthy Gamer, von dem Channel. Da lasse ich momentan viel lieber was von dem laufen, weil da weiß ich hundertprozentig, dem kann ich zuhören und er spricht meine Sprache und er spricht die Sprache meines Unterbewusstseins. Und dann kann ich das im Schlaf hören und tu wahrscheinlich was darüber lernen, auch wenn ich keine Ahnung habe, über was mir angehört habe, wenn ich aufstehe. Mein Unterbewusstsein muss es irgendwie registriert haben. Wenn es aber um so eine Frequenz geht, dann weiß ich nicht wirklich, wie sehr mir das irgendwie hilft. Ja. So, ja, dann, naja, wir gucken uns ein paar Sachen an auf die Woche dazu. Okay, dann glaube ich, machen wir erstmal Schicht heute. Jo. Gucken wir mal morgen, wie es so wird. Ich habe voll keinen Bock. Okay, gute Nacht. Good night, guys. Thanks for watching. Today was very bad. Very bad day. Maybe tomorrow is better. I will be back and tell you about it. Good night, guys. GG, thank you, bye. Jo, gute Besserung. Gute Nacht. Tschüss.